folks. Good morning. Welcome here today. 1, 2, 3 of the Young Thug trial. We left off yesterday, just after lunch, or just around lunch, because court yesterday was 2 hours late. So if you haven't watched day 2, just skip ahead to the first stream at 2 hours and 30 seconds. Hey, Christine! Congratulations! Christine Fortunato got 102 subscribers. That's amazing. Congratulations to you. Very happy for you. Hey! Day 3. Yeah, so for our coverage, we continue with the defense opening statements from yesterday. So we get through that. That's roughly with 2.5 hours, not counting 1.25 speed. We will. There is also an interesting objection from the state to end with, and yeah, so we got a lot to do because you might ask, Nick, the court says they will start at 9. So did they? Yeah, they did so yesterday as well. But they began at 11. This court is always late, and not my fault. But yeah, so before we start, I went before getting home from work. I bought myself a little something. These are saffron buns. We here call them lussekat, or Saint Lucia's cat, for some odd reason. I don't know, cat eyes, but wheat buns with saffron and raisins, which is yeah. Yeah, like a curled up kitty. Yeah, sure. That was a weird sound. My external hard drive just decided to unplug itself and plug itself in. All right. Oh no, they are not like a croissant. These are wheat buns. So you might see me snacking on these on occasions. Yeah. I do not disagree, Sonny Tanner. Raisins are best served as wine. All right, but let's not keep people waiting. Just in case court starts early, we will catch up. We always catch up. Allegedly, I snack. Cookies, especially chocolate dipped oatmeal cookies. I can't have them around me. I can only buy these small boxes, because if I buy the big one, yeah. Okay, according to Christine, 10 a.m. Okay, that leaves us an hour and a half to get through 2.5 hours of content from that we didn't play yesterday. Am I a tea person or coffee? I am mainly a coffee person, but I do not mind tea. And when I have rooibos, or I don't know how to pronounce it, or forest fruit, but in both occasions I do it with honey. But yeah, we should start and see. Oh, where is he? Where is he? Where are you? Sorry. There you are. And like that, and like that, and just get on with it. We left off with Mr. Steele. Now, I think Mr. Steele's was a bit long-winded. It wasn't. I've been watching him for a long time in the pre-trial hearings and motions and stuff like that. His acts with the jury are very different from without the jury. But that's his style. And I have to respect that. He has been doing criminal defense for over 30 years. So buff tight shirt man, yeah. But let's see what's going on today. Winded, not winded. Okay, winded. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, members of the jury, you good? Yes. All right, that's like what I like to hear. We're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation of opening statements. At this point in time, who is the next person to give openings? Or? All right, Ms. D. Williams, you are welcome to begin whenever you like, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hope everybody had a good lunch. So I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I have the privilege of representing Rodriguez Ryan over there in the back. Poor, young, convenient. That's all it takes to become the target of the state. I'm gonna break that down for you. Poor. Rodriguez was born on a couch. Let that sink in. He was born on a couch. From day one that he was brought into this world, he has been fighting to survive. The hospital was only 5 minutes away. I don't want to throw a school under the bus or anything, but the elementary school and middle school that he went to, 98% of the children there were on free or reduced lunch. What that means is they lived at the national or under the national poverty level. At one point, the Atlanta public school system was under scrutiny. They accused educators of cheating the students. The DA kept going around saying, we got to think of the children, we have to think of the children. These children are victims. The only time the state cares about poor people is when they can exploit them. For the RICO trial for APS, they got a conviction of educators. And they didn't get any of those students any.
Our cases. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And in this case, they're trying to get a teenager for RICO. Young. Growing up on Cleveland Avenue is a very dangerous, destitute place. Rodriguez learned early that he needed to adapt. And he did what most teenagers and preteens do. They mimic. I remember when I was younger, growing up on social media, I used to hold up the C symbol all the time because I used to love this group called Cold Rain. It was my favorite group. I used to hashtag everything, Cold Rain, Cold Rain, Cold Rain.
I'm playing in 1.25, so let me know if you think this is too fast. Just let me know, and I will cool it down.
After every post, it would be cold rain. It would be rain emojis. Fortunately for me, I didn't grow up poor, so the state didn't care what I was doing. Unlike Rebellious, if I had grown up on Cleveland Avenue with all these rain emojis and C, I would have been accused of being a crook. I would have been a gang member. They would have said that I was.
How old was that? You can go ahead and continue, madam.
Thank you. They would have said my rain emoji said some murder that happened. Convenient. Regardless is here because when he was 15 years old, the state told this incredible tale of murder, and when you're young and you don't have the means, it's hard to refute those claims. From the age of 15, Rodriguez has been in 3 different prison systems. He's been to juvenile detention because they were holding him for the murder. He went to Fulton County waiting for the murder, and once he finally turned 18, they sent him to the Department of Correction. And I don't know about you, but a lot of people in here haven't been to prison. But if you've ever gone to prison, you would know it's overcrowded, it's underfunded, it's violent, and you have predators everywhere. And unlike maybe college or a new job, you don't get an orientation when you first go to prison to figure out how you need to do anything. Rodriguez had to do what he's had to do since day one, survive in prison. And if you look at Rodriguez, you can see he's maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. So he posts things. He posts things on Instagram. And I wouldn't even call him Instagram.
Yeah, we are going on from after lunch yesterday because the court was over 2 hours late yesterday. And they pretended that they weren't late. So they just had a full day of trial, just 2 hours forward. So I'm playing this in 1.25. And so this is defense opening statement number 3. Playing in 1.25. And court is scheduled apparently to start at 10 a.m. That would mean around 10:30.
I would call it a survival post. He has to boast. He has to be boastful. He has to show people this is what I have, because he has to protect himself. It's prison. So you put poor, young, and convenient together, and what do you have? You have the perfect scapegoat for the state. This indictment has 28 co-defendants. The prosecutors keep saying, we're trying to clean up the streets of Atlanta. We're cleaning up Fulton County. We're trying to drive crime down. You just heard me say Rodriguez is in prison. The jurors got it wrong in that murder case, and they convicted him. He's going to be there for life. They're not cleaning up the streets of Atlanta. They're cleaning up the prisons. And I promise you, the people in the prison, the wardens, they know how.
The jury got it wrong. Not a good statement, in my opinion. Yes, Brandon, if we see Valhalla awaits, we will notify you.
How to handle their inmates. They don't need the DA's help. They have it. Out of 65 counts in this indictment that you guys had to listen to, Rodriguez is only in 1 count. He's only in RICO. That's it. Out of 190 overt acts, Rodriguez has 8 of those acts. 3 of them are for the murder that I've already told you about. 5 of them are survivor posts. He has to do these posts so he can survive prison. So why are me and Rodriguez here? Because the state was to put on a show. Rodriguez is in less than 1% of this whole indictment. This reminds me of this anime named Bleach, where it's 16 seasons. Every episode is about 18, 20 episodes. Sorry, every season is 18 to 20 episodes. And they have season 4 and 5. They have these bouts. They're the villains of the whole thing in season 4 and season 5. The main characters are trying to get them out of soul society. You go to season 6, you don't hear about the bounce. You go to season 7, you don't hear about the bounce. Why don't you hear about these important characters? Because they're filler characters. It's a filler season. Me and Rodriguez, we're fillers. We're not integral to the story. They just drag him out of prison to jail to make this bigger than it has to be. We're basically distractions. So as a juror, what can you do to tell the state, we're not going to be distracted? We don't need to listen to filler. You come back at the end of this with a not guilty for Rodriguez Ryan. You tell them we do not want to waste our time on fillers. We just want to get to substance. So I guess sit back, enjoy the show, get some popcorn, because this is not justice, this is a circus. Thank you.
Muted. Yeah, I like the ending. Emotional. This is a circus. And yeah, how she does as a practically. Here's the thing: there are 6 co-defendants in this, and if you have 5 good lawyers and 1 bad, then you have a bad situation for all 6 defendants. So yeah, let's see how the next one works out.
All right. Who else wishes to make an opening statement? Mr. Apt? Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Kojak.
It is more important that innocence be protected than it is that guilt be punished. For guilt and crimes are so frequent in this world. I'd like to quote from the man who wrote into our Constitution what the presumption of innocence means. His name was John Adams. He was the 2nd president of the United States, right after George Washington. Why is that quote important? Why is the presumption of innocence important? Why did that get included in our great Constitution? Because we want to make sure that we don't accidentally send innocent people to prison. Innocent people don't get punished. I have the great honor of representing Diamante Kendrick, who's sitting in the gray basket counsel table with me, along with my co-counsel, Doug Weinstein. Doug, stayed up so everyone can see. Also, you'll meet or hear from at times Katie Hingerty. She was here yesterday. She was the tall woman with blonde hair. And the 3 of us have the great honor and privilege of defending Mr. Kendrick. I've been practicing law here in Atlanta for almost 30 years, exclusively representing innocent people like Mr. Kendrick. He is not guilty. He is not guilty of every accusation and every count in the indictment that the state alleges. Let me say it a 3rd time, just so you're clear. He is not guilty of every single charge against him. He is presumed innocent, as our great Constitution demands. And we won't have to prove anything to you, as the judge told you. The burden will always lie on the state, and boy, is it a high burden, beyond reasonable doubt. Now, it's not a mathematical certainty. The judge, Judge Granville, is a great judge, by the way, and very smart, and knows the law really well. He will instruct you as to all the law, none of the lawyers will. But that beyond a reasonable doubt standard is a tough standard for them to meet. And the evidence in this case against my client is so very weak. The state's not going to be able to come anywhere near the standard required. My client, Mr. Kendrick, grew up here in Atlanta in a tough neighborhood. He did not come from money. He was poor, hungry, deprived, socioeconomically disadvantaged. But he had a loving mother, a mother who's been with him the entire time of this case and will be every day. And she made sure that he had the best upbringing that he could. You heard Mr. Steele earlier talk about the disadvantage of how Mr. Williams was brought up, and my client had a similar upbringing. It was tough. Food, clothing were sparse. But he dreamt of a better life for himself and for his family. And through hard work, through creativity, maybe a little luck and fortitude, he became a very successful musical artist, a rapper. Now, despite Mr. Kendrick's mom's best efforts, he did get into some trouble, and we acknowledge that. We don't hide from it. We don't skirt it. Mr. Kendrick, you'll find out when to prison between 2015 and 2020. So the state is actually winning because during those years, he's locked up. He can't possibly be committing any crimes they've alleged. You also hear that he pled guilty to a crime right here in Fulton County in 2017 while he was locked up. And he admits that wrongdoing. He owns it. He paid his debt to society. but he also worked hard and obtained success in the music industry, and not just for fame or money. Mr. Kendrick did it because he wanted to give back to his community, a community that was disadvantaged. And that's exactly what he did when he got successful. He did tremendous civic duty. You'll hear evidence that he volunteered, he helped coach a youth football team, and he gave back to his community. He gave back because he knew it was the right thing to do. Now the state, and the evidence will show, the state, the police, and the prosecution want to use Mr. Kendrick's past. They put it in the indictment.
Jesus, muted again. As I said, I would really like to be in the courtroom and do an opening statement by myself, but I highly doubt they will allow me to use this phrase. Yeah, I know, but I've been eating these, so I muted myself so you wouldn't hear me do other things.
Despite having paid his debt to society, the state is going to use his prior conviction to try to bootstrap these old crimes that he's already paid his debt for to get you, to convince you that he's guilty of these new offenses. They're going to try to get a second bite of the apple, despite the fact that he served his time, that he pled guilty. They want you to find him guilty again because of a debt he's already paid. And that's not right. They can't prove, using actual evidence in this case, the new crimes that they're alleging in the indictment, so they have to get you to pay attention to the old past he left behind. The evidence will show that he is not guilty of the charges in the indictment, and that the police and the prosecution's case is so incredibly weak. But they have to distract you with the old Mr. Kendrick. When Mr. Kendrick had paid his debt and pled guilty and served his time. It's like a bad magic trick. You ever see a bad magician who's like, look over here, while they're picking your pocket? That's the evidence the state wants you to pay attention to. I've been involved in a lot of RICO and murder cases in my career, in almost 30 years of doing this job. But the judge told you, and the prosecution told you, this case is unique, different. Why? It's going to take months. There are going to be hundreds of witnesses. It is massive. It's definitely the biggest case that any of us have ever been in. Maybe the biggest case in the history of the state of Georgia. Why is that? Lots of murder cases, gang cases, RICO cases take 1, 2, maybe 3 weeks to try at most. Why is this case going to take months? I'll tell you why. Because the evidence will show the government has got to drag in hundreds of witnesses to dance around the weak actual case that they have. They've got to bring in 5 experts to tell you what a gang is. They've got to bring in an expert to tell you what an Infinity is, an Infinity automobile. They've got to bring in dozens and dozens of witnesses that are not going to say, Mr. Kendrick committed a murder. Mr. Kendrick possessed or sold drugs. Mr. Kendrick possessed illegal firearms. They're going to tell you everything under the sun that dances around the facts and hope that after hundreds and hundreds of witnesses, you're either so confused or so worn down that you'll believe the state's theory. If the case were direct and the evidence were true, it wouldn't take long to trial because they bring to court someone to say, I saw Mr. Kendrick kill Donovan Thomas. They don't have that. And we're going to talk about what else they don't have, but they don't have enough evidence to prove my client guilty of any of these charges. And so to put lipstick on a pig, they've got to try and bury you with hundreds of witnesses that won't tell you that my client's guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Why not bring in someone to say, Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints were on a firearm? Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints were on a bag of drugs. Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints were in the Infiniti that was used to kill Donovan Thomas. Mr. Kendrick's DNA was present at the scene of the crime. Why not bring in one witness out of the hundreds that you're going to hear from that will just say, I saw Mr. Kendrick do it? Why not? Because it doesn't exist. And our Constitution and our set of laws and our democracy demand more. They demand that high standard. You may not like Mr. Kendrick or any of these other defendants, but we are not here for a popularity contest. We are here to decide something so much more important. And the state doesn't have evidence to do it. The evidence doesn't exist, not real concrete evidence. The evidence will show that the state is trying to find Mr. Kendrick guilty by association. That's what they want you to believe. Because they want you to find him guilty because who his friends are. The evidence will show that he had friends, that he knew people, that he associated with people. I thought in America, we had freedom of speech, freedom of association in the First Amendment. But the state wants to present evidence to show you that those freedoms are not true, that the Constitution does not matter. They want to present evidence that Mr. Kendrick is guilty by who he hangs out with, the color of the clothes that he wears, the symbols he makes with his hands, and the beautiful lyrics that he writes and sings. Those aren't actual crimes, that's just free speech. And that is what is on trial here, the First Amendment of the Constitution. They want you to look at evidence and say, these people are guilty because they exercise their right to free speech in America. That's not just wrong, it's un-American. Now, the evidence will show you in 2020 that when my client did get out of prison, due to his hard work, his talent, he became.
Thank you so much, Brandon. I really appreciate it.
Almost like fine reality. You know, the chances of a young person going in the music industry and making it are very, very small. But that made him successful. He used his brain, his creativity, and his really hard work to make his family and his mother proud. And the government wants to punish him for that success. They told you in their open argument to find him guilty because of overt acts. And they had the gall to tell you that those acts didn't even need to be crimes. That's what the evidence will show. That's what the state says the evidence will show. They told you that those overt acts don't even have to be crimes, but you should, as a result, find him guilty of criminal RICO. This isn't a civil trial, this is a criminal trial. And they told you he doesn't even need to commit a crime, that you should find him guilty of a crime. Does that make sense to you? Does 1 + 1 = 3?
I stand in objection to that. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard counsel's last remark.
What are the charges against? Thank you. What are the charges against Mr. Kendrick? The first and biggest is a murder. We've heard a lot about the murder of Donovan Thomas already. Now, Donovan Thomas is not guilty, and it's tragic, and murder is wrong.
Someone in that courtroom is
The state had the nerve to show you an autopsy
doing
of
indecent
Donovan
things
Thomas.
with a
Not because
microphone.
they needed to prove that Donovan Thomas died, but to exaggerate and scare. The evidence will clearly show that Donovan Thomas died. We can see that, and it's a tragic occurrence. And my client and his family grieve for the family of Mr. Thomas. We don't think it was acceptable. But my client had nothing to do with that man's death. He died because of a drive-by shooting at a barbershop on January 10th, 2015. And what happens next? The police arrest the wrong group of people. They admit they arrested the wrong group of people. You heard Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele tell you about Kenneth Copeland and Deacon Garlington and others who were arrested for this crime. The police charged them. And what is the evidence that turned out that those people got their charges dismissed and Mr. Kendrick got charged instead? Are there fingerprints of Mr. Kendrick on anywhere at the crime scene, on the body of Mr. Donovan, in the car that was used on a firearm that was used? Are there fingerprints anywhere that tie my client to that crime? No. What about DNA? Is my client's DNA anywhere related to the death of Donovan Thomas? No. What about ballistics? Are you going to hear evidence that there was a match between the bullets or the gun used to kill Donovan Thomas that was a gun ever possessed by Diamante Kendrick? No. Are you going to hear from a single witness out of the hundreds of witnesses that are going to be brought here by the state? One. I'm begging for one witness to come to court and stand right here on this witness stand and say to you, I saw Diamante Kendrick kill Donovan Thomas. Will that occur? And the answer is resoundingly no, because my client is not guilty, ladies and gentlemen. He's an innocent man, wrongfully accused of a murder he didn't commit. And if that doesn't get you upset, I don't know what will. It makes me angry. Not one witness. There's videotape that the state will present of an Infiniti automobile driving by the bottle shop and being used to kill Donovan Thomas. Are you going to hear witnesses that say my client owned the Infiniti, rented the Infiniti, leased the Infiniti, was the rightful driver of the Infiniti? Nope. Will you hear or see evidence to the contrary? Oh, yes, you will. Shortly before Donovan Thomas dies, the state has another video of my client getting into, are you ready? A Pontiac Bonneville. Not an Infiniti, a Pontiac Bonneville. So, will you see evidence? Will the evidence show that my client is Superman and can fly through the sky from one car to another? No, he will not. He is not Superman. Maybe he is Mr. Spock and he can teleport. You will not hear evidence of his ability to teleport from one car to another either. And yet, the state claims he's guilty of murder. Now remember, you heard previously about a man named Nicholas Robinson, who's really an Spencer Wright. He came in and told the police, and they made arrests of Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and others. The state's key witnesses. But you've also heard evidence that Mr. Copeland is a terrible liar and a terrible person himself. A gang member, not to be trusted and not to be believed. But that's the state's key witness who says, oh yeah, it wasn't me, it was Mr. Kendrick and others. Why do we know he's lying? Not just because his lips are moving, but because he was one of the people who was originally charged with the murder.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, shade. Oh, shade. I want to hear that again. In normal speed. I want to hear that again.
It was Mr. Kendrick and others. Why do we know he's lying? Not just because his lips are moving, but because he was one of the people who was originally charged with the murder. How naive does the state have to think you are to not understand that the incentive for Mr. Copeland to lie is as simple as, I'm charged with the murder. If I say someone else did it, then I don't get charged with the murder. It's a ridiculous theory that they have, quite frankly. And the evidence is so super thin and super weak, it reminds me of nothing more than a Krispy Kreme donut. Thin air. In fact, Mr. Garlington, when he's interviewed by the police, says, yeah, I don't know who killed Donovan Thomas. They have no way to corroborate it. They have no actual evidence. The state wants you to buy into this theory of murder, and our Constitution demands you don't. They charged a bunch of people, the police, the Atlanta Police Department, figured out, oh, we messed up and got it wrong. But now we're going to charge a bunch of other people. But trust us this time. Does that imbue trust to you? Is that evidence that you'll hear about that seems trustworthy? No, it is not. That evidence is completely untrustworthy and unbelievable and unreliable. It's a bad magic trick. No fingerprints, no DNA, no witnesses, no ballistics, and videotape that actually exonerates and proves that he's not guilty. Krispy Kreme donut hole. What's the next charge against my client? Well, there's a bunch of them involving guns. And 3, to be exact. One is that he's charged with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. If you're committing some other felony, you're using a gun, you get charged as an extra charge. The second is possession of a machine gun. Just like described to you, Mr. Steele described to you, with fully automatic weapons. Pull the trigger once, all bullets fly. That's illegal. And the third is possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Yes, Mr. Kendrick's convicted. So he's not allowed to possess a gun. And he knows that. And again, the indictment. We talk a lot about the indictment. You're going to get it. It's a document. It's a long document. But the indictment charges my client with those 3 firearm charges, all stemming from one date, March 9th of 2022, the date that Mr. Kendrick is arrested. So what happens on March 9th of 2022? He's at a house owned by Jeffrey Williams, his friend and colleague, who he's made beautiful music with, wonderful music that's entertained millions of people. And at that house, and there's dozens and dozens of people at this house on the night of March 9th of 2022. It's not like there's 2 or 3 people there. Dozens. And there are guns in the house. So, how do we get to firearms being in the house to Mr. Kendrick possessing firearms? We don't. We don't. There's not going to be a single piece of evidence showing that Mr. Kendrick's fingerprints are on any of the guns. There's not going to be a single piece of evidence showing his DNA is on the guns, and quite frankly, you'll learn, and the evidence will show there's something called touch DNA. What is that? You're going to learn that if I touch this table, and my hand is here for a couple seconds, I don't just leave my fingerprints behind, I actually leave some of my DNA behind, and that can be tested, forensically tested by police and by the GBI lab and the state of Georgia. So there's no fingerprints on the guns that belong to DeMonte Kendrick. There's no DNA. There's not a single person at the party or a single witness who says DeMonte Kendrick had any of these guns. No one is going to say he bought any of the guns. No one's going to say he sold any of the guns. No one is going to say he possessed any of the guns. But they're going to want to do a dirty magic trick and show you his past. He pled guilty to a gun offense years ago. And so he must have been possessing the guns. That's their theory. Assume and speculate to find him guilty. That's not what we do in this country. That's not what we do in democracy. That's not what we do with our Constitution. And that's not what we do when someone's presumed innocent and has to be proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt. One witness, please, that says DeMonte Kendrick was holding a firearm that night. DeMonte Kendrick bought one of the guns. DeMonte Kendrick used one of the guns. No one. No one's going to testify to that. And why is that? Because he didn't have any of those guns. He was at a house where there were guns. That doesn't mean he was in possession of illegal firearms. You could go to a party where there are 50 people, somebody has guns, you don't know about it, maybe you do. That doesn't mean you're possessing the guns. That's what the evidence is going to show. He was there. There could have been a bazooka in that house. I don't care. Mr. Kendrick wasn't in possession of any firearms, illegal, machine gun, or otherwise. He didn't control a gun, he didn't use a gun, he didn't buy a gun, he didn't sell a gun, he didn't hold a gun. Not one witness. And there are dozens of people that they could call to say, oh yeah, I saw Mr. Kendrick hold a gun, but not one. And there could be hundreds of witnesses. I want to bury you with witnesses so that you'll forget about the presumption of innocence and what real evidence is required. 0, not zilch, donut hole, reasonable doubt. What will they show you? What will the evidence show that night on March 9th? Well, they'll show that Mr. Kendrick was afraid. He's a black man in America, and there's a team of people swarming a house with firearms. He's not sure if the police or not. But in 2022, after COVID, BLM riots, people like George Floyd died, he had a reasonable and healthy fear, fight or flight. Mr. Kendrick doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to fight the police, and he doesn't want to fight people who aren't the police if they're armed. But he knew that there were people swarming the house with guns, and it turned out they were the police. So what did he do? He ran. He did the absolute smart thing to save his life. He was afraid, and he ran. And the police caught up with him shortly thereafter. Now, he's not charged with fleeing the house. He ran because he was afraid, and that's a reasonable thing to do for him, given how he grew up, where he grew up, and the state he lived. And when the police caught up with him, just shortly thereafter, did they find him holding an FN, the type of gun is what described? Did they find him holding a strap machine gun? Did they find him holding a Glock? Did they find him with an AK-47, an AR-15, or any other kind of gun? No! He was unarmed because he never had a gun. There's not a scintilla of evidence that you should believe that Mr. Kendrick is guilty of any of those 3 firearm charges. Not a scintilla. Hundreds of witnesses. I asked for one to come to court and say, Mr. Kendrick was holding a gun that night. What about the next set of charges? They're drug charges against my client. But all the drug charges against him, possession of cocaine, possession of codeine, the drugs, all the drug charges alleged against Mr. Kendrick are again from March 9th of that year, from the date he was arrested, the party at Mr. Williams' house. And apparently the police find drugs in the house, where there are dozens and dozens of people. So again, I ask you, listen to the evidence. What will the evidence show? Will the evidence show my client's fingerprints on a bag of drugs? No. Will the evidence show my client's DNA on a bag of drugs? No. Will a witness come to court and tell you he was using drugs that night at the house? No. Is there videotape of my client snorting a line of cocaine? No. Is there going to be a witness who tells you that my client sold him drugs? No. Is there a witness that's going to tell you that my client bought drugs? No. Is there going to be any evidence that my client possessed, used, bought, sold, controlled drugs on the night in question? Absolutely not. There were drugs at the house. My client was at the house. There were dozens of people at the house. 1 + 1 does not equal 3. It's another Krispy Kreme donut hole for the prosecution. 0, nada, zilch. You're not going to hear evidence that my client's blood or urine was tested and that it was in his bloodstream there was cocaine or other drugs. And the indictment says that the drugs that they're charging him with are from that date, March 9th, 2022, the day he was arrested, not any other date as well. So the question you have to ask, the evidence you have to look at is he possessing drugs while he's at the party at the house? And there is no evidence of that, just like the guns. The next charge against my client is gang activity. And the gang activity they allege, very specifically in the indictment, it's not just any gang activity, it's gang activity related to the possession with the intent to distribute illegal drugs from March 9th of 2022. And again, where is the evidence? Not one witness. They also alleged that he committed gang activity based on the guns. Same thing. There's just no evidence of it. It is not illegal to be part of a group in America, freedom of association. Otherwise, the Atlanta Falcons would be an illegal street game because they wear red and black and they have certain symbols they wear. And the Braves, certainly the Braves, because they lost in the playoffs. Maybe the state of Washington like that. It's not illegal for my client to want to wear the color green and do fancy symbols with his hands, but they're going to bring dozens of witnesses in to talk about that. So that's not a crime. Illegal gang activity requires my client to have committed a crime and be a gang. And YSL is not a gang, but we'll get to that in a minute. They want to attack free speech and freedom of association. They're guaranteed to us in the Constitution. And if they want to do that, then they should go out and arrest the Falcons and the Braves. Not one witness is going to come to court and say, Mr. Kendrick possessed, sold, bought, used drugs as part of gang activity. Or possessed, sold, used a firearm as part of gang activity. I want you to.
Yeah. Again, hand signs. They claim they something drooping, one finger and smelling the other. I don't know. But I know I've seen that before. I doubt she is a member of the YSL. Hands, hand signs mean nothing. Let's continue.
Keep counts, take notes. How many witnesses the state brings in this case? Hundreds. And I want you to remember this conversation I'm having. This one-sided conversation I'm having with you all. About how many witnesses say, my client possessed a firearm because he was a YSL gang member. My client possessed drugs because he was a YSL gang member. What is YSL? It's a successful, massively, worldwide, internationally successful record label. And my client was a part of that record label and a successful rapper. And blessed with the ability to make that music. And last I checked, those lyrics, which the state is going to try and use, are just part of free speech.
Yeah. That thumping sound you hear from on occasions, I don't know where that is from. It sounds like somebody is thumping a microphone, or I don't know. It's annoying, but we have to live with it.
So we've eliminated murder. We've eliminated the gun charges. We've eliminated the drug charges. We've eliminated gang activity based on gun or drug charges. So what's left? What's left is count one, RICO. As I've told you, that's a term that most normal people don't use for good reason. It's a very complicated legal term. Most lawyers don't even understand it. I'm going to try to explain it to you. And you've heard a lot about overt acts versus predicate acts. Are you confused already? You should be. They want you to believe, and they want the evidence to show, that Mr. Kendrick is guilty of this vast conspiracy because who his friends are, who he hangs out with, the colors he wears on his clothing, and the lyrics that he writes, the rap music that he makes. And they suggest to you this is all part of a vast conspiracy. But the reality is, some of these lyrics may be offensive to you, and that's okay. Because in a free society, we have free speech. That doesn't make it a crime. The state says that the evidence will show that they dug to find out the murder and then used the lyrics to support it. You know, I watched Goodfellas. It was a movie about real crimes that took place. It was written by Martin Scorsese and acted out by Robert De Niro. The DA's office is going to go arrest Mr. Scorsese and Mr. De Niro. They're exercising their free speech to tell a story. Why can't my client, Mr. Williams, do the same and write lyrics about crime? Maybe they're offensive. Maybe the movie Goodfellas is offensive because you see people committing crimes. But in a free society, we're allowed to exercise free speech. It's the price we pay to live in a free country, and it's a great price. Just because someone raps about murder or other crime does not make it a crime. Why do they rap about that stuff? Because it sells records and it allows them to creatively express their feelings about how they grew up and where they grew up. And they are proposing a war on the First Amendment of freedom of association and free speech. They don't like those lyrics. They want to send a message to all those inner city kids in Atlanta who dream about getting out of the ghetto and becoming successful musicians. And their message is, you rap lyrics about crime, we're going to indict you and charge you and brand you a criminal. That's un-American. That's wrong. The evidence will show that the state of Georgia and the city of Atlanta have been blessed in the last 20 years by the entertainment industry. And not just rap music, TV and film, all kinds of entertainment. And some of it's fictional. And that's okay. It's okay to rap about crime or life or your experiences, even if it's not true, even if it didn't really happen. That's just free speech, ladies and gentlemen. That's not evidence of a crime. That's protected in our Constitution. It's a protected part of living in a free society. YSL was a very successful record label, and there's going to be evidence of that. It made millions and millions of dollars. That's not a criminal street gang. But it's not just a successful record label. It gave my client the opportunity to give back, to volunteer his time and some of his money. He coached an inner city youth football team. Does coaching that inner city youth football team support their RICO accusation? Because they told you the overt acts don't have to be a crime. Maybe now we should criminalize civic volunteer work. I don't know where it ends when we start making free speech illegal. They want to lump Mr. Kendrick in. They want to have you find him guilty because of other people's crimes or crimes that he already paid his debt to society for. So the state presented you some of the examples of that. Lil Wayne's tour bus got shot up. That's horrible. Whoever did that should be punished. But there's no evidence my client was there to pardon it. They're alleging that's part of this case. The shooting of Shamel Drakes you heard about, gunned down in a rental car. But they're not alleging Mr. Kendrick to pardon that out. And what about the attempted stabbing of Rayshawn Bennett, who's known as Wyatt Benucci, another rapper? And the armed robberies they alleged. None of those incidents involve Mr. Kendrick. But what they're going to argue to you is that if Mr. Kendrick was part of the YSL label, or what they call the YSL gang, that even if he's not charged with those crimes or involved in those crimes in any way, he should be found guilty of RICO conspiracy, even if he didn't commit a crime. And that's wrong. It's just wrong. That's why they have to go to such great lengths and bring.
Welcome to trial. What do you say out in the open? Different setting. This is trial. And yeah, let's just get to a few of the questions. Does he ruin Mr. C Rapper's rep? Yes, because he's a defense lawyer. Let's see here. How different could all the defense openings be? Are they all arguing the same crap, different horse? No, these 6 defendants have different charges. Some of them overlap, some of them don't. They all represent their client and nobody else. If, say speculatively, the last defense lawyer, if she thinks she can get her client off by throwing one of the other defendants under the bus, she has every right to do that. Because in this setting, it's all for themselves. And here's from Sean Bird. What makes a RICO case different than a criminal or civil? Well, this is a criminal setting, so it's a criminal trial. The Georgia RICO Act is about racketeering. It's the state trying to prove that a number of individuals are running a criminal enterprise. And in that criminal enterprise, everybody is in silent agreement about the crimes that are committed. So if one person commits that crime and another crime, they are both more or less expected under the RICO charge to be guilty of those crimes. And then Brando. Gang experts are the worst. Why do they have 5? They have 6, I think. But 5 especially, they are from the same police department. So these are people who have taught each other about gang signs and whatever it is, compound, in my opinion, but the judge allowed it. And I saw earlier from a person in the chat that shares information that the first gang experts have brought in 70 slides he wanted to show the jury, but the judge did excluded a bunch of those. But that will be later today. All right, and thank you again, Brandon, for your $2 super chat. And yes, this channel stays afloat thanks to people becoming members of my channel. It's $3 a month, and for that you get the most members-only content on LawTube. Okay, let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. Wilhelm Media. There's a gang expert here in Tennessee. She was in the news for her gang work because she was fired. She now works on Amtrak. Yeah. I said this for months while I've been covering this case. This is an absolute cluster F. But that is the Georgia RICO Act. It's so broad and so vague, you can throw more or less anything in there and hope it sticks. Let's continue.
Hundreds of witnesses in to establish other crimes, other acts, other incidents that my client had nothing to do with. It's a bad magic trick. Look over here at Rollins toward us. If they actually had evidence of my client committing crime, we'd be here for a week, not months. The conspiracy they want you to criminalize is being a rapper in America and being successful. They want to attack the First Amendment. They want to attack free speech. They want to attack capitalism because they don't like rappers who rap about criminal behavior in the land.
Okay. We don't need to watch that argument.
And they're telling you that this is a pattern of activity, a trend to attempt to control and exert influence. But really what they're showing you is, if we don't like your speech, then some free speech is wrong and illegal. And you should find my client guilty as a result.
For you who are new and don't know, the state witness list contains 737 witnesses. Now, will they call all of them? Probably not. Will they call most of them? I would assume so. Yeah, this trial will go on for months. And I will be here every step of the way, either through live streaming or recaps or being caught up in the weekend, because I do have a day job. And I haven't said hi. Hi. I'm Swedish. I'm a union rep. I do labor law. I've been doing it for over 30 years. And so I have a law degree. I do evidence evaluations on a daily basis. I do negotiations. I have between 50 and 100 each year. I meet people. I investigate people. I interview people. This is my wheelhouse. Do I do criminal? No. But I do know the settings, and I do know I do know law, so to speak.
They don't want you to find Mr. Kendrick guilty based on his actual actions, just based on the words he wrote and said. They don't want you to find Mr. Kendrick guilty of his actual actions because they don't have the evidence of it. They don't have the evidence of a murder, or illegal guns, or illegal drugs. They don't actually have that. So instead, they've got to play the bad magic trick. But you're smart and you can listen to the evidence and you will see it's nothing but Krispy Kreme donut. That's what the evidence will show. You heard about wiretaps. It's basically the police listening in on people's phone conversations. And that's fine. They get a judge to approve it, they're allowed to do that. And there's hundreds and hundreds of hours of wiretaps. And I dare you to listen to all that over the next few months and hear one time my client saying, I have a gun, I have some drugs, I committed a murder. It doesn't exist. Nowhere. I'm part of the YSL gang. Remember, they told you that the YSL is this sophisticated gang, so there's no written agreement, there's no verbal agreement. It's just something you have to trust them with. Does that sound right? Just trust that. Take the government's word. And they're going to bring in experts on gang activity to tell you that the record label is a gang because they think so. Well, they work for the state, for the police. They're going to tell you what they want you to hear. But use your brain, use your common sense. All those wiretaps, you're not going to hear Mr. Kendrick say one time, I'm going to do something illegal. Whether it's a violent crime, a gun crime, drug crime, or admitting he's part of the gang. Not once, in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of wiretaps. And why? Isn't you walk your death? Because what is he actually? He's a former convicted felon, a former gang member, and a current recording artist, a current rapper with YSL, and a current member of society doing civic duty. They have to point at his past and get you to only look at that because the actual evidence from March 9th and from January 10th, the 2 dates in the indictment that accused my client, there's no evidence of him committing a crime. The state turned over to us, the prosecution, 6 terabytes of data in this case. Now, I'm not a computer expert, but I want to talk to you about what the evidence will show. A lot of that evidence you're going to hear and see. What is a terabyte? It's an enormous amount of computer data. And here's what I'll sort of tell you the analogy is. If it were pieces of paper, 6 terabytes would be 420 million pages of documents. 420 million pages. That's how much evidence there is in this case. Is there one page? Is there one witness? One set of fingerprints, one set of DNA, one videotape that shows my client committed a murder, that shows my client possessed illegal drugs, that shows my client possessed a firearm, that shows my client committed illegal gang activity, or that my client conspired with others to commit crimes? It's a donut hole. It's a Krispy Kreme donut hole. You don't get the glaze, you don't get the donut, you just get air in the middle. What did Mr. Kendrick do? Oh, they have pictures of him flashing gang signs and wearing green. They have pictures of him standing on the hood of Rayshawn Bennett's car at Lenox Mall. Oh, God forbid. He stood on the hood of another rapper's car, and they want you to believe that is the evidence that he's part of this vast conspiracy. No, standing on someone else's car, it's a nice car, is true. It's silly. Maybe it's even a misdemeanor. But they didn't charge him with that misdemeanor. Instead, they charged him with a RICO conspiracy. Standing on the hood of this other rapper's car must be proof that he's part of this vast conspiracy they're alleging. Quite frankly, the real juvenile behavior is all these hundreds and hundreds of witnesses to try and prove something that doesn't exist. There are lots of other overt acts, and I'm not going to belabor each one of them to you because you heard most of them from Mr. Steele and from the state. But you've also heard from me. If there's a witness who says Mr. Kendrick possessed a firearm or possessed illegal drugs or murdered Donovan Thomas, they saw him murder Donovan Thomas, and bring that person to court. Mr. Copeland, their star witness, is going to come to court and say that Mr. Kendrick admitted to him, Mr. Copeland, that he was part of the group that killed Donovan Thomas. You gonna believe Mr. Copeland, who has every incentive to lie? That's the evidence they want to rely on. That's what they're keeping us here for months and months for. The guy who was charged with the crime, who now says it's not him, it's my client instead. Please tell me there's something better, something else that we're here for. Please tell me we have anything near proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't. There's no real or concrete evidence my client committed a crime. Not a single offense. Not RICO, not gang activity, not guns, not drugs, and definitely not murder. Ms. Love talked about the wolf pack. I understand that. She thinks the evidence will show that. But I really think it's more like the boy who cried wolf. You know that whole story. There's a wolf, there's a wolf, there's a wolf. And it turns out there wasn't a wolf. That's the state case, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why you will come back many months from now and find my client, Mr. Diamante Hendry, not guilty on every single count. Thank you.
That was a decent to good opening statement. He did the repeat. He always came back to these are the three main charges. They have not one shred of credible evidence. And he expressed that in a few different shapes and forms to really nail it in. Could he have done it in a bit shorter time span? Maybe. But all in all, yeah, he used her Jungle Book reference against her. Always good to use the other party's words against them. And yes, Heather, I believe he kept our attention. So that was defense opening statement number 4. Let's see where we go from here.
Mr. Harvey, you wish to make an opening statement this time, sir?
Oh, Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey is the guy we listened to yesterday for a bit and last week when he did a very good history lesson about the Second Amendment. Didn't work, but yeah, let's listen to his opening statement.
Judge, on behalf of Mr. Nichols, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Gardner, we would reserve our opening statement under Uniform Superior Court Rule 10.2 until the completion of the state's case.
So noted, sir.
Okay, that was interesting. They reserve the right for opening statement until after the state's case in chief. That is an interesting tactics. Because I'm not in his head. I don't know what he believes or thinks. But we do know that the state on occasions have tried to move in surprises that they haven't disclosed to the court or to the defense team. So that's a good choice, especially if he thinks he has nothing to add to what the previous ones said. Then it's a good thing to reserve it. That's a wise choice. Okay.
All right. Mr. Matthews.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so they did walk through all 6 opening statements yesterday. Okay. And please hit that thumbs up. Helps the channel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, just need to stretch anything. My name is Carrington Matthews, Sr., Attorney Teresa Mafu, and Attorney Carrington Matthews, Jr. We have the pleasure.
A father-son defense team. Plus her. I missed her name. Interesting.
The honor of representing Mr. Marquavius Huey in these proceedings. Who is Marquavius Huey? Marquavius Huey is 27 years old. He is 27 years old. He was born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia. Born and raised in Jonesboro South housing projects, as you have heard about over these last several hours throughout these various opening statements. He has 6 other brothers and sisters, and he actually graduated, ladies and gentlemen, from South Atlanta High School in 2014. He has 2 children. He has a 4-year-old son, Major, and a 1-year-old daughter, Journey. Mr. Marquavius Huey is not a convicted felon. He can sit on a jury.
Thank you, Eugene.
He can own a firearm. He can vote. And he can do what other law-abiding citizens can do as a non-convicted felon. He has goals, ladies and gentlemen. He has goals of being able to one day open a store, a retail store that sells men's and women's clothing. It's one of his goals.
This is probably
And when
the
he grew up
last
in Jonesboro South, ladies and gentlemen, he grew up with various folks that live in that community. As any community that you live in, you gain friendships and you grow up together. And Mr. Huey, he grew up. He grew up with Jeffrey Williams. They were friends from childhood. That's what the evidence will show. You will learn it. Now, let's get into the overt act 76. This is a theft by receiving of a handgun in 2018. That's one of the overt acts in this case, ladies and gentlemen. Now, in that particular indictment back in 2018, that actual indictment was brought by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. They brought it in 2018 against Mr. Huey. Also in 2018, they reduced it to misdemeanor disorderly conduct. They gave him 12 months probation.
This is what I don't get. Well, I can tell you, this is what I don't get about the Georgia RICO Act. How it can allow previous convictions of sorts. They reduced it, in this case, to a misdemeanor whatever. And now, 5 years later, they bring back the original charges. How is that not double jeopardy? It's already that crime. That's done. Over with. That's another bite at the apple. I don't understand how the lawmaker and how that particular part of the Georgia RICO Act, how that is not unconstitutional. But that goes to what everybody I've heard talking about from Georgia-based lawyers, that the Georgia RICO Act is so broad and so vague, you can throw everything in it and hope for the best. But the Georgia RICO Act has never been challenged outside of Georgia on a federal level. I would assume that either this case or, as you might know, this is the same prosecution's team that is indicting former President Trump. So if these guys don't do it, because maybe they are, found not guilty, I can almost guarantee that former President Trump will take it all the way up to the Supreme Court, the Georgia RICO Act.
And they agreed to that reduction. This table, this organization, this agency, in 2018. Now, in 2018, they reached that agreement with Mr. Huey. Now here we are in 2022 when this case was indicted, and now in 23 when it's being heard, they're using the same charge that they initially charged him with, of theft by receiving of a handgun. They reduce it down to a little misdemeanor, disorderly conduct. And now they say, hey, let's tell the ladies and gentlemen of this RICO trial that this is an overt act in a RICO conspiracy in a YSL case. That's what they have brought to you in this indictment. The evidence will show that in 2018, this had nothing to do with anything concerning RICO. Because the evidence will show, had it, now keep in mind, the dates 2013 to even the present is what the government just told you all yesterday, was this RICO conspiracy. So in 2018, ladies and gentlemen, if this particular overt act has anything to do with a RICO conspiracy today, why did the same agency decide in 2018 that a felony theft by receiving charge negotiated, agreed to, should get reduced down to disorderly conduct? But this is what the evidence will show. You will learn it, and this is what's been handed to you. Now, let's break it down. This indictment. Counts 3 through 7 we're going to go through first, and then we're going to go through another grouping of counts. But there are a lot of charges in this indictment with respect to Mr. Huey. There are a lot of charges, right? But when these charges are put together the way that they are supposed to be, you will see as we get through this case that there are two cases that we're dealing with in these groupings, and then we're going to talk about another incident concerning the Fulton County Jail. So just stay with me. We're going to get there. Let's first talk about April 26, 2019. These are counts 3 through 7. Count 3, overt act 88. Mr. Huey is charged with armed robbery. They're saying that on April 26, they're alleging that Mr. Huey, as a party to a crime, committed this armed robbery against this gentleman by the name of DeJuan Maynard. That's what that particular count talks about, an armed robbery, using a firearm with an unknown person to take these items from this person. We're going to get into details, but I'm going to go over the charges first. Count 4. They are charging Mr. Huey with overt act 89, aggravated assault, saying that with that same firearm that Mr. Huey pointed the weapon at Mr. Maynard as he took the items, and that this makes up an aggravated assault. That's the charge. Going over the charges, then we're going to get into what the evidence is going to show. That's count 4. Count 5, the same one case we're talking about, the same one grouping, aggravated assault, because there was this other individual by the name of DeMond Jenkins who was with Mr. Maynard. So they have charged Mr. Huey with this ag assault on the DeMond Jenkins. Same grouping, same incident, April 26, 2019. And then count 6 are these tag-along charges that you typically come when you get charged with an armed robbery. You're going to get an ag assault, you're going to get possession of a firearm during a commission felony. That's how the government, that's how they indict cases. Those are the charges. We'll get into all that later, but these are the charges. We'll get into that at a different stage in this trial. But that's count 6, saying that Mr. Huey had in his possession this firearm when this alleged incident happened, where they are claiming that Mr. Huey was involved. We're going to get into it. And then 7 is that same gun charge against Mr. DeMond Jenkins.
We are waiting for the court to start, and meanwhile we are catching up on yesterday. So this is the last opening statement, and he's doing good so far. And yeah, the court said they will start at 10 a.m. But then again, they have said a lot about starting times and always being late.
So that's 3 through 7, ladies and gentlemen. April 26, 2019. So what happened? Let's get into it a little bit. April 26, 2019, around 12:39 a.m. in the morning, at 741 Morosco Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, at this apartment complex called Core Lindbergh Apartments. That's a stock photo of that particular complex. Now, here's the story. The story is that, and we're not disputing that this incident happened. We're disputing that Mr. Huey is ever a part of it. Mr. Huey stands before here. He signed an indictment and indicated that he is not guilty and he is innocent of these charges. And we stand here straight and we look you in the eye and we stand tall that Mr. Marquez Huey is innocent. So, April 26, 2019, you've got 3 individuals. They have left the apartment unit, and these 3 individuals are walking in the parking deck, right? They're walking to their car. 3 individuals. As they're walking to the car, these 3 individuals, they see 2 black males get out of a vehicle they describe it as a black Mustang with a temporary tag. So these 3 individuals, they're in the parking deck, they're walking to their car, and 2 other individuals get out of the car, and they begin to chase these 3 individuals. There's video surveillance in the parking garage. You will likely see this video surveillance. It's the government's case. They can present their case however they choose. If they choose to show you a video, you will see it. Right? Now, let's talk about these 3 individuals that are walking from their apartment to their car. Damon Jenkins, he lives there. He knows the apartment complex. He knows the parking deck, right? So he lives there. He's familiar with his spot. He's familiar with his crib, right? So he runs down the parking deck. So he sees them. He's walking. He sees them. He goes down. So he goes essentially left. Okay. That's Damon Jenkins, the apartment lessee, the owner of the apartment, his crib. Dewan Maynard. Dewan Maynard is with Damon Jenkins, right? What does he do? So he's visiting his friend, Damon Jenkins. Damon Jenkins has the keys to Maynard's vehicle. Maynard is the one with the jewelry and the items, right? Maynard, he goes right, and he goes up the parking deck, right? And he's running. Now, you've got this armed robbery that is occurring. You've got Damon Jenkins going left, down the deck. You've got Maynard going right, up the deck. Now, pay close attention. The 2 perpetrators, they decide that they are going to go after one person, not 2, right? This is an armed robbery, right? You've got 2 perpetrators. You've got 3 victims. One of those victims goes left. Jenkins, Maynard goes right. Maynard is the one person out of those 3 that those 2 perpetrators go after. So you've got 2 individuals that are the perpetrators chasing Maynard up the parking deck. The 3rd male, I guess he goes down and he is not chased. He goes down. One goes left. He ducks. The other one, Maynard goes up the deck. The 2 perpetrators chase Maynard. That's the story. That's how it's happening. Now, the 2 perpetrators, they reach Maynard. When they reach Maynard, ladies and gentlemen, Maynard, he says when he got hit with, one of them hit with the firearm, and that they took items. Now, these are the items that Maynard says were taken. This is what he says we're taking. He says a ring, a diamond 5-point star ring. He says 2 gold chain necklaces, one with a cross, another with diamonds, 1 pair of diamond earrings, a gold Gucci bracelet, a SunTrust debit card, a Gucci bag, a Louis Vuitton bag, and some cash. So you got all this grouping of items that Maynard says that was taken from him.
That's a lot of crap on him.
You've got police officers galore that come over to the scene, all right? So you've got responding officers, you've got white shirt officers, you've got sergeants, everybody responding there, trying to figure out what happened. They talked to Maynard and Jenkins, all right? They talked to the security guard, Joel Hines. Joel Hines, he says that, I was patrolling the area. I saw this black vehicle had been parked and running for about an hour or so. It had tinted windows, and I couldn't see inside. And, apartment owners, sometimes they'll come sit in their apartment in their cars before they go inside, so I didn't think anything of it. I didn't see anybody. I didn't get a look at anyone. So the security guard, he doesn't see any individuals that are in the black vehicle. They canvass the parking deck. The officers, they get surveillance videos from the parking garage. So that's what the officers are doing. That's what they did that night, right? Now, here's where it gets interesting, ladies and gentlemen. On April 26, 2019, at 12:39 in the morning, that's when this incident happened. Demond Jenkins, when he goes left, Demond Jenkins, who's the department owner, when he goes left, he goes downstairs, he runs out, and he happens to see an officer, he flags him down. So that officer's right there, pretty much, right? And then other officers start coming and converging on this incident scene to try to figure out what happened. But on that same day, later that day, Maynard, the one whose items he claims were taken, he does this, I don't know if he does an internet search, what he does. How in the world of millions?
Yeah, I know the ads are intrusive. We streamers, we have no choice anymore. Well, at YouTube. YouTube says we only have the choice to affect somewhat how often they show up. I have it on the absolute lowest setting. I can even show you. As you see here, live ad settings. I have no choice in not having ads. And it is lower earning, less interrupted viewer experience. That's the absolute lowest I can have. So if I could choose, I would choose to have 0 ads and just have, because YouTube takes 30 to 35% of each super chat, each membership, everything. So I would prefer if YouTube takes that cut and nothing else. Prove it or Valhalla gets the bottle again. What? Yeah, I think I just did. I have the monetization at the absolute lowest setting that YouTube allows me. Oh yeah, the state's first witness and the slide presentation wasn't turned over to all the defense attorneys. So again, we have the prosecution violating direct court orders. And the remedy seems to have been remove a bunch of the slides. I mean, how many times is the prosecution going to be allowed to violate direct court orders without any severe repercussions? Dave. Hi, Dave. Thank you for your $20. Nick has the most epic trial ever, showing some love and support. Thank you so much. And I think some people turn monetization on after the streams aren't yellow. Food for thought. Maybe. Or you can use yeah, I have to think about that. But thank you for the tip. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
Of social media people that are on social media, Instagrammers.
Oh, for frick's sake.
People that have pages. Maynard calls into zone 2 and he tells the police that he just happened to be scrolling Instagram and he saw a person wearing his diamond 5-point star ring. Imagine that. Less than hours. So what does he do? Maynard calls in. You will hear evidence.
Oh.
That when he calls in, that he sends some photographs. I'm going to get to that. So the case is assigned to Detective Jeffrey Henderson on April 28, 2019. So the case now has a detective. A couple days later, Detective Jeffrey Henderson now has this case. What does he do when he gets the case? Well, he gets Maynard to send him these photographs. He views the video surveillance footage that he obtained from the parking deck, from the apartment complex. And he asks him to send some pictures of the jewelry. So send this information that you found on Instagram, send me some pictures of your jewelry, and send me some videos, and let me take a look at the video surveillances that I was able to get from the parking deck. So these are the photographs that Maynard, the victim in the case, he sends Detective Jeffrey Henderson 2 separate Instagram pictures of 2 separate people. On the left there is a picture he sends of someone else, some person in the world on social media. Maynard sends that photograph, and he sends the one on the right. The one on the right is Mr. Huey's Instagram. The one on the left is someone else's Instagram. He sends these to Maynard, to the Detective Henderson. 2 different people with the same ring, or the similar ring, or some ring that looks like the one that he owned the same day. So he becomes his own detective. Now, the video that was obtained from the parking garage, ladies and gentlemen, that video, it shows the 2 perpetrators running after Maynard, right? One of those perpetrators has on like a black jacket and maybe some red pants or something of that nature. The other person has on a gold puff jacket and some black slacks, pants or jeans or whatever. So that's what the video is showing from the parking garage. So what does Detective Henderson do? So he goes on to Mr. Huey's page, and I guess starts scrolling Mr. Huey's page. Oh, Mr. Huey has a gold puff jacket. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? In this particular, Mr. Huey's is on the right. standing in front of a black Infiniti vehicle that belongs to his lady, Justice Woodard, who is the mother of their two children, Major and Journey. On the left is a photograph. You heard Mr. App talk about that huge discovery that was sent to us. The evidence will show that.
Thank you, Brandon. He was wearing clothing or whatever. Yay, crushing it. And thank you for your $2 super chat. And I'm looking at that. I don't think that's the same jacket that he claims. I mean, what's going on? Yeah, whatever.
That particular photograph is part of the discovery that came to us in this pile of evidence that is a part of this case. That on the left are two young men. And what's interesting here, ladies and gentlemen, is that apparently that year, the gold puff jacket from Zara was a very popular item for young people as part of their wardrobe. We know that because you're going to learn that this is what was sent to us, and that is what was going on with the dress back in 2019. 3 different people with the same gold puff jacket that was provided to us in discovery, that the government provided to us. So the gold puff jacket is relevant here. Why? Because what was Detective Jeffrey Henderson's investigation at that point? Maynard sends him these 2 hands with dissimilar jewelry. Maynard sends him a piece of jewelry of his own to say, hey, you know, this is what was one of the items that was taken from me. And the video, ladies and gentlemen, from the apartment complex shows a person with that similar gold puff jacket. And what does Detective Jeffrey Henderson do with that information, ladies and gentlemen? He completes it. He completes his investigation. This happened on April 26, 2019. 4 days later, he was arrested. On that investigation. That is the case. Now, there is no photographic lineup that was ever done. Maynard never says he saw Mr. Huey that night on April 26, 2019. They're not wearing masks. Mr. Devon Jenkins never selects Mr. Huey out of any photographic lineup. In fact, there was none done. There was no photographic lineup performed or attempted to be performed by Detective Henderson for the benefit of Maynard or the benefit of Jenkins in this case. He took what he got from that video surveillance, went on to receive the information that Maynard sent him, and decided that there was enough for a warrant. No photographic identification, no fingerprints left at any of those scenes, no shell casings that are linked to any firearms belonging to Mr. Huey. None of it. That's what you're going to learn. You're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that at any arrest that was made against Mr. Huey, with respect to these items that Mr. Maynard says were taken from him, a gold 5.5-star ring, these necklaces, these items that we're talking about here, the Gucci, the Louis Vuitton, the debit cards, none of those items have ever been found on Mr. Huey's person, on Mr. Huey's any car, in any residence. None. That's the state's case for those grouping of charges, ladies and gentlemen. No DNA. Detective Henderson didn't even, when they arrested Mr. Huey for those particular charges, those groupings of charges, he didn't come down to the jail and even pull him out of the cell and say, hey, I want to talk with you. Are you willing to talk with me? Of course, that's Mr. Huey's right to either talk to him or not talk to him, but he didn't even try. No other witnesses out there at that location that are going to tell you that they ever saw Mr. Huey at that location. That's what you're going to learn about that grouping of cases. No photographic lineup. Ladies and gentlemen, this is interesting. Listen to me very closely. You will not hear any evidence of a cell phone tower locating Mr. Huey at 741 Morosco Drive, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia. You will not hear it. In the technology-driven world that we live in, cell phone evidence is powerful in terms of being able to put people at locations. Ask me, did Detective Henderson make any efforts to do that? You will learn the answer is no.
Hey, Broken Baker sent people over. Thank you, Baker. That's very sweet. If you want to join Baker, just say so. I think you already have the link. But thank you so much for sending those people over. Great success. Baker quit his trial already. Or they're done for the day. Or it's lunch. Or I don't know. Yay! Bakerade. Bakerade. Sounds like a drink. Yay! Morning, my court is on a field trip. Oh, they're going on a crime scene visit. Okay, yeah, that will take a while. Okay, thank you so much. You have, if you should have the link. Let me check. Yep, you should have the link. If you want to join, just join. Would be more than happy to have you on. Let's continue here, at least. Hi, everybody. Good to see you all. Angelo, Bakerade is man juice. That is one of the defense lawyers in this case. He represents one of the 6 defendants. They are a lawyer team of 3 people. It is him, his son, and his daughter. And this is his opening statement. We have been listening to the final 4 opening statements from yesterday while we wait for today's trial to start. All right. Let's continue listening to him.
Okay, that was that grouping of cases, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? That was that case from April 26, 2019. Okay? Now let's move on to this other grouping of cases that we just, that I want to talk about now. So let's move on to another time and another place. Let's go to October 1st, 2020. Now, count 14, when you all get this indictment, count 14 over Act 116 charges Mr. Huey with armed robbery, alleging that Mr. Huey and another unknown person committed an armed robbery against a gentleman by the name of Gary Holloman. That's what count 14 says, by use of a firearm. That's 14. 15, we're still on October 1, 2020. These next series of counts are going to deal with one day. This particular count, 15, armed robbery, says that on that same evening, that Mr. Huey, along with this unknown person, committed this armed robbery against Jonisha Coppage, who was supposed to be, who was out there with Gary Holloman at an address that we're going to get to in just a moment. But I want to go over the charges first, and we're going to get into the facts in a moment. So that's the charge right there. Count 15, an armed robbery concerning Jonisha Coppage.
Just a little pause here. I see that we have live coverage from today's, but they are just lawyers and defendants talking to each other. So trial haven't started yet today.
Count 16. This is a big case, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm giving you an opportunity to try to organize it as best you can. Because we definitely have been learning all year how to organize a big case. Count 16. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Like I said, whenever there's this armed robbery allegation, it's going to come with a host of other counts and charges tagging along with it. Because that's the way the state and government, that's how they do it. That's how they get down, and that's how they do it. That's their right, and that's how they want to bring it. But we're going to talk about it. Count 16 alleges aggravated assault. So whenever you commit an armed robbery, then you've got a firearm, then you're going to get an aggravated assault charge with it. That's the aggravated account charge that deals with Gary Holloman. That's 16. 17 deals with Jonisha Coppage. 18 is another way of alleging an armed robbery. When you specifically use a firearm to take this clicker out of my hand, that's armed robbery. But if this clicker were an automobile, and I was sitting in this automobile, and you use a weapon to demand me to get out of the automobile, it's an armed robbery, but they call it, it's a separate charge that's called hijacking of a motor vehicle. Basically, it's an armed robbery of a car or a truck or a vehicle. That's count 18. They're saying that Mr. Huey, along with this other person, took a 2016 Buick LaCrosse from Gary Holloman. That's 18. 19, again, whenever there's a weapon that's involved, they're going to tag along this possession of a firearm to the commission of, in this case, the ag assault with a deadly weapon and the hijacking of a motor vehicle. So you're going to get a possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony charge. Same thing with respect to Ms. Coppage. Armed robbery and an aggravated assault to take that cell phone that she's saying was taken. You're going to get a count 20, a possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And then what they've done is they said in 21 that this was gang related. So they tack on.
Here is Baker.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Welcome. So your trial is on a field trip.
Yeah, it happened outside of a bar, so they went to see the bar, and we were told that yesterday, but we forgot because they said, "Well, we'll be back at 10 tomorrow." So we thought, "Well, we'll be back at 10." So we'll be back at 12. No, 1. So
Okay.
So I thought I was just jump in here while I'm setting up the afternoon stream, and then I can go and make dinner and don't have to stress because now I don't have to do it all in 50 minutes.
Oh, Baker, thank you for $5. Isn't 99.9% of this argumentative? I know it's just phrasing, but let's pull it together, boy. Yeah, he's walking the line about is presenting what the evidence will show. He does use a bit of an argumentative style, and the prosecution has done objections to other. This is opening statement number 6. One of them reserved. Yeah, there are 6 defendants, and each have their own lawyer in this RICO trial. One of the lawyers reserved his right to opening statement until after the prosecution's case in chief, which is highly unusual. But if he thinks that the other lawyers already said what he was planning to say, why use it? Why not reserve it till afterwards? Because you never know what evidence is thrown out, what the prosecution actually will show, and stuff like that. Thank you so much for your $5 super chat, Brandon. Yeah, so this is a RICO trial against the mumble rapper Young Thug and et al. And the YSL gang. And in my honest opinion, it's a load of horse shit. But here we are.
But how long have you've been going for 3 days?
Yeah.
I feel sorry.
Yeah, I've been covering this.
I'm gonna cover more cases while this case is on than you have covered in the entirety on your channel. You know that.
Yeah.
This is gonna be the longest case in history.
Yep. If the prosecution uses all of their witnesses, 737 witnesses in their case in chief. That does not include rebuttal. And the defense has a witness list of 59. That brings us up to close to 800. If they use 4 witnesses a day, that's 200 trial days. Yeah.
They should just get 10 more witnesses for the defense, just for the memes.
Just for the memes, yeah.
69 for 69.
Yeah.
And actually, Mass asks about reserve it to when the state rests. Yeah, we saw that in, I believe it was the Trones case. They asked for the same. They never used it, but they asked for it. They didn't put on a defense. They just said, well, the evidence is so weak, you should let him go. He got life in prison.
I do not feel this. I haven't covered. This is my first RICO case. But this particular one is horse manure. And because the amount of shenanigans from the prosecution here during all the pre-trial motions and hearings is astounding. They waited until Friday before trial start to get the final 100 witness list to give that to the defense. They waited to Friday before this trial started. They were court ordered to hand over the slides they were planning to use in their opening statement. They handed over 4 slides to the defense. When they started, they had 56 slides in their opening statement. So that put a hamper to it. I mean, the prosecution here is violating court orders, does not give up all the discovery until as late as humanly possible. They have unnecessary witnesses. They have 5 gang experts who all work in the same precinct. How is that not compound?
Is this the case with the where she had put on the name? She had put on some PowerPoint and put a name on of one of the lawyers on it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she seems so incompetent.
Yeah. And this is the same district attorney. She's not there now during opening statements. This is the same district attorney who is indicting former President Trump under RICO charges. So this is the same county. And they plan to have these 2 ginormous RICO trials going parallel because they plan to charge Trump in the next couple of months. And this trial will go on for at least 6 months.
That's just crazy.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Matt. Cumulative, not compound. Yes, this judge is elected and his term ends December 2024. So we will see if he wants to be re-elected. Yeah. But yeah, let's listen to this guy. I think, yeah, he's almost done. And then we are waiting for today's trial. I see now at 10:30. They were supposed to start at 9 a.m. It's 10:30 and now the jury walks in. But we only have a few minutes left here, so let's finish this off.
A criminal street gang charge. The same thing for Ms. Coppedge. So those are the street gang charges that they've alleged. That's 23. So let's get into it now. So those are the charges, ladies and gentlemen. On October 1, 2020, 250 Fulton Street, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia. Not very far from where we are now, over by the juvenile court building. They're alleging that on this particular October 1, 2020, in the evening hours, that these charges that we just talked about occur. Now let's deal with it. What is being alleged here? Gary Holloman, who's no longer with us, ladies and gentlemen. Gary Holloman sold pills for a living. He was a drug dealer. And Mr. Huey had gotten injured. And his injury was the result of a shot to his leg and being out in the public and living in the area. There was a shooting incident. He got shot. Okay? When he got shot, he ran out of the ability to get medicine the right way. So what did he do? He found that this guy Holloman that he knew through this other person, Mender, that Mr. Holloman sold Percocets. So what happens? He had been dealing with Mr. Holloman for some period of time. You're going to hear about it. And how do you know you're going to hear about it? Because when Detective Henderson comes into this courtroom and sits in this witness stand, I'm going to ask him questions about it. Now, Huey knows Gary Holloman because they had been doing business. Mr. Holloman purchased 2 or 3 pills periodically, $20 a pop, Percocets. And he dealt with Holloman various occasions. Nothing unusual. I'm going to meet you. I'm going to call you, right? He calls him. Huey calls Holloman from time to time, right? And when he calls Holloman from time to time, Holloman, in fact, you will learn through Henderson that Henderson, when they arrested Mr. Huey on these charges, they sit Mr. Huey down in an interview room. And when they sit Mr. Huey down in an interview room, Henderson reads him his rights. And Mr. Huey agrees to talk with him without an attorney. He doesn't have anything to hide. I'm okay talking to you without a lawyer. He sits down, talks to him. And Mr. Huey, he didn't know specifically why he was even being arrested at that moment. And you'll hear about it, right? And when you hear about it, Henderson is saying, hey, somebody's saying that you carjacked him. Okay, tell me about it. What are you talking about? And then Huey and Detective Henderson, Huey says, okay, so you're talking about the streets have been talking. The streets have been talking. They saying that I set Holloman up. They saying I set Holloman up. I didn't set Holloman up. I deal with Holloman. I set this man up. Holloman chose this particular location for us to meet, and we've met before. I know this man. In fact, and here's where it gets real interesting. In fact, Huey says to to Henderson, Detective Henderson, you can look through my phone. So, Henderson looks through the phone. And what does he see, ladies and gentlemen? He sees
Your Honor, we're going to object to this portion of
Basis.
self-serving hearsay.
Yes, the evidence will show.
I'll overrule the objection.
The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that Henderson, they have the phone out. Huey's leaning over. Henderson has the phone. They're scrolling. Okay. But the warrants had already been written up. He was in jail. He was arrested that night. He was being arrested for it on the 24th of November, 2020. But Mr. Huey shows Mr. Henderson that he and Holloman had a relationship. You got something I want. You got something that I want to get. Some Percocets. They're available. That was our relationship, right? Now, that's what Huey says to Henderson, and is corroborated in a phone that belonged to Mr. Huey that Henderson was allowed to look at on that particular morning when they arrested this man. So that's what came out from Mr. Huey. Let's talk about what came out from Mr. Holloman when he called 911. So what does Holloman basically say in the 911 call? He says that I just got robbed, and he says my nephew homeboy robbed me. My nephew's homeboy robbed me. That's what he says. And I was meeting with him because my nephew wanted me to give him some money to put on my nephew's books at the Fulton County Jail. That's what Holloman says to 911. Now, you're going to ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show that you don't need to give money to your nephew's homeboy to put on your nephew's books at the Fulton County Jail. The evidence will show there are many ways in which you can put money on somebody's books at the Fulton County Jail instead of giving money to your nephew's homeboy. So, you are going to have to reconcile that story that my man Holloman told 911. And in the 911 call, he didn't say, that's what he said. My nephew's homeboys, I'm putting some money, giving money to giving some money to my nephew homeboy. That's what he said. So you're going to reconcile those. You're going to have to balance those two versions of events. You're going to have to ask yourself, and here's the other thing you're going to learn with this same case. You're going to learn that Mr. Holloman tells Mr. Henderson that Mr. Huey didn't have a firearm. And he's going to say, whatever he's going to say from my understanding is somebody just walked up out of the dark and put a stick on him and took his car, not Mr. Huey. What is Delmisha Coppage? Delmisha Coppage, you're going to learn that she actually lived at 250 Fulton Street, right? And that Mr. Holloman was there to meet her, right? And you're going to learn from Delmisha Coppage, if they decide to call her as a witness, that they interviewed Delmisha Coppage in September of 2022. Shortly after they indicted this case that we're here today on, they decided to go out and, do their field interviews of their alleged victims and talk to them. In September of 2022, Delmisha Coppage tells Officer Investigator Viverito, she tells this law enforcement person that, they took BG's car, Gary Holloman, BG. They took BG's car, and they also took my car, the one left in my car. You will hear that. And there had been no information, allegations of her car ever being taken on October 1, 2020 until September 22nd, 2022, when she told it to Investigator Viverito. Mr. Hughes not even charged with taking Delmisha Coppage's vehicle. Why would she say something like that? So you all, as the triers of fact, fancy little phrase that we use in the legal business, you all as the deciders will have to determine with whom you will believe. What is the credibility? So those are things and decisions that you will have to make. But her car was never, ever taken. These are the items that were claimed to have been taken. A Buick LaCrosse, Gary Holloman's cell phone, Delmisha Coppage's cell phone, and Mr. Holloman tells him $10,000 in cash. You will be assessing the credibility of witnesses throughout this case for each of these wrongfully accused individuals that are seated at these tables. Now, witnesses are going to come into this courtroom, and they're going to sit right here. And you'll see me. You may see Attorney CJ. You may see some of these other lawyers. We're going to be standing right here, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be asking them questions on the witness stand. And they would come into this court and raise their hand, promising to tell them God's honest truth. And when we get them into this courtroom, and when we cross-examine them, and we bring it out and establish certain things, we're going to come back to you, and we're going to tell you why, when we set this in opening, that this is the way it should go. Let's change gears. A few last gears to change. I know it's a long day. We're getting there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to a different day and time. So that
we will be roughly 10 minutes behind the court, and we will catch up. because this court have sidebars. They had first 2 days, 4 hours of delay, and 8 sidebars. So we will catch up.
How's that case? So we have covered counts 3 through 7 for an April 26, 2019 situation. We have covered, and by the way, before I get into this, let me back up one more step. No vehicle lacrosse was ever found in Mr. Huey's possession. No cell phone was ever found in Mr. Huey's possession belonging to Jamisha Coppage, Garrett Oliver. And in fact, there's technology out here, ladies and gentlemen, where these smartphones, these iPhones, they stay on, right? You can track these bad boys. We're gonna be asking questions down the line. So when I'm up standing and cross-examining and talking to these witnesses, pay very close attention to, that technology, these smartphones. What did Detective Henderson do to follow up?
Mr. Matthews, I hate to interrupt your opening remarks. Can we take a brief comfort break? How much longer do you have, sir?
Probably 30 minutes.
What?
You just said it.
Break, okay. 10 minutes, ladies
You
and
just
gentlemen.
said they will have breaks all the time, and then they go
Yeah.
to a break.
All right, so you're,
Yeah, but I can't see him actually coming back. Then they had this hearing about. Oh, he did came. Yeah, but this is the tempo they have had all 3 of the 5 opening statements we heard. Decent to good. One was I prefer a short, bad one before a long-winded, half-assed one. And 3 hits, 2 misses. And no, we will not show the last 30 minutes of opening statements. I think we heard enough. Because it's more or less the defense saying the prosecution has nothing. But that's the RICO Act. Instead of charging these people individually. And most of these things they were never charged. In some occasions, the prosecution themselves said back in 2013, 2014, 2015, said, it's not them. I mean, it's, yeah. But we are now into finally day 3.
Fun Size has a good question. Have they proven they are a gang? How did the prosecution talk about that in there?
Where?
It's the 4th.
There.
Yeah.
No, that's the allegation. Allegation under the RICO Act is that they are charged under the RICO Act because the prosecution claims they are a criminal enterprise. So that's one of the charges, and then they have to prove it.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah. So if they can't prove they are in an actual criminal enterprise, all of it falls apart.
it's just so stupid.
Yeah. So under the charge 1 is the Georgia RICO Act. In that charge, they have 191 acts. They have 56 charges in this trial. So they have the charges, and then they have the underlying acts under that charge. It's so stupid.
Yeah, that is very, very stupid.
Yeah. And this is the same prosecution team that is charging former President Trump under the RICO Act.
Well, that'll probably go well.
Sure.
Whatever you say.
But, yeah, let's see what day... Yeah, day 1. First witness the prosecution is going to call is one of the gang experts. One of the 5 who works in the same precinct. they kind of forgot again to hand over the slides to all of the defense teams.
Well, that happens.
Yeah, but this is the second time in 3 days or 2 days the prosecution team has forgotten to hand over by court order the slides they are going to use to the defense. Yeah.
But,
Yeah, so I mean, if I would take a non-calculated guess, so far, if this keeps going, I don't know how the judge can avoid calling a mistrial if the prosecution keeps evidence and stuff like that by court order from the defense. But unmute and let's play.
Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts, and Mr. Sharp. Where's Mr. Botts? Is he? Okay, no problem. Oh, no problem. All right.
Okay, they have a
Mr.
roll call.
Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard. Good morning, councils. Mr. Kendrick and Ms. Hingerty. Good morning. All right, Mr. Healy and Mr. Masters Senior and Junior. Good morning. All right. Mr. Nichols and Mr. West, I should say, Ms. Westmoreland, Mr. Harvey, and Mr. Garner. Good morning, councils. And then Mr. Ryan and Mr. Williams. All right, good morning. All right, ladies of the state, good morning, Ms. Hilton, Ms. Love. Good morning, and Mr. Smith and Mr. Brown, good morning.
Why don't they go after the Crips and the Bloods in Atlanta? I have no idea. Now they are claiming Mr. Young Thug or Mr. Jeffrey Williams and the YSL gang is blood associates of sorts. Because sometimes in their text they changed C's to B's, and we heard that in the Melly trial. That's very good code, that you change all C's to B's.
And then you're something.
Yeah.
Crips or blood. Well. Okay.
Yeah. But that's the Melly trial, that's Jeff's trial, and he can keep that one.
You don't want
I
any
have
more.
enough. I have enough. I don't want to do another rapper trial for as long as I'm doing this after this one. I will be so sick and tired of rapper trials. But hey, this one was interesting. But when I said I would do this trial, I had no idea it would take at least 6 months.
Sometimes we get burned.
Tianina knows how to do. Yeah, I see what you. I hear what you say.
Thanks, sir. All right. Our jury matter that we took up last night in regards to a dual purpose limiting instruction. I've had the state as well as the defendant's proposed instruction. I've also had a chance to take a look at our case law that has been cited for the proposition before, as well as the cases that Mr. Harvey gave me yesterday, United States versus Jett, U.S. versus Hawkins, and United States versus Perry. I've had an opportunity to take a look at those particular cases, and I'm going to instead give a variation of the expert witness jury instruction, as well as the credibility of witness instruction, and that comes from our Georgia jury pattern instructions 1.3130 expert witnesses and 1.3110 credibility witnesses. I'll read those. You're about to hear testimony from a witness who may be qualified as an expert. Testimony will be given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts.
Yeah, and for you who saw my coverage of the Daubert hearings, when the judge is talking about experts, they are allowed to speculate under their supposed expert area of expertise. And this, one of the experts, I've said this, and that is the pinch and zoom guy that the prosecution wanted in as a forensic video analyst. But when they did the Daubert hearing and questioned him, all he has done for the Georgia police for 25 years is they send him a video, say, we want that piece enhanced on that minute, second, whatever. So what he does, that he plays the video, pauses, takes a screenshot, takes that screenshot, puts it into Photoshop, and enhance it. That is all he has done for the past 25 years for the Georgia police departments. I had no idea you can have that as a career. So he didn't get in as a forensic video analyst. He came in as a video enhancing expert. Have you ever heard of something that stupid?
No, and again, it's you can't do that. It's that's just so stupid. But yeah, that's the worst part of covering trials. You just at some point start shaking your head at the stupidity of some of the decisions they do. But Nick, it's around 5, so I'll jump off and start making me some dinner so I can get ready for my own show later. I won't say have fun, because you won't have fun. You
Don't
will
have an
be wishing-
aneurysm.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
will be wishing for a root canal before this trial is over. Thank you for having me on, and have a great show with all
Yeah.
of your
Everybody,
great chatters.
go over and subscribe to Baker and everything. See you around. Thank
See you later. Bye.
Bye-bye. And thank you, Brandon, for your $5 super chat. Nailed it. Got a family subscription to skip these brutal ads. Got 3 spots left. Yeah, you're very, very sweet of you to super chat. And I understand why you want to have a YouTube subscription. And I know the ads, they're not fun. But I have no choice. I am at the lowest possible setting on ads. Because YouTube says I have to have them. I don't want them. Imagine, say this trial. Jury foreperson or whoever starts reading the verdict. Boom, YouTube says now it's time for a 30-second ad. I mean, it's infuriating. I understand why they do it to tech guys and whatever's, but I cover trials live. I don't want ads. They get plenty of revenue from super chats, from memberships, from everything. Please, YouTube, allow me to have ad-free streams. But as of now, I can't do anything about it. But here we go. Trial start. Day 3.
I'm going to put maybe given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Experts are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You're not required to accept the testimony of any witness, expert or otherwise. Testimony of any expert, like that of all witnesses, to be given only such weight and credit as you think is properly entitled to receive. And then I will tell the jury, you, the jury, must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witnesses' manner of testifying, their intelligence, their means and opportunity for knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability and improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. I will give that in combination before Detective Belknap testifies.
Question, Your Honor.
Yes.
Will we be giving a similar
limiting instruction before every expert witness. The reason that I ask is that we will not be using Detective Belknap today as a fact witness. And the reason for demarcating the testimony is, of course, to comply with the court's concerns regarding dual purpose witnesses.
All right, wait, it's your choice as to whether or not you're going to do that. Who are you calling to begin with?
We are calling Detective Belknap.
Okay, and he's going to just be a fact witness?
An expert witness.
He's going to be an expert witness?
Yes.
Okay, well, I will give.
They are using the same guy as an expert witness and a fact witness. Oh. Well, at least they combine him. Maybe they can throw out a few other witnesses. I heard that too, but I would assume his name is something else. Oh, hold on. I will show you again. Hold on. This is how it looks at my... Hold on. Oh. Hold on. There. This is how it looks at my page. Monetization on, so I can receive memberships, gifted memberships, and super chats. Live ad setting, conservative. Now, I can choose this. But then everybody gets ads every 30 minutes. And that would break everything up for everybody. So after testing both of them, the lowest amount of ads is this. The conservative, let YouTube insert mid-rolls for you at a conservative rate. That's the absolute lowest I can go, sadly. But we are here for this trial. Dun, dun, dun. There. Let's put jingles up there again. Let's do that. Yep. Let's go.
That particular instruction. Any issue? Counsels for the defense?
Well, yes, you would object to you giving.
Of course.
That pattern charge as opposed to the charge that we suggested come directly from Jackson and then following it up at the end of the testimony at the end of the case with the credibility.
Mr. Harvey, I've taken a look at all these three cases. They're not binding on me. They're persuasive authority. Perry is even though it's an 11th Circuit case, it's persuasive authority, but I'm not going to follow that. I believe that given what's going to be testified to in this case, the expert witness testimony as well as the credibility witness testimony will cover that. So I'll note your objection, sir, for the record, and let's move on.
Thank you. And by the way, the Court of Appeals has just rejected a pattern charge.
A pattern charge as to what?
Well, just the fact that a pattern charge is acceptable, and I'm objecting to this particular pattern charge. I just want to say that the Court of Appeals says just because it's a pattern charge doesn't mean it's good.
Ordinarily, because if it's not tailored, that's the issue. And it also depends upon what's been presented in the case. So I may tailor it accordingly, depending upon what is testified to. But given this issue, I believe that should cover it. So for the time being, I'd like to call the jury, Mr. Steele. So
I'd like you to add one sentence, if you don't mind, to what you're going to charge the jury over objection.
As to what, sir?
Whether.
As to what, expert or the credibility witnesses? The pattern jury instruction for experts is 1.3130 and credibility witnesses is 1.3110.
So it's at the end of the second paragraph.
Of what? Which one?
The end of the second paragraph, 1.31.30.
That's expert testimony.
Like the Supreme Court, you say whether any witness is an expert is solely for you, the jury, to determine, based upon the law that I will give you more fully at the end of this case, because this is not going to be the only charge that affects this witness word experts. And without saying.
Okay, they are still arguing outside of the jury, and Ghostly, did anyone mention the adorable service dog yet? Not yet. And for you who don't know, the judge has a service dog, Judge Glanville. And he has it. It's a 2-year-old Labrador Retriever named Jack. And he has it because of his PTSD from his service in Afghanistan. So first of all, thank you, Judge, for your service. And I'm happy you have that help available to you. I still haven't seen how it looks. I will try to find it for you while we keep listening to these guys.
And you're going to charge them later as well. I think that you're looking at that. That's my objection. So that's the objection.
And Your Honor, the state would object to that if we're not going to do that with every expert witness that's being called.
Yeah, I'm good. Mr. Steele, I'll note your objection. Summon our jury for me, please.
All right, for the jury.
Hold on. I found Judge Glanville's service dog. There he is. That's Jack, the Judge Glanville's service dog, 2-year-old Labrador Retriever. Aw, doggy. Okay, now we have it. Now we know how it looks like behind that desk. Okay, let's get back to the trial. Dun dun dun. I'm playing in 1.25, so we get caught up. But we will catch up eventually because there is always breaks and stuff like that in this trial.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Good to see all of you again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation of the case. The state prepared to call its first witness?
The state is, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before this witness is called, I'm going to read you an instruction, okay? You're about to hear testimony from a witness who may be qualified as an expert. Testimony may be given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Experts are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witness, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think is properly entitled to receive. You, the jury, must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their intelligence, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability and improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Call your first witness, please.
State calls Detective Mark Belknap.
Summon Detective Belknap, please. Detective Belknap, good morning, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, before you sit down, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth.
A white gang expert. Yay.
State, spell your first and last name for the court. Now into the microphone, please.
My name is Mark Belknap, M-A-R-K-B-E-L-K-N-A-P.
Good morning, Detective Belknap. How are you?
Good morning.
Detective Belknap, would you start off by introducing yourself to the jury and telling them where it is that you work currently?
So good morning. I'm Detective Mark Belknap. I'm employed by the Atlanta Police Department.
What is your position with the Atlanta Police Department?
So I'm a detective in our gang unit.
How long have you held that position?
I've been in the gang unit since 2012. I'm sorry, I've been in the gang unit since 2009, been a detective in the unit since 2012.
Prior to working as a detective in the gang unit, did you hold any other positions at the Atlanta Police Department?
I did.
Would you tell the jury about them?
So I started out in 2005 in our police academy, graduated and became a patrol officer, initially assigned to Zone 6, which is our patrol zone that covers East Atlanta, the east side of the city.
After that time, or when you transferred in the city of Atlanta Police Department?
So after a couple of years on patrol, what we call the watch, I served for a couple of years on a field investigations team, or a FIT team. Essentially, we do plainclothes and undercover work within the patrol zone, often responding to crime trends within the zone. These may be burglaries, robberies, narcotic sales, things of that nature. We did that for about 2 years.
Were there any differences between your responsibilities as a member of the FIT team and your responsibilities as a patrol officer?
There were.
Would you explain those to the jury?
Relevance. That objection, sir? Mr. Steele?
Yes.
Overruled.
You may go ahead.
As a patrol officer, our primary responsibility is responding to calls for service. If someone calls 911, needs assistance, we would then respond. And
I think that was a good objection, because he's there in this particular moment in time. He's there as a gang expert and nothing else. Whatever he did before he became in the gang unit and got that is, in my opinion, irrelevant. But here we are.
Answer that call. And they also do proactive patrol, things of that nature, attempting to deter crime by officer presence. As part of the field investigations team, we did more investigative style work. If crime was occurring, as I mentioned before, burglaries, robberies, things of that nature, we would attempt investigative work to determine who may be committing those crimes, why they may be happening, and where, and attempt to intercede and stop those crime patterns or trends.
Now, in both your positions as a patrol officer and your position with the FIT team, did you have an opportunity to regularly interact with people in the community as well as people that you were investigating?
I did.
And did all of those interactions result in someone's arrest, or were some of them non-custodial type interactions?
Particularly as a patrol officer, the vast majority of contacts that I had did not result in anyone's arrest. And even on the FIT team, we often interacted with the community through community meetings to be able to hear firsthand from the community what their concerns were in particular neighborhoods. And so oftentimes our interactions had nothing to do with arresting anyone.
After you worked on the FIT team, what other positions within the Atlanta Police Department did you hold?
So as I mentioned earlier, in 2009, I was transferred to our gang unit, initially as an officer in that unit. I worked as a patrol officer assigned to the gang unit for several years, and then was promoted in August of 2012 to detective, and have remained in the gang unit since that time.
Let's talk a little bit about the gang unit and your qualifications for being an investigator within the gang unit. What training did you get before being assigned as a patrol officer to the gang unit as it relates to gangs?
So the initial training that we get is in the police academy. We have a fairly short course, introductory course, to help us recognize criminal street gangs and potential criminal street gang activity. After that, the next gang training that I got specifically would have been in 2008 as part of that field investigations team. I took 2 classes in particular that year. One of them was a criminal street gang strategic operations course. The purpose of that course was to provide some information on the recognition and identification of gang members and gang activity, but also to help us plan operations to combat criminal activity in places where they were committing crime in a particular community. So those may be leveraging resources like probation and parole officers, how to set up tactical operations in a way that's safe for the officers that are involved. Sometimes using plainclothes or undercover officers in order to be able to observe and interact with gang members. The second course that I took in 2008 was an advanced gang prosecutions course. That course focused more on understanding our state's gang statute, our state's gang law, and the application of that law to crimes committed by gang members, understanding what was necessary to prosecute those crimes, and how to identify and recognize whether a crime was, in fact, in violation of that law.
Your Honor, may we approach?
And sidebar.
Yes, Mr. Steele. Turning devices on. Just Mr. Steele. And turn your devices down, please.
And here's the sidebar. Yeah, while they are talking, remember, please hit that like button, the thumbs up. It helps the channel, helps promote the channel to other people who wants to see this. And yeah, hit that subscribe button if you haven't done that yet. And I hope you will enjoy it, because I have been practicing law for over 30 years. So I do believe I can combine sharing the knowledge I have with you while I learn about US law. And this particular case, I will share it so we all learn this together. And the occasional shouting at the prosecution, shouting at the defense, and shouting at the judge, shouting at the jury, shouting at myself. Trying to entertain you while during even the most boring parts of this trial, because there will be extremely boring parts of this trial. But I said this from the start when I started covering this case back in May, I think. I will cover this gavel to gavel, either through live streaming, recaps, either daily recaps or every other day recaps, depending on, because I'm still practicing. I have a day job, so I can't be here all day, every day, sadly. I wish I could, but I'm not that size of a channel yet. We can jump ahead a bit.
Your Honor, will the court hear this ruling?
I should say, I'm not. Yes.
I believe I completed answering the question.
Okay. Now, when you spoke about leveraging resources such as probation officers.
Objection to repeating the direct, just ask a question. Object.
When you spoke about leveraging resources such as probation officers, during your training that you received during the strategic operations course, would you explain to the jury what that entails and why that is important?
Sure. So dealing with criminal street gangs.
Yeah, this gang expert has been, I mean, seriously, not even a year combined. Do I have redirect set up from Legal Advices? Everybody can redirect here. It's up to Jeff. Jeff redirected here yesterday. I'm eternally grateful for it every time, but I do also know that he redirects to different people. And because he's a bigger channel and he has a larger audience, so every time, even if it's once a week, I'm eternally grateful. But yes, I have it set up. But thank you again for your super chat. I'm very much appreciative of it.
Inevitably, at some point, some will be arrested, and at some point, they may be placed on probation as part of their sentence. And as part of their probation, oftentimes there are specific criteria, specific rules that they must follow as part of their probation, including things like not congregating or associating with other gang members, not participating in criminal activity, things of that nature. In order to address gang activity, it's often helpful to work with probation officers to help report those things that we may observe that may be violations of their probation, in order to keep them on track of probation, or to the extent that they may not be willing to follow probation, open up the door for potential violation of their probation.
Prior to working with the Atlanta Police Department, had you any training or any education as it relates to gang activity or criminal street gangs?
I had some.
Would you explain that to the jury?
So I have a degree in sociology from Emory University. I graduated a long time ago. I guess I'll put it on the record in 2001. During my study of sociology at Emory, I had the opportunity to take a class on juvenile delinquency, and it was taught by Dr. Robert Agnew, who's one of the country's foremost experts on juvenile delinquency. As part of that course, we studied delinquent peer groups and street gangs, as well as other aspects of juvenile delinquency throughout the semester-long course.
I'm going to show you that the mark has been provided to the defense as State's Exhibit 1, lowercase alpha, is a curriculum detail. May I approach on?
Yeah, no. Sorry to jump in.
It has been provided to the defense And it has been previously during a separate hearing.
I thought they were changed since you last provided that.
I can state that it has not, and Your Honor, I'll ask the witness to do so as well, so that the testimony is reflected in the record.
Okay.
Showing you State Exhibit 1A, do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a copy of my curriculum vitae.
It's your
And
CV.
if I may suggest,
Don't use big words.
there's a bigger font, so.
Yes.
It's a bigger font so you can read it easier.
Do you recognize
I do.
1A?
I agree.
I do.
I mean,
Has it in any way materially been altered since the last time that you provided it to the state?
No, ma'am.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the curriculum vitae that reflects your experience in training and education?
It is.
Your Honor, the state tender State Exhibit 1A.
Any objection to states 1A?
Go now to the jury, yes, sir, not to the record.
States 1A will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have one objection.
What's the basic objection, Mr. Harvey?
There is a sentence in the proposed exhibit.
oh, use the microphone, lawyer. Use the microphone.
It's not going to go to the jury, so can we deal with it another time, sir?
Sure.
Okay, all right, okay. I'll make a note to do that.
Detective Belton, if you tell the jury, once you completed your education, your undergraduate studies, did you immediately go into law enforcement?
I did not.
Tell the jury what it is that you did.
So I worked for several years in private security, mainly at nightclubs around the city. I'm a post-college job for a few years until I decided what I wanted to do with my life and joined the Atlanta Police Department.
And working in private security and nightclubs around the city, did that give you the opportunity as well to interact with members?
I sustain the objections to this one.
While you perform your duties as private security, did you have any opportunities to interact with members of the
So he
community?
was a pretend
I
cop
did.
before he got an actual cop.
And were those in confrontational situations or various types of situations?
Various situations, and working in night.
What does this have to do with him as a gang expert? This is why I have such issues with admitting expert in a narrow, and then they try to use it as broadly as possible.
Clubs, you can imagine there were occasional conflicts, but one of the things that I did professionally in that capacity was really worked on ways to provide customer service more so than anything else in that security environment, which we were very successful at.
To become a law enforcement officer with the city of Atlanta, are you required to be post certified? And by post, I speak of the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council of Georgia.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you post certified?
I am.
Have you remained post certified during your entire time with the Atlanta Police Department?
I have.
Once you were assigned to the gang unit, did you receive any further training as it relates to the identification, the investigation, and the practices of criminal street gangs?
I did.
Would you tell the jury about those trainings?
Sure. So riding in the gang unit, we essentially got a lot of on-the-job training initially, but I also got connected with several intelligence meetings that are held in jurisdictions around the state, particularly around the metro Atlanta area. I began attending the Gwinnett County Gang Intelligence Meeting. They meet monthly, and I went fairly regularly, even early on. And those meetings typically will have two components. The first would be a training session, someone coming in to offer some sort of training on some aspect of gang recognition, identification, or prosecution. And then the second part would be an intelligence sharing session where investigators working a variety of cases can bring those and present them to the group and ask for assistance going through those and looking for investigative leads or maybe tying cases together across different jurisdictions. So got a lot of early education there from some very experienced gang investigators. And after those first couple of years, I began getting
That's an interesting fact. Emory is a Southern Ivy League school, and he worked as a bouncer while determining what he's going to do after it. I need to find his actual college degree, because if he entered in and got into that level of education, and now, no disrespect for cops, but if you have a higher education, why would you why would you choose a job as a patrol officer? Interesting. Thank you, Aaron Clast.
More formal training and attending more courses as well. In 2012, I went through our state's 40-hour gang investigators course, which is taught at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. It's a week-long course that covers essentially all aspects of gang recognition and investigation, including history of street gangs, recognition of street gangs, even practical exercises in decoding gang messages or gang language, as well as information on the law as it pertains to street gangs and applying that and testifying in court. Other training that I received over the years, I've been able to attend for many years the Georgia Gang Investigators Association Annual Training Conference. That again is a week-long training session, and it has multiple sessions by gang trainers and experienced gang investigators or prosecutors from around the state and even from all over the country who come in and teach on specialized topics within this world of criminal street gang investigations. And I've attended that for many years. I've also had the opportunity to attend the National Gang Violence Conference in Los Angeles, California. That's hosted by the California Gang Investigators Association, and it again has speakers from all over the state of California as well as the country, and has a focus on West Coast gangs, which has been very helpful to developing my knowledge and my understanding of criminal street gangs. The last several years, I've attended the World Gang Summit, which was hosted by the National Alliance of Gang Investigators Associations, and it brings in a perspective nationally and even internationally to the world of gang investigations and recognition.
Has the training that you have received during your time with the Atlanta Police Department regarding gang activity and criminal street gangs come only from conferences and classes that you've attended?
It has not.
Would you explain to the jury where else it comes from?
So as I said, we get a lot of on-the-job training. A lot of what we learn about gangs and what they're doing comes from the gangs themselves. Sometimes that's our own observations of them, our own investigative work. Sometimes it comes from talking to gang members, not always in custodial situations. This could surprise you, but oftentimes we develop a rapport or kind of an ongoing relationship with some of the gang members here in the city. I've even had the opportunity to mentor a couple of young men who were either close to or in gang life in an effort to help them find another path, a better path for them. So a lot of our education may actually come from the gangs themselves. Addition to that, I do a lot of my own reading and research. I try to stay up to date on the current criminology and sociology research as it pertains to street gangs. And I also regularly communicate with other investigators and officers within my own department, my own unit, as well as around the metro area, around the state, and even now in a network around the country to continue that education and understanding of current activity with gangs. So there are a variety of places that this training and experience comes from.
Have you ever taught classes on criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity?
I have.
Would you tell the jury about those classes?
Sure. So I'm a post-certified instructor, which means the state has put me through a training course to allow me to be an instructor. And I now teach a variety of courses on criminal street gangs, from initial recognition and identification courses to courses about
the dangers with from let's see this from a defense point of view. So everybody here who is testifying has been taught by you. Okay, what if you are wrong? That means the entire gang task force are being trained by a person who is wrong. Pure speculation from my part. He might not be wrong. I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
Investigating gang activity, as well as best practices around preparing gang cases for prosecution. I serve as an instructor for the Georgia Gang Investigators Association in several classes that we teach, including a basic gang investigator certification course, as well as our intermediate gang investigator certification course.
Do you ever teach persons other than law enforcement officers, for instance, prosecutors, about gang activity?
I do.
Tell the jury about that, please.
So oftentimes when teaching, especially within the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, we're teaching not only to law enforcement, but also to prosecutors and corrections. And we actually co-teach, and we'll often bring in prosecutors to serve as instructors as well within those courses. Additionally, I've had the opportunity to present on gangs to a variety of community groups over the years who wanted to know more about criminal street gangs. One example is Grady Hospital. Hospital technicians often are treating patients who may have been injured by way of gang activity, and they had some concerns about ensuring that.
Yes, Your Honor. The detective is not offering the testimony for the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll rule the objection.
Thank you. You may go ahead, please.
So in treating patients that may have been a victim or potentially involved some way in gang activity, they wanted to ensure that they were able to protect both the patient that's being treated as well as deal with any issues that may arise as family and friends respond to the hospital after an event would happen. So in an effort for patient care, I've done some training for them. I've also done gang presentations for groups that deal with refugees. Oftentimes refugee communities may find themselves with unstable social environment around them, unstable living environment that unfortunately often breeds criminal street gangs. And so groups that provide services to refugees oftentimes will want training to help them intervene and dissuade young people from joining or being involved in street gangs and help the community respond to that in a way that's healthy and good. So not only in law enforcement and prosecutors, but I've also had the chance many times to share gang information with members of the community who are helping to solve this issue.
When you are interacting with prosecutors, what is it that you are attempting to train prosecutors on that you feel will in any way be useful to prosecutors?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Excuse me. So one of the things that we realized along the way of working with prosecutors on criminal street gang investigations is that oftentimes we expect prosecutors to understand what we're seeing on the street gangs the same way that we see it. The reality is that oftentimes we are on the street or in the middle of investigations on a daily basis when prosecutors may handle a wide variety of cases, some of which may involve gang activity, some of which may not. But at any rate, it's important for prosecutors to understand what we see as investigators, what we're looking for in our investigations, and what evidence may be available to present in court at such time as there's a prosecution presented.
Do you have an estimate of how many criminal street gangs you've investigated during the course of your law enforcement career? And by investigated, I mean led the investigation, been involved in the investigation, or assisted in some other way?
It would be a rough estimate. It's certainly dozens and likely over 100 different gangs or groups over the years.
Would you tell the jury what your responsibilities currently are as a gang investigator?
So my responsibilities as a gang investigator at this point honestly encompass almost every aspect of gang investigations. I and others in my unit respond often to crime scenes where gang activity may be suspected either as a victim or a suspect. We conduct investigations ourselves within our unit, which means we may actually carry out interviews, recover evidence, and actually do the investigation of the crime itself. We also support other units within the Atlanta Police Department and even other agencies around the area. So if a specialized unit like our homicide unit, our robbery unit, burglary, things like that, if they have a crime they believe may have some tie to gang activity, we may support their investigation with any information or intelligence that we have to offer, as well as participating in their investigation with them. And then I'm also, within my assignment at the gang unit, co-assigned with the United States Marshal Service Southeast Regional Fugitive Task Force, and also with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, their statewide gang task force. So between those two assignments, I investigate gang activity, not only in the Atlanta area, but also around the state, and also am often involved in seeking fugitives who are wanted for crimes in connection with criminal gang activity.
Can you tell the jury an estimate of how many gang members that you've come in contact with or interviewed over your years with the Atlanta Police Department?
At this point, it's thousands. At this point, it's thousands.
And when you do come in contact with gang members or alleged gang members, what is your purpose of speaking with them?
Well, it certainly depends on the situation. As I've stated, sometimes we're arresting gang members. Sometimes we're arresting them for warrants that they already have. Sometimes we're making probable cause arrests. We've witnessed a crime, we've had a crime reported to us, and we're making an arrest at that time. Other times, particularly when I first started out as a gang officer, I didn't know a lot about gangs. And one thing that I did as a patrol officer, I continued as a gang officer, is I like to get out and talk to people. I like to talk to people who are not suspected of crime, who are just members of the community, who lived on my beat. I like to talk to people who I thought might be connected with crime. There's no reason for me not to have some relationship or knowledge or rapport with them if we're going to be interacting on the street. So I did the same thing with gang members. Oftentimes, as a new gang officer, I'd ride around, and if I saw somebody wearing some indicator of gang activity or doing something obvious, stop and talk to them. Stop and ask them questions. And what I found was that oftentimes gang members would be very forthcoming. They were very proud of their gang affiliation or proud of that association. And
Your Honor, I would like to respond.
Hold on. Objections, confrontation clause, right? Okay, right.
Your Honor, the confrontation clause is not implicated when we are not offering the information for the truth of the testimony.
I'll rule the objection, Mr. Steele.
I would go for, well, in the state's opening statement, they claim that these people never talk. That's why they have such lack of evidence in the wiretap and emails and stuff. This guy says, oh, they're very forthcoming. What's it going to be, prosecution? Either they don't talk, as you claim, or they always talk, like he claims.
Overruled objection, Mr. Shield.
You may go ahead. Please.
So gang members will often be very forthcoming about their affiliation and their activities. Some would not be, and that was fine too. We'd go on about our business. But over time, developing those relationships becomes important as a police officer in doing our job.
When you received information from these various sources, be it community members, people who may have been affiliated with criminal street gangs, do you always take that information at face value and believe it as factual?
No, certainly not.
Do you take any efforts or any steps to corroborate the information that you gained during these encounters with various members of the community?
Overruled.
We absolutely do.
And what kind of steps, could you tell the jury a little bit about them, do you take?
And again, this depends on the case. The goal here is that, especially in getting out and having conversations, is that I have conversations with multiple people. So we start to get different points of view from different people and starting to see where those things line up. But we also have the opportunity to investigate and see if what we find through a criminal investigation actually matches up with what we're hearing from either a community member or even from a gang member themselves. We sometimes will monitor jail phone calls. We will sometimes monitor social media. We will go through incident reports and look at incidents that have happened over time to see if those are consistent with what we're being told by whoever that person may be. We've engaged in wiretaps, court-ordered wiretaps of phones during our criminal investigations. And we, of course, again, share information amongst investigators around the metro area and, of course, around the country.
What use do you have with jail phone calls, social media, wiretaps, and things of that nature as it relates to criminal street gang investigations?
Well, gang members are just like the rest of us. They communicate with people. They communicate with them over the phone. They communicate with them via social media. Oftentimes, their communications are going to include communications about their gang or about their gang's activities. So those are sources where we can find some of those communications that may shed light on our investigation.
Earlier, when you spoke about encountering people in the community, you said if you see someone wearing a particular color or doing particular things,
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Shield. Just pointing out time and place. Overruled.
thank you, Your Honor, and do a particular thing. And you said that you get out and talk to them. Do you get out and arrest them, or do you get out and you stop risks, or what is it that you're doing? Can you see people wearing particular
Now that's leading. Okay, so you can rephrase that one.
When you get out and speak to them, is it solely for the purpose of making an arrest? Objection, yes, and answer.
Overruled.
No, ma'am.
Would you elaborate a little bit?
Sure. In law enforcement, we call these field contacts or field interviews. They're non-custodial, and essentially, it's just like I'd have a conversation with any one of you on the street or anybody else on the street. You can approach someone, hey, how you doing? Do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? And then you just engage in a conversation. My style was always to introduce myself and to try to do so in sort of a disarming way so they understood that I'm not here to hassle you. I'm not here to arrest you. I'm not here to give you a hard time. Just want to chat for a minute. Once you get over that initial thing, conversation is potentially going to happen if the person's willing to have that conversation. But it's literally just to stop and chat and talk with someone who's free to leave at any time during that conversation.
In the course of your duties as a gang investigator, are you also tasked with protecting potential gang members or alleged gang members?
Absolutely.
Does the interaction that you have in the community with people who are gang members and non-gang members alike in any way lend itself to your ability to protect gang members?
It does. Quite often our interactions with gang members are not only when they've committed a crime, but oftentimes when they're the victims of a crime. And it's important to me personally as a law enforcement officer, they understand that we are going to pursue criminal investigations
Overruled.
where they are the victim of a crime, just as we would if they committed a crime. And oftentimes it is within that context that we're communicating or talking to a gang member.
Would you tell the jury the type of information you seek to gain during your interaction with people that you believe may be criminal street gang members?
Sure. So it can be things simply to understand more about the gang identifier that I believe I'm seeing. If I'm seeing something that I think may be an indicator of gang activity,
If I see anything that I think is an indicator, would that be the color of their skin? Officer, why are you pulling up to people to stop them? I mean, okay, there's a dude with tattoos and a big ass necklace. Never mind.
ask that person what that particular thing means to them. It could be that what I'm seeing is not an indicator of gang activity, but if they say that it is, then what I would then attempt to learn is more about the gang itself, what their understanding and their participation in the gang is, and what their interaction and participation in the gang consists of.
Do you also seek to learn about its member structure, ranks, rivalries, et cetera?
Absolutely.
When you receive the information from your contacts on the street or your colleagues at PPD, do you ever share the information with other agencies?
I do.
And for what purpose do you do that?
The purpose is always to help further other criminal investigations that may involve the same people or groups.
And along those lines, do those other
So,
agencies
you're
share
conducting
information with you?
interviews.
They do.
How is it that you and other law enforcement agencies engage in this information sharing that you're speaking about?
Normally we do that I mentioned to you earlier, which is attendance at gang intelligence meetings, which are hosted in several places around the metro area, as well as around the state. That's one forum whereby we all end up in the same room together and can discuss or share information that we believe may be relevant to the group as a whole. Also, through the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, we may also distribute intelligence or intelligence requests to the membership around the state in an effort to spread that more widely. And beyond that, we also develop our own personal relationships and connections. So we get to know each other across jurisdictions or even within our own agency over time. And so therefore we have people we can reach out to that may know a particular area or a particular gang in case we need some specialized information.
Now, have you ever been called to aid in or execute a search warrant?
I have.
Just stopping here because I found a little something about this guy. This is the Georgia Gang Investigations Associations, where he is the vice president. So besides him being an investigator and a cop, he is also in this group of people. Yeah. Regional vice presidents. That's a whole lot of white people. And a few, yeah. I mean, yeah, just leaving it out there.
And as it relates to criminal street gang activity, would you tell the jury how many search warrants you've been a part of since you have worked with the gang unit?
I couldn't count. I mean, it would be dozens and maybe even hundreds at this point.
What type of information would you typically gain from the execution of a search warrant as it relates to a gang investigation?
So as with any criminal investigation, a search warrant is a tool that may allow us to uncover evidence of an underlying crime. That could be evidence of a weapon or other item that may have been used in commission of the crime. It could allow us to recover the proceeds of the crime, what was maybe taken or stolen during a particular crime. Other types of physical evidence that may be available. More particularly in a gang investigation, when we secure a search warrant, we may be asking additionally to search for evidence of a criminal street gang as well and a person's association with a criminal street gang. That could include things like clothing, attire, gang rosters or books of knowledge, written documents about the gang. That could include photographs, digital evidence, a variety of things that may indicate whether a particular crime was what we would say participation in a gang's activities. There may be some gang connection to the crime itself. So a specialized gang investigator, excuse me, may be asked to help with drafting or writing a search warrant to include an explanation for the judge as to why we're seeking additional evidence, particularly related to a gang.
Is it common for sworn law enforcement officers to seek out your expertise in identifying gangs and gang members?
It is.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity?
I have.
How many times?
Over 25 times.
Do you know what jurisdictions?
I do.
Would you tell the jury?
I'm in Fulton, Newton, and Cherokee counties.
Your Honor, at this time, state tenders Mark Belknap as an expert in the field of criminal street gang recognition, investigation, identification, and practices.
Same objection.
Any council wish to vote on Detective Belknap? Okay, I'll note your objection for the purpose of the record at this point in time. Hearing none, the court will designate Detective Belknap as an expert in criminal street gang recognition, investigation, identification practices.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Belknap, are you aware of the legal definition of a criminal street gang?
I am.
Understanding the court will give the law to the jury that it is to employ. But what legal definition of criminal street gang do you employ during your investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So the Atlanta Police Department uses the same definition that comes from our state law, and that is that a criminal street gang is any organization, association, or group of 3 or more persons.
Contemporaneous jury instruction, that you give the law.
Mr. Steele, I'm going to overrule that at this point in time, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, but I'll give you the law related to, that you'll apply the facts and evidence as you determine them to be before the case is submitted to you.
So Detective Belknap, would you tell the jury what definition you employed during your investigation?
Yes, ma'am. It's a criminal street gang is any organization, association, or group of 3 or more persons associated in fact, whether formal or informal, who participate in criminal gang activity.
Now, what is the definition?
Informal. I hate that word. I hate it with a passion. That's so subjective. What's informal? Walking by, saying hi, having their phone number, being neighbor? What? What's informal? Yeah, we are informally associated. So in Atlanta, we would be technically a street gang. Or potentially a street gang. If any one of us has done a crime in the past 10 years, we would be in Atlanta, Georgia. We would be potentially a criminal street gang. We are the Viking thugs.
Criminal gang activity that you used during your investigations.
So
Overruled, please, and there'll be a continuing objection. Thank you.
criminal gang activity is defined as the commission, the attempted commission, the conspiracy to commit, or the solicitation, intimidation, or coercion of another person to commit any of a number of crimes that are listed out within the act. Without going through all of those completely for you, they fall broadly into 4 categories, and those are crimes against persons, crimes against property, firearms, and narcotics. There are some additional charges listed out that we can investigate, which include things like recruiting someone to join a street gang, trying to prevent someone from leaving a street gang, attempting to keep someone from testifying against a street gang, attempting to help someone escape from custody, and some other things like that, particular to criminal street gang investigations.
Now, does the group of 3 or more people that you mentioned to the jury in the definition that your agency employs, do they have to commit the crime together in order to be charged with or prosecuted for criminal gang activity?
I stand objections to that.
So would you explain to the jury how it is that you make a distinction as a gang investigator between a crime that is committed solely for personal reasons versus a crime that is intended to further the interests of a street gang?
I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
You may explain.
You may explain if you can remember the question, sir.
I can would you like me to
It's a big question, Ms. Love. I don't know if we can break that down at all.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
I can rephrase that question. As a gang investigator, do you consider every crime committed by a gang member criminal gang activity?
I do not.
And in what circumstances would a crime committed by a gang member not be considered gang activity? Just give the jury some examples.
That's not the outcome of the jury.
Overruled, Mr. Steele.
If we believe a particular crime was committed by a gang member, what we're looking for is to determine whether or not that crime was committed as participation in a particular gang's activity.
Let's pause for a bit because everybody say hi to Mo.
Holy shit balls, are we off of openings?
Yeah.
Is it a Christmas miracle?
Yeah.
Holy God.
Oh. We just found out. Yeah, this is the first witness. He is a street gang investigator expert. He is almost as white as I am. Now, skin color shouldn't have anything to do with it. Just saying. They just read out what Georgia law says can be a street gang, and that is formal and informal agreements. So, in Atlanta, Georgia, this stream and my chat can technically be construed as a criminal street gang, because we have an informal agreement of promoting my channel, for example.
Are we pushing positivity, though? Are we what?
Yeah.
Thankful, humble, under God? Because I told my husband that, and I don't think I've ever seen Mr. Mo laugh harder in my life. I said, "Yeah, that's what they said."
Mm.
He said he was pushing positivity, and I said, "Yep."
Yep.
I believed him.
Yeah, but we are 20 minutes behind or something.
Okay.
So let's move on with this. The defense is objecting to everything.
Certainly, a member of a gang could commit a crime that may have nothing to do with the gang itself. As an example, if a gang member is at home with his wife or girlfriend and they get into an argument, not an argument over the gang, just an argument over some household chores or whatever relationship problems they have, and it turns physical, that person could be arrested for domestic violence battery, something of that nature. Unless that crime had something to do with the gang, it would just be a crime committed by that person, separate from the gang's activities.
How do you determine, or what do you look for in determining whether a crime is in furtherance of a particular criminal street gang?
One of the important things we have to understand is what the gang's activities are. We may know that a person's a member of a gang, but we need to understand what the gang does. What are their criminal activities? So once we understand that, we may look at a variety of factors during our investigation. We'll attempt to uncover the motive for the crime as the perpetrator saw it. We may ask questions of the victim. How did the victim perceive this crime? Did the victim perceive this as some act of retaliation by a criminal street gang? Or did they perceive this as being something having to do with them being a member of a rival gang? We may look at the location where this crime has happened. Gangs often will control territory for the purpose of committing crime. And so they will then commit those crimes in their area where they feel like they may be safe from prosecution or safe from rivals during the commission of their crimes. We may also look at with whom they commit these crimes. Obviously, we're talking about a group of people, and they're working together for a purpose, and they're working together for a reason, the same way any other group of people works together. So if they're working with other gang members who participate in these crimes, that may be an indicator that a particular crime is going to be part of it.
Okay, Siren Pickle over Drompo says, "Morning Mo, welcome to Viking Thugs."
And the Cult of Mo is a religious learning organization for tax purposes.
Gang's activities.
When you first started out as a patrol officer with APD, did you observe signs of what you thought were criminal street gang activity just during your daily work?
What does Lex Luthor know about gangs?
Can you ask the question again?
Yes. When you first began working as a patrol officer with the Atlanta Police Department, you said that were you familiar with criminal gangs and criminal gang activity? We'll start there.
I had some familiarity with criminal gangs, yes.
And as you conducted your responsibilities with the Atlanta Police Department, were you aware of criminal street gangs in the city of Atlanta at that time?
I was aware. I would honestly say that I probably missed a lot of stuff early on, even as a new police officer. But during the course of my career, I began to recognize and notice criminal gang activity more so than I had in the past.
You said
that's not vague at all, or not subject. I mean, this goes to informal and extremely subjective. Now, he has decent training. He is the vice president of the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Here's the thing. If he is the guy who trains all of them and he is wrong, then everybody's wrong. And from what I'm hearing, it's all subjective so far.
you probably missed a lot of stuff. What do you mean by that? What are you talking about?
I don't know what you were talking about. Relevant.
I'll sustain it as to form. You can rephrase.
Yes. Did you always recognize signs of criminal gang activity when you started out as a patrol officer?
Objection, yes.
Oh, well, it's hard to say. I only suspect that I missed things now because I know a lot more than I did then. And looking back, I likely just didn't understand connections, didn't understand identifiers that I was seeing, and things of that nature early on.
were you at the time that you started with the police department familiar with larger criminal street gangs in larger jurisdictions like California, Chicago?
I had some familiarity, yes.
And did you see in Atlanta those kind of gangs when you first started out?
I did not initially interact with those types of gangs in Atlanta.
What, during the course of your time as an investigator with the gang unit and with the Atlanta Police Department, what type of gangs have you found to exist in the city of Atlanta? And compare them, if you will, to gangs that might exist in, for instance, California.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound question.
Outstanding question. Phrase it down.
Breaking it down. Are you able to describe for the jury the types of gangs that you have encountered during your time as a law enforcement officer?
I can.
In the city of Atlanta.
I can. There are many different types of gangs, but there are really three categories that we typically look at as far as the criminal street gangs that we see here. And those three categories are traditional, non-traditional, and hybrid street gangs.
That's everyone. Traditional, non-traditional, and hybrid. How do you exclude anything from that? The vagueness in this is overwhelming.
My local D&D club is a gang now.
I would say that all HOAs are, but that's just my opinion.
Wait a minute. I would like to file RICO charges on my HOA. The state of Indiana, we need to work on this.
Oh,
I have some files to report. Ghostery is right. He just defined the police department as being a gang. I mean, it's an old tired bit, but yes.
If one of them commits a crime, they are all guilty. Jesus Christ. Hello, Lokong. Welcome. Good to see you here. Let's just, yeah.
And to your question, I've seen all three of those types in my time working with the Atlanta Police Department.
Would you explain to the jury what a traditional street gang is in your work?
Sure. So traditional street gangs are going to be gangs that you may be familiar with even from television, movies, and things of that nature. These may be West Coast.
From television and movies?
Oh, dear God. South Park. Why not?
Yeah.
Bloods and Crips.
I watched Serpico once.
Gangs like the Gangster Disciples from Chicago, other blood sets from up in New York and New Jersey, but those traditionally styled gangs. What distinguishes a traditionally styled gang is that they may be national or international, but aren't necessarily. It's really more about the structure of the gang itself. A traditional gang will have a strict hierarchy or structure with leaders who get orders down through that chain of command. They may often codify the rules of the gang into what we call a gang Bible or a book of knowledge. They'll actually write down maybe an oath, a pledge, a way to identify other members through a call and response type interaction. They may have coded language that members will use to hide activities.
Church?
They may have codes that they'll use as ways to identify each other and communicate. They wear particular sets of identifiers, which may include things like wearing colors, like flags, gang bandanas, things of that nature. They may make custom clothing or jewelry, or all types of things that they can wear. But again, the main thing that I think about a traditional gang is that structure, that consistency, and that sort of rigor around that gang. Non-traditional gangs are sort of on the other end of that spectrum, and these are the types of gangs that I initially saw in Atlanta and likely didn't recognize for what they truly were. Non-traditional gangs are typically neighborhood-based groups. In Atlanta, traditionally, those groups were often based around our housing projects, and so they may have had much looser affiliations. There may not have been a leadership structure at all. It may have been that some older members had more influence or got more respect, but there wasn't necessarily a strict, chain of command with named ranks and a method by which you would move up that chain of command.
So, a street gang is the neighborhood kids in their projects where one or a few of them might commit crimes to survive.
That's what we are alleging.
That's the non-tradition. Talk about saying everyone. And he is identifying where the projects or project housing or whatever phrase he used.
I mean, I hate to join it goes against my whole, irritation with the, leftery side of things. But you cannot have people naturally congregate in a lower socioeconomic place, naturally, do things to survive, form groups together as social, okay, to survive. Humans are
Yeah,
social creatures.
phrasing, I know. Yeah.
You're gonna there people are gonna join groups together. Suburban kids are gonna join groups together. You don't have parental, guidelines. You don't have, checks and balances. Kids are gonna kid. If kids don't have boundaries, they're gonna go out and do ridiculous stuff. Okay. So
Yeah,
way to
because
criminalize a bunch of kids.
profiling is wrong, but if we say we are identifying non-traditional at housing projects, yeah, yeah, it's the
Again,
leftist in me. You sue me.
I mean,
I mean,
it goes against my general
yeah,
conservatarian, grain, but can we charge the parents? I mean, that goes to get more towards my conservative grain, but, you know, if little Billy Badass is out at, 7 taking stuff from a convenience store, where is mama? I'd like to know. But that's just me.
yeah,
And I don't have easy answers to big questions. So let's hear the expert because I'm sure
yeah,
he'll explain all the things. And
yeah.
we're still behind.
They'll have specific identifiers, but they may have less identifiers than a traditional gang, and those identifiers may change. Because they're local, because it's their own thing, they want to rebrand and sort of change
They
things.
might
They don't really
have,
have
or they
anybody to
might
answer
not
to. They
have.
can change those identifiers kind of as they will. And members of those gangs may be allowed to leave the gang. If they move out of the area, maybe there's not an expectation that they continue to participate in the gang's activities. If someone moves into the area and gets to know or becomes friendly with members of that group, they may be adopted into the group, even though they're not from there. But it's a much more loosely structured organization. Even though it still meets the criteria for being a criminal street gang, based on our statutory definition, based on our definition of a street gang and the activities they participate in. So that's
Before you go into the next portion of your response, I want to show you State Exhibit 1 and ask you if you recognize State Exhibit 1, which has been provided to the board.
I do.
How do you recognize State Exhibit 1?
And this is a printed copy of a demonstrative prepared for this testimony.
Will the demonstrative that you have prepared assist the jury with understanding your testimony and help you to explain better?
I hope so.
Your Honor, the state tenders State Exhibit 1 demonstrative for the assistance of the jury.
Can I ask a question?
What is it, sir?
Oh, Nicholas,
Yes, sir.
this is the first witness, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we won't know if all of the defense attorneys get to ask their questions like in a row or how that's going to go. Never mind. We will wait till the end. Sorry.
Yep.
It states one. States one.
And I object to Mr. Steele questioning the witness out of turn. We have provided the exhibit to defense counsel, and I would ask that he be required to pose the question to the court.
Yeah, what's your question, Mr. Steele?
When was State's exhibit number, and I'm being told it's 2, but I'm being
It's
told
one.
also.
Because we have 1A is the other thing that was admitted, the CD. So this is 1.
Okay, thank you. When was it originally created, is my question, in order to make the objection, not just one of the original.
When you cross him, you can ask him that question, okay? All right.
Then I maintain my objection.
Okay, that's fine. If your objection's noted, in addition to what was heard, yes, go ahead. Mr. Sharp?
Then we have a continue.
Yes, you may, sir.
And I'd also like to add 24-4-404A is implicated by stage 1A.
All right, sir. So noted. Overruled. States 1 is admitted for purposes of the demonstrative aid.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
Yes.
Thank
You may
you.
publish it.
Oh yeah, these are the slides that the prosecution forgot to share with all the defense lawyers. But they had a hearing yesterday for 2.5 hours, and the judge decided to exclude some of the slides, some of the 70 slides he was planning on using, because the prosecution forgot to share with all of the defense. Have we heard that before, Mo? The prosecution forgetting to share stuff with the defense once or twice, maybe? Or the full fucking year we have heard about this damn case?
It seems to have slipped their mind. Maybe they didn't. They pressed Control Alt Delete instead of send. It's something you do once in a while.
We need to catch up.
Your Honor, this is just for the record, not to go out to the jury.
That's correct, sir. Demonstrative aid doesn't go to the jury, sir.
I'm going to give you a clicker and ask that you utilize the State Exhibit 1 as necessary to explain your testimony.
Okay.
So would you go ahead and start with the first part of what has been listed as State Exhibit 1 and talk about that with the jury?
So one thing we haven't discussed yet is what you now see on the screen, which we call the gang triangle. This is a graphical representation of what our gang investigations are seeking when we're investigating potential violations of our street gang acts. What we're looking for is evidence that a person
I did not
who is
make
employed by or associated with a criminal
PowerPoint.
street gang has participated in that gang's activities through the commission of those enumerated criminal offenses from the statute. And so we're looking for a nexus or a connection between those three elements to find if there may have been a violation of the law.
And let me ask you this. Does the Atlanta Police Department have criteria to identify or confirm gang members?
We do.
Would you explain those to the jury?
And I'll just make a point that may just be semantics. We don't typically use the term confirming gang members. Our goal is to, when we can, identify whether someone is a member or associate of a criminal street gang as it relates to our investigations. And so in order to help us do that, we use a 6 criteria system that was developed in California over 30 years ago, has been used since that time all around the country in this effort. The first criteria is when someone self-admits membership in the gang. The second criteria is when that person is identified by an informant with previously tested reliability. The third is when the person is identified by an informant who is previously untested or has previously unknown reliability, but that information is independently corroborated. The fourth is when a person resides in or frequents a known gang's area, adopts the style of dress or mannerisms or other distinguishing characteristics of that gang, and associates with other known gang members within that context.
Yeah.
Detective Belknap.
I'm sorry, I was giving him time to write.
Okay.
Yeah. The fifth is when a person's arrested several times in the company of other identified or known gang members for crimes consistent with that gang's activities. And the final category is when someone shows some signs or indications of being associated with the gang but doesn't meet one of those other criteria, we may categorize them as a gang associate. And for us, the way that we teach this and the way that we employ that, is that the person associates with them within the context of the criminal activity of the gang, not just that they know the gang member or...
I cannot help myself.
What in the actual...
It's the Illuminati.
They paid someone for this. It's a, what is it, MD? I'm going to say a gangle, a gangle Khan. How can we bring Freemasonry into this?
No, it's jingles.
I can't. Why? This hurts. They're hurting my. I feel like I want to say bless their hearts, like they tried, but their parents were first cousins.
What did I forget? Where's my cat? He's around here somewhere. He hasn't chewed on me today yet. So he will join us in. You will hear when he joins us.
Yes, you will.
Any family or something like that. It's that they associated them within the context of the gang's criminal activities.
Can I maybe code briefly?
Yes, Mr. Steele. All right, everybody.
Yeah, this is the 11th sidebar, and we are barely into day 3. Yeah, I understand Mr. Steele's objections, but he has to be careful to not turn the jury against him this early. He needs to have a good winning score, then he can start getting away with stuff.
Overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, does a person have to meet all of the criteria that you just explained to the jury in order to be considered a gang member or something?
They do not.
Okay, in the already vague stuff that you just said, they don't even have to meet all the criteria. Jesus Christ.
Overruled, sir. Overruled, sir. No speaking objection. No speaking objection.
It's not done, Kennedy.
Overruled, Mr. Steele, and do not speak your objection again.
As I said, Mr. Steele, I understand.
They do not need to meet all the criteria.
Don't piss off the jury.
Traditionally, when you're talking about a traditional gang, are there particular ways that gang members join a gang?
There are.
Would you tell those to the jury?
There are 3 typical ways that someone joins or becomes a member of a criminal street gang. The first one is to be beat into the gang. That means the prospective member endures a physical beating of some generally set duration of time by some number of the members in order to gain or be initiated into the gang. The second way is to be blessed into the gang. That may be someone who has some sort of family or relationship tie with people in the gang. They may have done something for the gang, committing crimes for them or things of that nature. Sometimes it's a financial commitment. There are a variety of ways that someone avoids the beat-in process or avoids another initiation process and is just blessed or granted membership within the gang. The third way is to be sexed into a gang. This is typically for female members where they may endure having sex with multiple members of a gang or a member of the gang in order to gain admission into the gang.
In your experience during your time as a law enforcement officer and through your training and education, what have you determined to be the motivators for persons to join a criminal street gang?
Yeah, in conversations with gang members, you'll hear, and we have heard, a lot of different reasons that they give.
One at a time. Okay, and I've heard 2 other from Mr. Matthews and Mr. Steele. Okay.
Your Honor, my response is that this is something that has been personally observed by a person who's now being an expert by the court, on which he has based his opinion. So it helps form.
He's already been proffered for as an expert. Why are we still talking about his experience? What? I mean, he's saying a lot of words, a lot of meaning, but so far, none of what he has said, he's tried to apply to the defendants.
The basis of his opinions it's not a confrontation clause issue. I believe there are no objections.
I'm overruling the objection. I'm overruling the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Go ahead. Would you explain to the jury what you learned during your time as a gang investigator have been motivators or what motivates people to join a criminal street gang?
So oftentimes I've heard people cite reasons, things like to have a sense of family. maybe to have protection, relationship, and things of that nature. And as I've gotten further into this field and had more in-depth interviews and more in-depth conversations, and certainly a lot more observations, essentially what it boils down to, in my experience most of the time, is the pursuit of money, power, and respect.
Approximately how many gang members are there in the city of Atlanta?
We've identified over 3,500 gang members within the city, although we believe, based on FBI estimates, that there may be as many as 10,000 or more within the city. The FBI has also stated that they believe there.
Hearsay and confrontation clause. Your Honor, this is.
I will objection.
You may go ahead.
And the FBI has stated also that they believe there may be as many as 40 to 50,000.
Here's the thing. The state hasn't called an FBI gang expert. They only called 5 people from the same precinct, and that one guy from the local jail.
Gang members in the metro Atlanta area.
And based on your training, background, and experience, what sort of crimes are gangs and gang members responsible for in Fulton County?
Responsible for a variety of crimes, everything from property crimes, auto thefts, burglaries, entering autos, stealing things out of cars, shoplifting, burglaries, things of that nature. Also including armed robberies, carjackings, shootings, and up to and including murders. Additionally, narcotic sales, probably the most common crime that we see from gang members, the distribution and sales of narcotics.
And how does the distribution and sales of narcotics tend to further the interests of a gang?
For most of our criminal street gangs that I've investigated, their staple crime is the sale and distribution of narcotics. It provides income to the members and to the gang itself, and that's often the motivator for gangs to control a particular turf or territory, is to have a place to conduct these activities. So that's oftentimes a primary crime and forms sort of a foundation of what the gang's activities are.
Is there any significance to the word respect in gang culture based on your training and experience?
There is.
Would you explain it to the jury?
So in the context of a criminal street gang, the word respect might not mean the same thing that could mean to you or to other people. Criminal gang members really define respect more honestly as being feared. Being respected means that they are feared by people of the community who may not testify against them as a witness to a crime, may not be willing to report a crime if they're a victim. It means that their rivals respect them in the sense that they'd be afraid to retaliate against them or do violence against them. So it sort of protects them from a potential crime from a rival gang. And it really is focused around that fear that's projected out to others around them.
And does that fear or that respect in any way insulate them from repercussion for their activity?
Yeah, that's the purpose of it. That goal of money, power, and respect is to increase their own reputation, increase their own ability to retaliate and do violence to the extent that it keeps someone else from being able to do violence against them, and therefore they can do what they want to do, which in the context of criminal street gangs is conduct criminal activity.
And what are the ways that criminal street gangs gain respect?
Really within gang culture, there are sort of 2 ways to participate in gang activity. One is sort of colloquially termed banging, and the other one is hustling. Hustling is earning income for the gang. That may be selling narcotics. It may be stealing. It may be doing robberies, things of that nature. But it's earning income. It's bringing in money and funding that then benefits the gang as a whole. Banging is sort of the other side of that, and that's doing violence on behalf of the gang. That may be violence committed against other gang members, rival gang members, maybe as retaliation or maybe as a proactive act against a rival gang. It could mean responding to some slight, some disrespect that was issued to the gang by engaging in a fight or shooting or something of that nature. But those are sort of the two ways that we see this happen. And oftentimes within the gang, there may be people designated on one side or the other. Someone who's doing more banging, who's doing more violence, may not be expected to stand on the street corner and sell narcotics. And likewise, someone who's bringing in money, they may be using some of that money to continue to support those who are doing the violence and the protection work for the gang as well.
And how does a gang member gain respect within the gang itself?
So in order to gain respect within the gang, you got to be successful at one of those 2 aspects of gang life. Either you're bringing in money for the gang or you're doing violence. And honestly, violence is probably the main way that gang members move up within the gang.
Hi, Dave. You need to respect us.
Is the term payback in any way significant in gang culture?
It is.
Would you explain to the jury how?
Payback is crucial to street gangs. If you're in the criminal world and if you're pursuing that respect as a level of protection, then if someone does something to you, whether something violent or even something just disrespectful, a failure to respond to that begins to erode that sort of wall of protection you built by building this reputation. So in order to maintain or even to establish a reputation, in gang world, payback is a must. You've got to respond violently, and you've got to respond in a way that's significant enough to head off any future potential response to that. So yeah, payback is essential for a gang member if they want to preserve that reputation and preserve that protection that they tried to build through that violent reputation.
And what about answering back as it relates to payback? What are some of the ways in which a gang or a gang member might answer back?
So oftentimes, as you can imagine, this begins this back and forth, particularly between rival gangs, where a gang is in some way insulted or disrespected or victimized, and then they respond in kind against the rival gang. And that gang then now has to do the same thing. They've got to respond as well. And so then they will respond and answer back and respond to that violence with more violence themselves. And this is sort of the foundation of the beginning of gang wars. This is where these things come from. And they can often carry on for quite a long time, but it starts this back and forth where no one wants to back down and lose what they've gained.
Earlier, you began talking about the difference and the different types of gangs, and you started out with traditional, and then you went into non-traditional. Is there another type of gang that you're aware of?
There is.
Would you explain that to the jury?
Sure. So that third type of gang is a hybrid street gang. So as you know, the word hybrid simply means a blend of two or more things together. You've likely heard that term in the context of, say, in current time, the hybrid car. It's a car that is powered both with an electric motor and a gas motor. Hybrid vehicles have both. They can be driven by a battery. They can also be driven by gasoline, but it's one car. Those two things are blended together into that vehicle. So hybrid street gangs blend the elements of two or more types of other street gangs. The types of hybrid gangs we typically see here in Atlanta, which began emerging around my time of coming into the gang unit in 2009 and 2010, are these hybrid street gangs.
But he started to see them when he got into this. Tell me more about the voices in your head.
Yeah.
What he just said is that since he is the guy who apparently trains all the others, every definition here is something he came up with. And apparently the Georgia statutes supports it. So tough luck.
And what those are typically a local gang, a local non-traditional gang that has now aligned itself with a traditional gang. So they now have a relationship, and what we often see is an actual formal relationship with a traditional gang from somewhere else in the country. We see this in relationships between our gangs and Chicago gangs, New York gangs, LA gangs, and other places. And that hybrid part is that those local gangs will begin to adopt those identifiers for the traditional gang, but they will also retain and continue to use the identifiers that they have for their own local gang as well. They'll begin to blend those two identifiers together. They may also engage in the leadership structure within that traditional gang, but may still have their own structure locally within their local group at the same time. This was a very new thing for us in 2009 and 2010. We've not seen this before. And in gang culture, in the past, traditional gangs existed in one neighborhood in one place. That's the only place that they were. They didn't expand outside of that. They didn't have other locations that they existed. What we started seeing was these traditional gangs, essentially adopting a franchise model, where they would go to other places and form partnerships with local gangs that were already established in a particular neighborhood or territory and partner with them and essentially franchise them to be a part of their network. And we've seen these traditional gangs build out national networks all over the country, not just in Atlanta, not just in Georgia, but in other states all over the country where they have these relationships, share information, resources, and personnel, and operate towards common purposes.
When you talk about operating towards common purposes, how does starting or sharing a franchise model of a gang, how does that further any purpose of the traditional gang or of a hybrid gang or of the people who are members of either or both?
So if your gang exists in one place, in one neighborhood, that's all the turf that you have, particularly if you're a narcotics selling organization, but no matter what kind of crime that you commit, that's the limiting factor in your ability to earn income or earn money for your gang or earn reputation. The only way then to grow or expand is to move into other areas. You've heard about these things from the past where you'd have these gang wars between rival neighborhoods or gangs that were trying to take over somebody else's turf. So that's one way to do it. You can go into violence and expand your territory and take over for somebody else. You kill everybody that's there, you shoot everybody, chase them all off, and now you've got more territory. But maybe a less costly way to do that in the terms of human life is to offer a financial incentive to someone, to understand that there's a mutually beneficial opportunity to connecting with another group. This happens all the time in business. We, of course, see this every day when companies merge or do business together. Gangs have adopted that same model. It's more of a criminal enterprise model where they're doing business with other gangs, often in formal partnerships and sometimes simply as alliances where they just work towards the same purpose. But it expands their ability to make and control money and territory, building that reputation and power and money for the gang.
Looking back at the demonstrative that's on the screen, how does the gang triangle assist or aid in your investigation and pursuit of investigations regarding criminal street gangs?
I treat this.
Just pausing. This channel is very defense oriented because I do labor law. More than 95% of all the cases I've handled is defending workers' rights, either in locally because somebody did something wrong, or nationally because something is about to happen, like a complete factory closed down, but also if there are allegations of misconduct, then the law applies. So my entire career has been defending people. So this channel is defense oriented, as it should be.
Because they're all assumed innocent.
Because they're all assumed innocent, the defendants. If you are very pro-prosecution, you're very welcome here. Please challenge me with all the questions you have. I don't take offense to it, and I will try to answer them as best as I can. Yes, Sebastian Miller. In theory, the US government is a gang. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm just putting it out there just so people know that, yeah, I might, for instance, the last trial I covered, finally a complete and utter asswipe who got what he deserved, the Adelson trial.
Yes.
I was still a bit defense oriented. I tried to poke holes in the prosecution's theories, but I can't say I did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost as a, I mean, I guess the way to say it's almost like a heart check during an investigation. If we're looking a heart check. Sure. If you're looking at an investigation and you're trying to determine if gang activity has occurred and it may be a violation of the state's gang law, again, what we're asked to do is find a connection between all three elements. I keep a picture of this up at my desk. I keep it. I keep it around me so that it's present when I'm doing my investigation. So I ensure that my investigation is seeking to find that link between each element of this triangle. So it's a good reference point for a gang investigator to be able to focus on meeting all of the required elements or pursuing evidence of all the required elements of a potential violation, rather than missing one or even sometimes two of these and actually believing you got a gang crime when you really don't.
Now, as we go through the next slide in your demonstrative aid, you click to the next one.
Yes, ma'am.
You've already given to the jury the definition of the criminal street gang that you utilize. And as we go forward, we talk about the criminal street gang elements and identifiers. Looking at the criminal street gang elements and identifiers, how are each of those implicated in the gang triangle that you talked about?
This is just a more streamlined look at that.
I sustain the objection.
And going on further, what are cliques or crews or boys as it relates to non-traditional gangs?
Sometimes these less formal groups will refer to themselves or have in the past referred to themselves by more casual names like that. They won't refer to themselves as a gang necessarily, but they may call themselves a clique or a crew or boys or whatever it is.
What?
And the existence of a criminal street gang that you have on the screen right now. Would you talk a little bit about the evidence that you would look for in determining whether one does exist?
We take as our guide what the law says potentially could be evidence of a criminal street gang, which includes things like a common name or common identifiers, which include signs, symbols, tattoos, graffiti, attire, or other distinguishing characteristics.
During your time as an investigator with the city of Atlanta, have you heard of the gang or have you heard of a group called Raised on Cleveland?
I have.
Would you tell the jury when you first encountered that group?
I first heard of the gang Raised on Cleveland likely in late 2009 or early 2010.
And would you describe what that group, how that group identifies? What were the identifiers that allowed?
I would challenge this guy to walk up and say that word to what he seems to believe is a potential gang member. Good luck.
I mean, again, we're just going with generalities that could apply to any sort of association. If he were
the Boy
taking
Scout
down-
thugs.
Well,
yeah, let's just go on.
Sure, I believe we have a demonstrative for this.
Yes, Mr. Jingles is our Viking thug leader.
So the gang Raised on Cleveland, we began observing in the Cleveland Avenue area, the area surrounding Cleveland Avenue in Southwest Atlanta. We believe the gang was formed in 2006 or 7. As I've said, I came to the gang unit in 2009 and began interacting with them shortly after that. And we have identified over 100 members or associates of that gang through the extent of that investigation.
Is there a short name for, I don't know, the next slide, for that group?
Sure. So they called themselves Raised on Cleveland, but they also referred to themselves as Rock Gang or Rock Crew.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, within gangs, oftentimes, especially as they grow larger, there may be subsets or crews or cliques within the gang itself, smaller groups of people who are maybe closer or tighter within that larger organization. So you can imagine an organization of over 100 people, there's certainly going to be sort of subgroups within that. Within ROC, a couple of those were Young Crew, which they call Young Brew, and we'll explain a little bit more about that in just a minute. And also another one called Young Loyalty. Raised on Cleveland was one of the earliest of those gangs that I told you earlier called hybrid gangs. They were a local group. Obviously, Raised on Cleveland, they're saying we were all from Cleveland Avenue area. They're all from that area. But we began seeing them and observing them, picking up the identifiers we would traditionally associate with gangs that are associated with the Bloods. They started wearing red bandanas. They started using the number 5, including in 5-point stars. They started using their own hand sign. Again, that's a local thing, this triangle hand sign. They would get tattoos with the gang's name, ROC or Rock Crew, things of that nature. And they would add in, along with that, those 5-point stars or the number 5 or adding in red accents to their tattoos particularly. They would tag up the area in their community with the gang's name and with some of these same identifiers that we associate with the Bloods. And, of course, tagging that was meant to disrespect rival gangs, including the Crips, which are of course, the sort of mortal enemy of the Bloods. They began wearing, of course, red bandanas, also custom clothing for the gang itself, which incorporated both their local identifiers and those national traditional identifiers, including some shirts that said, "So what, we blooded," announcing that they were associated with the Bloods. And they began taking on other blood gang identifiers, including those for a particular blood gang called Sex Money Murder.
Now, were they associated with any other gangs within the city of Atlanta?
They were. 2 gangs they associated with were from the Cleveland Avenue sort of greater area, which were Red Cartel and Creek City. And they also formed an alliance, a partnership with 30 Deep, which was based in the Mechanics neighborhood.
Now, how are you all able to determine, or in your opinion rather, was Raised on Cleveland, that group that you named called Rock Crew, was that a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Cases.
Not the unintended jury.
I'll rule the objection, Mr. Steele.
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled, Mr. Sharp.
And how is it that you are able to classify, what is it that forms the basis for your opinion that Rock Crew was a criminal street gang?
As shown on this previous slide, these are some, it's an overview of the identifiers that we saw that matched up with what the law lays out for us can be evidence of a criminal street gang. In addition to this, we investigated many incidents that were determined to be related to the gang's activities, actual criminal activity, criminal behavior by the gang.
Now, you list on your slide rival gangs, and you have a couple of names. Would you explain to the jury what that is and why those names are there?
They had two main or sort of important rivalries in those early days. One was with a gang called Young Gunner Clique from the Thomasville area in southeast Atlanta. Young Gunner Clique notable because they were one of the earliest hybrid Crip sets in the city. And both of these areas are served primarily by South Atlanta High School. So we saw numerous instances of conflict between these two neighborhoods and between students from these different areas who now were aligning with the Bloods and the Crips and saw each other as enemies or rivals. Famerica was a gang from the west side, and that rivalry was potentially, really, there were several places that rivalry came from. One was based on that association with 30 Deep. 30 Deep had a long-standing rivalry with these West Side gangs, with a West Side gang called the Fam. They routinely had shootings back and forth between Mechanicsville and between Simpson Road and Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard, between those two neighborhoods. 30 Deep and Raised on Cleveland formed this partnership together. And what we observed happen in response to that was that the Fam then partnered with Young Gunner Clique. And those two gangs formed a combined partnership that they then called Famerica. That name, this is a longer story than I think you were wanting necessarily, but that name was adopted because the Fam was another hybrid blood set on the west side. YGC, as I told you, was a hybrid Crip set. They found reason to partner with each other in spite of those differences, but neither one of them wanted to drop their colors, so they began flagging the American flag. So they therefore had both the red and the blue in their gang identifier. So those rivalries
we have
began to
patriotic
grow
gang
as these gangs
members.
began to connect with each other.
Give up. I can't anymore.
These red and blue and white gang colors are, I mean, all across Alabama, the houses, rows of houses with that gang colors.
Well, but Alabama isn't Georgia, so I guess they're safe. But do we get string and whiteboard to explain the family tree main, multi-level marketing franchisees of these games? Because I
would
don't
like
understand.
that explained to a Texas boy. You know that red, white, and blue are gang colors? Get off my property, or you will never leave. Yeah. Jingles Viking sucks. Yes, JVT.
Could you tell the jury some of the ways that a particular criminal street gang, Rock Crew, for instance, might display their colors?
Sure. So as an example, they began wearing red bandanas. It's sort of the classic gang identifier, is wearing your gang's color as a bandana or other form of clothing.
I understand why they are using, why he wants to use slides, because he's always, he says half a sentence, looks back, finish sentence, looks back, half a sentence. That's not demonstrative. That's him knowing what to say. That's not expert testimony, in my opinion. I just noticed it.
What about hand signs that you talked about?
They also begin to throw hand signs, and this one that you can see, I'll try to make it, is this, which is a CK, which stands for Crip Killer. And they additionally had their own identifier, which is this diamond or triangle-shaped hand sign that Raised on Cleveland used.
You spoke about having tattoos as a means of identifying oneself as a part of a gang.
I did. We began to observe, here you can see one example of a Rock Crew tattoo, ROC, and then crew below that. Also in this picture, you can see that the person in the picture has a red bandana tied to their waistband.
And were there any other instances of tattoos displaying one's affiliation that you've been privy to observe and see during your time as an investigator?
There were, and here's another example of an ROC, a Rock Crew tattoo. But as Rock Crew went from being a local non-traditional gang to this affiliation with the Bloods, we began to see their identifiers changing. We began to see members tattooing themselves with things that initially were very subtle, but we began to discover were actually more traditional gang identifiers, including incorporating that color red. Chuck Taylor tattoos in varying colors can be an indicator of gang activities, certainly is not always. And as you can see here, this smile now, cry later face tattoo, also the two masks are wearing red bandanas on them. You can see things like that. This is where subtle sort of indicators there may be more going on than just this local neighborhood gang activity. As we saw these tattoos evolve over time, we began to see these. So this is a Rock Crew gang member who tattooed this word all the way down his forearm, and it says Believeland. They're from Cleveland Avenue, but it says Believeland because blood gang members typically and often will disrespect the rival Crips by avoiding the use of the letter C. So they replace the letter C with a letter B. Sometimes they'll replace it with an X, or if they're writing it, they'll cross it out. But in some way, they will disrespect the letter C in order to show disrespect to their rivals. So we saw Rock Crew gang members begin to reduce their use of the letter C, including in the word Cleveland, which is their territory, by calling it Believeland. And then this phrase below that says "peed up" or "get beat up" is also a reference to sex, money, murder, which this demonstrative will go into in a little bit more detail later.
Now, when you're talking about gang clothing, what type of articles would you see during your investigation? Or gang tagging, let's start there.
Okay, so this is an example of a photographic gang tagging that I took. This is from Mount Zion Road, Havel Road, which is in that Cleveland Avenue sort of neighborhood of that area. And as you can see, ROC is right there at the top. It says RIP Trey, but then there's a red 5-point star there below that. That's often an indicator of gang activity. Bloods represent the gang with the color red. And the number 5, which I'll explain a little bit more in a minute, it'll often represent the number 5 with that 5-point star.
Before you go on, ladies and gentlemen, you okay? You want to take a comfort break?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be recessed for about 10 minutes. So we'll come back at that point in time, and then we'll make some plans for lunch or continue.
And yeah. Yay, we are only 15 minutes behind, or even more. Re-enters again. Yay! Pause for a bit. Again. Oh, wait a minute. I can do one of these. Wait a minute. What time is it? What time is it? It is! It's grifting time. I do it once in a while. We are 4 hours in. I think I've deserved a grifting time. Hi, I'm Nick. You're watching Nick Staros Try Watch with my co-host and sidekick, Mo in the Deep End. This channel survives through memberships, mainly. That means you part from $3 a month, and I supply you with an endless supply of members-only content. And that is what keeps this channel afloat. With the costs I have running it with a separate internet, with the StreamYards, and the lot. And the occasional super chat goes into my little separate fund here that gets me to improve the channel. So if you wouldn't mind to consider becoming a member. And you will also get access to the Discord, which is members only, where you can continue discussing and debating the different cases I am covering. Okay, Mo, can you grift a bit?
Yes, actually, there will be no nightly newsy news. I know there was no morning newsy news because I had doctor's appointments for 6 children. One of them is always needing some kind of doctors. But, well, thanks. Married. But, we do accept brother, husband applications and gifts. So, the thought is out there. Mr. Mo doesn't like to take out the trash 4 times a month. And I am fully okay with the brother husband thing, and I'm getting him on board. But Dave from MLS Law has wanted to do a weekly kind of law news, sort of nightly news thing. And, for our English sort of viewers, 7 p.m. seems to be kind of a good time at night. So I have gladly given him the 7 p.m. slot. So on Wednesdays, he will do that, and I will be able to work on some of our new correspondents who will be going through. So we will still have morning newsy news on Thursday. I will be working on pre-recording newsy news nooners. So they will go out as a pre-recording. So, you can watch those or rewatch. And then we will have nightly newsy news on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. Generally, I won't do them Friday, but Friday, we will have a special guest here. One of our new correspondents from the Duct Tape and Holy Water Production Company, Dr. T. Leaves, the, behavior, body language scienceologist. She is going to read the behaviorology of these people and see who's telling the truth and who's not, because she's a doctorologist and a tarot reader, and she knows her horoscopes. So,
amazing. Yay.
yeah.
All right. That was
knows all
the
the
end
science.
of. Let's continue.
Around for me to now tell you that it's time to go to lunch. What do you think?
What?
Most of you look very disappointed. Okay, so I'll take that we made the right executive call. So what I'm going to do is release you all for lunch at this point in time. We're going to come back for 1:45, and that should give you plenty of time to
Why does the
take a
court
little bit of
reporter look
respite
so
and
upset about that?
have some lunch.
I think that's her resting face.
Oh.
And yeah,
You know what?
it's not that she's very focused and concentrated, and that's her resting face, apparently. So she's not eyeing the defense or eyeing the prosecution. She just happens to
She
look
just
that way.
hates everyone.
Yeah. I mean, now when there are 6 defendants and a bunch of lawyers, remember at the start of this, at the first hearings, they were 28 defendants, with at least half of them had lawyers. Yeah, my face would be stuck that way too if I had to try to write down what everybody said at once. Okay. Yeah, they are at lunch.
Lawyers.
Oh, we don't need to hear that. Then we might listen a bit more on that slip up the prosecution had yesterday when they accidentally forgot to share stuff with the defense again.
Were the other defense openings fairly good? I saw the last of Steel. I wasn't too impressed.
Well,
but
after Steel, there was a very, very nice woman.
okay.
Yeah. Short, but not very good. The opening. The opening statement. Let me be precise here. And I'm so sorry. We are 12 years old.
Yeah, this
in
is
adult bodies. I mean, yeah. But the rest of them, the guy with the rat ponytail, who is 205 years old, he took the right to have his opening statement after the state's case in chief, which you apparently have. Then there were 2 more opening statements that were decent and good.
interesting.
Yeah. Yep. Yes, this court takes a lot of breaky breaks. And let's see here. So we can go forward to...
I still think he's a Padawan and he's just waiting for his Jedi training test. He's just upset.
Let's see here. Share this. So we can listen to when the prosecution forked up again yesterday without much repercussions.
We'll be using the first witness as an expert tomorrow morning.
An expert will they testify to facts or any of the investigation?
There is one factual matter that they may well testify about that informs their opinion, but it's not one of the one of the acts that are on the indictment that we are asserting as an overt act, or one of the ones we have or intend to introduce as an overt act. I'll be clearer. Investigator Belknap will be the first witness that we put up. And he was the person who encountered Trontavia Stevens, and one of the people to whom Trontavia Stevens said that Rock Crew or ROC was their initial name. They started out as Rock Crew, and then they...
Was that recorded, Miss Love? Or if, I don't know if it's one of them is Miss Love. Was that recorded, or is it pure testimony? Oh, this guy totally told me this. Your Honor, please believe me.
They became YSL for Young Slime Life, and then they changed that to Young Successful Life.
Okay, well, that's still going to probably bring up that issue of dual purpose witness. To that end, has anybody crafted for the court's consideration a proposed instruction that I can give or propose to give the jury before that witness is called?
Your Honor, I'm thinking about the instruction as it relates to the jury instruction on the expert witnesses and their credibility, but it's to that separation for the purposes of whether or not Trontavia Stevens said a certain thing to him. My thought on it was that because it wasn't an act, it did not or would not require for him to play the fact witness role in that testimony. I know that there is case law, and I can cite it for the court. I can send it to the court and counsels that experts interviews with alleged gang members can be and is admissible to support or to explain parts of their opinion. So he's not going to be testifying about specific alleged overt acts.
Was that pre-Daubert or post-Daubert? Because it depends on whether or not they're a fact witness or a expert witness. I think the concern that the court still has is what was brought up earlier.
Yeah, I understand the judge's concern, because that Mr. Belknap, whatever, is both an expert witness and a factual witness. They have 4 more supposed gang experts. Why does he has to be a dual witness?
Yeah, it seems a bit incestuous. I mean, it doesn't seem like you could keep one part of... It would be like the cop arresting you for DV is also a domestic violence, expert. It's maybe you're a little too close to the situation.
Yeah. When we discussed this issue, and that was bolstering or boosting credibility. So I want to kind of make that pretty clear if I can. Has anybody attempted to address that issue? Mr. Harvey, I see you're up.
Yes, we know that didn't happen. But how about you can use him as an expert or a factual witness?
Yeah.
How about that solution? Well, I mean, they have more gang experts. What?
There are 753 people in there. Why didn't anyone just say, you have 18 people? Can we...
Yes, Judge, can I point the court and the parties to United States versus Jet at 908?
Is that Juliet Echo Tango Tango?
It is.
Okay, all right. And what is the citation for?
908 Fed Third 252.
908 Fed Third
252.
252?
Yes, sir. And it is a Seventh Circuit case, but it has been generally adopted by the various circuits. Here's what the court in Jet says. When the expert portion of the case agent's testimony begins, the district judge should allow the government to lay its foundation and establish the agent's qualifications. After it does, the judge should instruct the jury that the testimony it is about to hear is the witness's opinion, not firsthand knowledge, and that it is for the jury to determine how much weight, if any, to give that opinion. That's the general nature. And then at the end of the case, there is a charge in jet after that particular witness has testified as a expert. And then, as I understand it, this witness will also be called back again to testify about percipient facts. And then there's a charge in jet that the court should give at the end of the case. So I would refer the parties to that case. And the case in the 11th Circuit, there are two cases in the 11th Circuit, United States versus Hawkins, Hawkins, and you can tell me, I know the court reporter's got that spelling. That's at 934, Fed 3rd, 1251. That's an 11th Circuit 2019 opinion. The dual witness testimony, the most recent case from the 11th Circuit is United States versus Perry, Perry, 14 Fed 4th, 1253.
Apparently because it's up to the judge's discretion, and he thinks he can solve it with a jury instruction.
Mr. Harvey, would you be so kind as to send all the parties that proposed instruction or preliminary instruction for my consideration?
I have no idea.
You can send that to the state. And the reason I'm taking it up now is because if we have to kind of address it and tweak it, I'm going to have you all.
Because the judge is already mad that this takes so long. We are talking about at least 6 months. Lawyers I've spoken to says, "Oh, this is a year-long trial, easily." So why does the judge allow multiple experts on the same fucking information? I don't get it.
Maybe he's trying to be kind at the beginning of this, but I have a feeling his patience for shenanigans is going to run out real quick. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't get to be a brigadier general, letting shenanigans happen
I
for a
agree.
long time.
Yeah, I agree. But he seems to be the kind of judge that at all costs or most costs let the jury decide. And then they can appeal. But we all know appeals are for losers. And you talked about that yesterday with the Delphi case appeal.
Yeah.
Where the appellate court seems to have just punted. Judge discussion. And for me, Judge Gull, whatever her name is, in her affidavit, I will say it out loud, she lied in a sworn affidavit. She lied.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's still going to the appellate court. It's just that the AG had its own 2 cents in there. So it's still at the Supreme Court, as far as I'm aware. And the defense attorneys did kind of anticipate that the Supreme Court would state that, they weren't going through proper channels, but there would have been no standing for them to go through proper channels because they were already taken off the case. So you couldn't put an interlocutory appeal or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I learned that by going through defense files because I'm not a real lawyer.
Yeah. So if you want to learn more about the Delphi case, Mo.
Yes.
Mo.
I will be putting out a full, it'll be broken up into short videos, but I will be going through, page 1 to page 100 and bajillion of the defense memo, the Frank's memorandum that started all of this shenaniganism, and then we will go through. So that's my next big goal.
Okay. Let's go through this while we wait for the court to restart after lunch.
I'll come in a little bit earlier and I'll tell our jurors to come in a little bit after that.
That should not be
It
deemed,
shouldn't take that long, but
and it should not be deemed as acquiescence to the court's ruling that these.
oh, in no way, Mr.
Okay,
Harvey. I would never assume that you acquiesce to anything that
Thank you.
the court rules upon.
Thank you.
So,
And Your Honor, asked the state whether or not the information that I shared was pre or post Daubert, and part of it was in federal courts. So Daubert was being used during that time. But what I will do when Mr. Harvey sends out his proposed instruction is I will reply all with.
yeah, I just want to make sure that that also when we are doing the court's charge at the end, that it comports with the proper tailoring of what an expert or a dual purpose expert. So,
Okay.
I just want to make for the 25 meter assessment. I just need to make sure that I give that so that they can, it's sort of credibility. So if you're going to do that and that's what you're going to call them for to begin with, I'll give that particular type of limiting instruction at that point. Okay. All right. Mr. Steele?
Your Honor, it's a tangential issue, but the same issue I just wanted to bring to the Honorable Court's attention. Detective Belknap, I believe if he's called as a first witness, that means he interviewed Trontavious Stevens, in this case, while Trontavious Stevens is in custody. And if Trontavious Stevens is not testifying or did not testify, the statement that I understand will be elicited involves Mr. Williams. It states something like YSL was young slime life, but when Mr. Williams became very successful starting in 2014, we now just call ourselves young, successful life. That would be a Bruton issue and a confrontation clause issue for Mr. Williams. So I just don't want tomorrow you to say, why didn't you bring it up today? So I'm just letting.
That's what I think you did before, but I if I recall, I don't know if this is totally
object
correct,
to
but
those
I thought that
glasses?
Saying Stevens was going to testify as a
I'm not saying
witness.
he's not, I'm not saying
And that would be the two objections if,
but the order matters.
yes, it does. So, madam.
Your Honor, one, Bruton involves defendants who are at the table together, and one non-testifying defendant implicates the other and cannot be compelled to testify against himself. So this is not a Bruton issue. One does not arise. Mr. Stevens has already resolved his charges before this court, so there is not a Bruton issue before the court at all.
Okay.
Second, regarding
Confrontation, are you going to call him as a witness?
the state does intend to call Mr. Stevens as a witness.
That's one of the guys who pled
And
out,
that part
by
I
the
can
way,
say. We do intend to call Mr.
after
Stevens
he-
as a witness. We do
And
not
a bunch of
intend to call
stuff.
him before we call.
to avoid
Detective Belknap.
more or less life in prison.
Okay. All right.
Prison snitches.
All right, Mr. Steele, given that, and I think you objected that before, I'll just maintain your objection. And, but I will just advise the state that it will be, since you have indicated and proffered to the court that you will be calling.
If Crips are blue and Bloods are red, they are both represented at the prosecution's table.
I mean, can we break out Michael Jackson and Ebony and Ivory? Can we do it? I mean, without copyright strike.
The blue Bloods, well, they are in Great Britain.
They're in the more
Mr.
wasty
Stevens,
parts of
then the confrontation
New
issue
England.
will not be a problem. It will be a problem if you don't call him. Okay. As for the Bruton issue, I don't believe that given what you told me, if he's resolved his issues in that respect, then there would not be one. But I'll note that objection for the record for Mr. Steele and Mr. Williams. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Okay.
Your Honor, we have for counsel for the defense a demonstrative aid that Investigator Belknap intends to use. He sent them to us and we have had them printed out. He gave them to us today. We'll send them, we will give to each of the counsels for the defense.
Can you give it to him now so I know it's been given? While that's being done by one of your able.
He didn't give them to the prosecutions until today. Remember, he was supposed to testify yesterday. And she says she printed them out and gave them to the defense moments before he's supposed to testify.
Look, PowerPoints is super hard.
And I can guarantee you, if he's testified before in gang-related crimes, that slideshow is his standard slideshow.
Yeah, I'm calling super BS. He probably has puppets too that he takes to local, kindergarten schools, telling them not to go join, rival places.
Mm. I don't need to keep a list because it's item 1, everything.
It's not so much.
The judge ordered the prosecution to hand over the discovery in April. The defense got the final piece of discovery Friday just before 5 o'clock. No repercussions.
Assistance, Mr. Sharp, what do you have?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just another piece of housekeeping, if now is the appropriate time. I would like to ask if the court would instruct the state to tell us exactly who they intend to call tomorrow. As Your Honor knows, this is a very big case. They've narrowed it down to about 70 witnesses that they plan to call in the first 3 weeks. But even that, just carrying that paperwork and all the materials for those 70 witnesses, unsure of who they're planning on calling, I'd probably have to borrow my neighbor's pickup truck. So I'd like a better idea of who we're going to be examining tomorrow so I can make sure that I bring the appropriate materials for cross-examination.
Okay, well, I can't tell you what you need to bring. I think that I can ask this, we can ask the state that, but it's, I think they've given you the general, we're going to call these 60, 70 people, but I don't know about the order. So that's something that I can certainly ask them at this point. So, Madam? How many witnesses are you planning on calling tomorrow? I'd like to tell the jury at least what our order of march is in terms of just number of witnesses. I tell them that on a kind of daily basis so that they know how many people to expect or thereabouts.
Your Honor, we will have approximately 6 available to testify tomorrow. We are confirming with the witnesses as we call them because we were anticipating people today.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we are having to shift that around a little bit and make certain that the ones that were available for today, we'll have them here for tomorrow, because if they're not filtered, we were going to just switch the order that we will call certain witnesses. So after conferring with our lieutenants and investigative team, I can be more concise as to exactly who is and who is not, who will and who won't.
Will you have that by the time we close today, or?
Yes, Jingle.
I don't know that they have confirmed with all of the ones, so I don't.
But you anticipate, we're going to at least do Belknap first in the morning, and you have maybe 6 witnesses or thereabouts?
Yes, that's what.
All right, best I can give you at this point in time, Mr. Sharp. And then we can ask again at the end of the day, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, anybody else? I was only being facetious, Mr. Steele. I need to call our jurors back, okay?
And yes, of course. We just look at this before we leave tonight. I have objections to what was just handed to us. It's the law. You're in court.
In terms of what was just handed to you? Can I see it? And then maybe I'll address it when our jurors.
Yes, we have a copy for the court. We are going to label it State Exhibit 1.
And considering labeling, defense counsels who have used PowerPoints during their presentation, if you would be so kind to email a copy of those to Ms. Weaver for inclusion, I'll include them as the next court's exhibits in order for purposes of your opening statement. So you can do that as you're seated here, but just make sure she gets a copy of that. Okay. All right. So I'll take up this issue. And I'll look at the PowerPoint as for Detective Belknap as we kind of finish up. So unless there's anything else. Yes, ma'am. Now, you want to label it?
We don't want to do this.
All right. Can we call for our jurors? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Botts, were you rising to get up? Just a stretch? Or? If you have a what? What about Mr. Harvey? Oh, okay.
Oh, Jimmy Carter looks so good.
And what, for
He wasn't
non-acquiescence?
doing well.
This is a general rule or specifically? All right. I regret talking to you. I really do. Okay. All right.
Too
Okay. We all are jurors, please. Thank you.
Okay.
This one time, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, that's the final piece of his. Yeah, we can listen to that. That's
So on that last grouping of charges that we just got through talking about, the Gary
no,
Holland, and then we
no, I can't bear with that. Let's see what happens when he stops instead.
At 9:30, okay? So that we can go through, I can go through the charge that hopefully you all agreed upon, or not charge, but the Rex guy I can to our editor. Absolutely. In possession, let me move on to the next issue. The next issue is Detective Belknap is going to testify first. And there's a very large PowerPoint that's been submitted. I assume that he's going to refer to. It's marked as States 1. Is it a demonstrative aid, madam? It's not going to be admitted, right? So.
Your Honor, it's a demonstrative aid that we believe would assist him in explaining his testimony to the jury.
Okay.
So.
All right. So it'll be marked as an exhibit. Okay. All right. Okay. Specifically, are there objections or concerns? I understand you all just got that at this point in time. If so, please tell me.
Your Honor.
Sir.
On March 21, 2023, Mr. Williams filed motion limiting number 13. Your Honorable Court granted that orally, reduced that to writing on November 17, 2023. I cited Swanson, SWANSON versus State, Your Honorable Court. That's a 366 Georgia Appeal 584 Division 2, 2000.
What's that? 366 Georgia Appeals. What was the other?
584.
584 Swanson.
Yep, Division 2, 2023. Your Honorable Court's order referenced Swanson. That an expert cannot discuss the law, expert cannot testify as to opinions on the ultimate legal conclusion is not helpful to the trier of fact for the witness to express their opinions using legal terms or offer legal conclusions. The court must remain vigilant against the admission of legal conclusions, and an expert witness may not substitute for the court in charging the jury. Applicable law, that's what be granted as well. Under Swanson, this was already argued and ordered, and then as I look at what the state handed us, which I believe is state's number 1, if it's not, I'd like someone to correct me, but
It's States 1, sir.
thank you. And on the page that I have stapled together, on the back of the first page, it has a triangle that you specifically excluded in your order, that you would not allow the supposed expert, it's not helpful to the jury, to talk about a person and a gang and then the crime and the enumerated offenses and employee.
Jesus fucking Christ, Judge. You excluded it and you still let it in afterwards as a demonstrative. You excluded it as evidence but let it in as demonstrative.
This trial's going to kill us, isn't it?
We just saw that fucking triangle.
Yes.
By associated with or participates in gang activity. The next slide, or any piece of paper, is entitled Criminal Street Gang Defined. That is the law. That is exactly what Your Honor Court and Swanson says cannot be done by an expert. The jury doesn't get from the expert, supposed expert. The next on the back of that page is Criminal Street Gang Elements. That comes from the law. That should not be coming from a witness. The next one is Criminal Street Gang Identifiers, which is a different issue, but I do have an objection, but not the same objection. That is not the law. That would go to factual allegations. Then it goes back to the law, Your Honor.
There are several slides in there that reference criminal street gang elements. So I assume that you're objecting to those. There are several of those interspersed throughout the presentation.
Exactly. And
Okay.
page number, but yes.
Yes, it's not numbered, but let me let the state respond to that to begin with. So, Madam.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, first, Swanson is quite distinguishable. In Swanson, what happened is that the expert witness was asked by the prosecutor whether or not something is required in order to convict someone of a DUI. And the expert answered no, which is an issue that goes directly to the matters that the jury alone is there to decide. In what Detective Belknap has prepared as an aid to assist the jury in understanding or hearing his testimony, he is explaining the methodology that he employs in making the categorizations and classifications of certain groups as a criminal street gang or not. Your Honor, without knowing how it is that Detective Belknap goes about making determinations.
Here's an idea. He tells the jury. Was that so hard?
Here's an idea. The judge already told you no.
He can write a triangle and explain this is the
And deciding whether he, in his opinion, believes that this particular group is a criminal street gang. How on earth is a jury to gauge his credibility? The court, of course, instructs the jury.
He can testify to it without the.
He done said he learned all of the things when he was out, graduating from the Apple Bottom gang to, learning all about the Crips and the Bloods and their franchisees. I mean, again, the bottom line is the judge already ruled on this. Why is he letting them relitigate it?
Yeah.
That is what I tell my kids all the time.
Yeah. I'm starting to get the sense they put these things in so that the defense will object to it. You already ruled on this, and give the prosecution a second bite at the apple too. But we can use this instead, or this argument, or that statute. And apparently it works.
She must know this judge does this.
Yeah, because she's been in this courtroom a lot, and he is the chief judge.
That the law comes from the court alone, and the court can give to the jury prior to Detective Belknap a limiting instruction saying that what they are hearing is his opinion and the basis that forms his opinions. The law upon which Detective Belknap relies in order to make his classifications of particular groups is no different than treatises or other matters that experts rely on to make their particular opinions about matters that are outside the ken of the average juror. In this particular case, Detective Belknap does not place at the top of his slide OCGA blah, 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 and he does not say in order to find this person guilty of participation in criminal street gang activity, you do or don't need to have this. What he has done is outlined the factors that he employs in making a determination as to whether, in his opinion, a particular group qualifies as a criminal street gang. The circumstances of our case are quite distinguishable from those in Swanson. If it ever came to a point where, and we would not, where the prosecutor asked Detective Belknap something that was in the jury's within their purview, do we need to have this to convict of this? Then I would see and understand defense counsel's objection. But here, without the jury knowing how it is that Detective Belknap made his decisions about whether or not this particular group qualifies as a gang, this particular group does not, how on earth are they to gauge whether or not he is credible? The court.
He says words. That's it. He says words. He can formulate. Judge, if we can't cheat, how are we supposed to win? That's what she's saying. If we don't cheat, how are we supposed to win this? I don't know.
Will tell the jury that the jury has to decide whether or not they believe Detective Belknap. What if Detective Belknap had a series of qualifications for determining whether or not a group is a gang that was completely out of line with Georgia law? Giving what he uses as a guide to make his determinations in no way invades the province of the jury. I'm certain that if he did have a series of qualifications or standards that were out of line with what the law is, no one can argue that the defense counsel wouldn't pounce on it and in fact exploit that fact for the jury. But the fact that his standards, his methodology, his qualifications, his determination of whether or not a group is a criminal street gang, because it is exactly as the law requires it to be, they want it excluded. And that in turn completely cuts the legs out from under the jury's ability to discern whether or not Detective Belknap is credible. How on earth could you expect?
Our expert can't win without pictures, damn it. He left his
My voice.
crayons at home.
Them to gauge his basis for his knowledge at all without that information.
Okay.
So we would ask that the court find that there is no merit to the objection currently being made as it relates to the demonstrative aid that Detective Belknap seeks to employ, and that in no way.
Hi, Jingles. Yes, folks.
He watched Boys in the Hood at least 5 times. He has the Blockbuster stubs to prove it.
Now, if you wonder where this comes from, this is Jingles. The actual he runs the show, and he is currently and has always waited for me to pass on so he can start eating. Meanwhile, he accepts offerings of food and around 90 second bets. Then after around 90 seconds, he believes he is under attack and defends himself. How do you manage to stay on the back end of the chair like that? Yeah, our leader for the Viking Thugs has arrived. Please pay your homage in super chats and gifted memberships. Thank you, Ben.
This woman is for real, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it works. Apparently. Oh, we were denied. Let's bring it up on trial day. Ow. Stop standing on my hair. That's what she said.
Does the utilization of the demonstrative on page 1 of his demonstrative aid invade the province of the jury? Again, this is Detective Belknap deciding and determining and using.
Thank you for not actively putting your asshole in my face. Let's just show the similarities here. Look how happy he is. Doesn't Jingles look absolutely joyful being shown to the audience like this? Well,
he's full of the holiday spirit.
Yeah. Oh. That's Jingles, folks. Oh. Yeah, Jingle. For you who don't know, hi, I'm Nick. I have a farm. That's my farm cat. He keeps the farm out of rodents and larger animals. In the barn, about a week ago, I found what I only can. Let's just say, sometimes I find the remains of a baby rabbit. This time I found what I can only describe as a pile of rabbits. It was stacking up for winter, I guess.
He wanted to make sure you had food. He was very worried.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Or he was bragging.
Yeah, I think it's mostly bragging.
A particular structural tool in making assessments of whether or not a particular criminal act is in furtherance of the game. The triangle that is shown is in no way invasive or invading the province of the jury. It simply helps.
Use email. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Judge. It simply helps to explain how it is that Detective Belknap goes about making the determinations and forming the opinions that he has been qualified to share with the jury. And to suggest that this information is inadmissible, it just, I don't know, it just defies reason at this time, Your Honor. I would suggest that all of this information goes to the weight of Detective Belknap's testimony and in no way should be considered a reason to exclude the tools he uses to form his opinions. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right. Anybody else wish to add anything before I go ahead and rule? Mr. Sharp, you got up?
Separate issue with the same PowerPoint, so.
Hey, what's your issue, sir?
Your Honor, if you go to, there's a few slides labeled no slide light. I say halfway through.
Okay, can you give me a slide? Is it the one that starts on October the 14th? Ms. Hilton and Ms.
Page 22, if you count your.
Okay, hold on, just wait. Ms. Love, is it possible for you to ask Detective Belknap tomorrow, before he testifies tomorrow, to label or to number his slides so it would be easy for me to deal with these kind of queries?
Absolutely.
All right, that would be wonderful. So can you give me what page it's near, Mr. Sharp?
Where you just were, it starts on the one before there.
Okay, all right.
It says
YSL criminal activity?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And it continues for, I think, 3 slides, including the one that you were just looking at. And it lists specific allegations that are not in this indictment, not charges over acts that are criminal in nature, prejudicial, that discusses specific acts that Detective Belknap apparently wants to talk about to discuss the history of YSL as he sees it. And these don't involve any of our clients either. And O'Connell v. State, 294, Georgia, 379. Certainly, I understand the law that an expert witness can rely on hearsay. However, an expert witness may not be a mere conduit to hearsay. And right now, it appears to me that the state is planning on having this expert tell the jurors about all these other completely unrelated incidents that he had, to my knowledge, had no involvement in investigating, but certainly he would be testifying to hearsay. I don't think that they're planning on calling the alleged victims of all these incidents or anything like that. And it's just a bunch of other completely unrelated criminal acts that have nothing to do with this case and these specific charges that are going to be brought in through Detective Belknap as their conduit. And we would object to that under that O'Connell case.
All right, sir. State, you want to respond to that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. These particular incidents go to both, as in the case with Trontavia Stevens, matters that the detective, the witness, observed personally and matters that other people observed as well. And an expert is allowed to testify that the basis for his opinion consists in part on these type of observations made by various persons. These matters are for the jury to decide what weight to give them. Of course, the argument can and I'm certain will be made that these people haven't come in here and the jury can decide whether or not it will disregard Detective Belknap's opinions because they are based on this information and the defense has convinced them that they should disregard it altogether because they haven't heard from a particular witness. But in no way should that be a reason to exclude Detective Belknap's testimony about certain information, certain incidents, certain interactions that form the basis for his opinion. These are things that he has observed during his experience as a law enforcement officer, including incidents involving alleged gang members, including, part of what he has testified about, part of what the court deemed portions of his methodology included his interactions with gang members, alleged gang members, and the information that they shared with him. What weight to give that should be left to the jury. And the information should not be excluded, because essentially what counsels for the defense seem to want to do is to take away from the jury any information about what Detective Belknap bases his opinions on. And then it just leaves a bare opinion with nothing with which to gauge the credibility of those opinions. So respectfully, the state asks that the court not take away the jury's ability to weigh what weight it should give Detective Belknap's opinions by excluding the information that forms the basis of those opinions. And that information includes both the standards that he employs to classify groups as gangs. It includes the methodology that he utilizes to determine whether or not an act is in furtherance of a gang. And it includes his history and personal experience and those of law enforcement officers with which he has collaborated involving interactions with alleged and self-professed criminal street gang members. So we would ask that the court not exclude any of that testimony and information from the jury's consideration.
Your Honor,
thank you.
If you accept the state's logic in that argument, then why would they even have to call in any witnesses for any of these overt acts? Why bring in witnesses about Christian Eppinger allegedly shooting a police officer? Just have Belknap, just tell them this is what happened. Why bring in witnesses to talk about armed robberies allegedly committed by Walter Murphy? Just have Detective Belknap come in as an expert and tell them the whole story about what happened and say, because of that, I'm using that information as the basis of my expertise. The O'Connell case, Your Honor, was when a defendant sought to had an expert who testified that the defendant suffered from PTSD. The defendant had killed their adoptive mother. And she wanted to bring up specific instances of her abuse in her homeland. I believe it was Guatemala. And the court said, no, you cannot bring in specific instances to put in front of the jury to say, yes, these specific instances form the basis of my opinion, because you're using the expert witness as a conduit to bring in an admission.
I will be going to 4 p.m. local time, because again, then it's 10 p.m. here, and my alarm goes off at 4:30 a.m. And so I will have a cutoff time around then. And the last 2 hours, if there's anything to show, we will start tomorrow with it, because we always know that this court is always late, and I do need a few hours of sleep in between work, stream, and stuff. So my cutoff time, I can say definitely around 10 p.m. my time, which is 4 p.m. local time.
Admissible hearsay. And that's exactly what the state is doing here. And it's even worse than that, because none of these alleged incidents have anything to do, as far as I can tell, with any of these gentlemen. And also the state just shifted just swiftly. First they said there are incidents that Detective Belknap has personal knowledge of. Then it's kind of slightly shifted to Detective Belknap, or maybe he's talked to other law enforcement officers about it. Like it's some collective knowledge thing. It's rank hearsay.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to O'Connell, Your Honor, the reason that the court decided that the expert's opinion in that case was a conduit for bare hearsay is it was the defendant's efforts to get in specific incidents that related to the defendant without putting the defendant on the stand. The reason that the incidents and the interactions Detective Belknap has had and other officers has had with particular alleged or self-professed gang members is distinguishable from the acts and overt acts that the state has included as part of the indictment, is that in order for the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any allegation, any count in the indictment that we set out to prove, we have to present evidence of that particular act. What Detective Belknap would be talking about as it relates to...
Your Honor, we can't prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt if we are not allowed to cheat.
Yeah, pretty much.
But this is under the court's discretion, so if he allows it, it's not cheating, technically. it's a matter of appellate issues, but we all know appeals are for losers.
The specific incidents and interactions that help form the basis for his opinions are simply things that form the basis. They are not things that we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the same as if there is someone on the stand talking about relying on certain treatises, information that has been gleaned from someone else's observations that informs the opinion that they reach today. There's no one that will credibly argue, oh, we have to bring in the author of that treatise in order for the expert's testimony to not be hearsay. It is simply the basis, part of the basis for Detective Belknap's opinion. It is not the same, and there is an absolute false equivalence being drawn by counsel for Mr. Stiller at this point. So we would ask that, again, the court not exclude the bases for Detective Belknap's expert opinions about whether or not YSL is a criminal street gang and whether or not particular activity, and Rock Crew as well, qualifies as a criminal street gang, and whether or not particular acts qualify as criminal street gang activity. The court, as I stated, can instruct the jury that the only law that the jury is to consider is that coming from the court, and that the jury alone decides what weight to give Detective Belknap's testimony. And if it so happens that the standard Detective Belknap employs to classify a group as a gang is in line with what the court instructs the jury must exist before the jury determines that a particular group is in fact a criminal street gang, then the jury finds Detective Belknap all that more credible. If it is out of line with what the court instructs the jury, then the jury finds that Detective Belknap is not credible. But they have to know the basis for his opinions in order to weigh his credibility. Thank you.
All right. I have more, if you don't mind, Your Honor, here for them.
All right, what else?
Okay, thank you, sir. Your Honor, obviously I adopt the honorable counsels that's taught, but I'd like you to also wrestle with it. I numbered the pages, but I could try to direct you on the court. I have on page 19, it says gang hand signs. And I just did page 1 would be page 1, and then go to page 2. So I did not 1, 2, the front back. Just page 1 is the front. Page 1 is the back. The back is page 1, page 2 is the next page. Page I can't see, they're just too dark.
Which one are you talking about in terms of gang tattoos? There's several.
Gang hand signs.
Gang hand signs. I think that is some gentlemen that have there's a picture with a Georgia Bulldog t-shirt. Is that correct?
No, it's an RG, it says Rich Gang in white, and then an RG, Rich Gang in red, where it's black and white. I've just
The photograph from the indictment. Is that the one? If I may, Your Honor, I will hold, or let the court hold the state's copy. Here.
What pages do you want to see? Oh, that's way in the back. Okay, all right. I think I see it. It's way in the back. All right, I see it. All right, when you're referring to gang hand signs, okay. What about it?
Your Honor, you already ruled on this issue about the law, but you also ruled on the dual witness, which will get you the jury instruction. That's Mr. Williams. That's a picture of Mr. Williams standing next to Mr. Copeland. That's in the indictment. How is Detective Belknap, the supposed expert, now coming in and telling the jury Mr. Williams is holding up a gang sign when A is not supposed to be talking about the evidence in the case if you're bifurcating it, and B, he shouldn't be telling the jurors that anyway. That is an intent. That would be for the jury. That's not beyond the ken of the jury. The next page, if you, not the back of it, but the next page, and Your Honor, Mr. Williams marked the pages, number them. And approach if you need it. They're page number.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Are there any
Which
rules in
pages,
law?
sir?
So the slides, he was supposed to just, this is how I determine if something is a gang or not. And they try to sneak in pictures of Jeffrey Williams in that presentation.
Again, are there rules that we're supposed to ever follow? I'm confused.
There should be.
It's page 20, but it's the next page which we're just looking at. Okay.
And Your Honor, if we could just clarify whether the issues are two separate ones so that we can address each one in turn rather than try to address 20 at the same time.
Page 20.
Oh. Two, I'm gonna mark it. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. I'm lost for. I mean, every fucking day the prosecution tries to sneak in things. Every day of last week's hearing. Every day of the previous hearings. Every fucking day there's a hearing. The prosecution tries to sneak in things under the nose of the court. They actively violate court orders, and they still get to continue. Yeah, it's called mistrial with prejudice. But I don't think this judge will ever come to that conclusion. He really wants this handed over to the jury.
I don't think so.
So, yeah.
What? Oh, asshole Lauren C-word. So we didn't get the ruling. If he actually removed anything from that slide.
I was about to say, dang it, did they start again?
No. Over at Law and C-word, they are currently just rehashing what went on this morning. I think according to the court, what they said, they are to start again in about 10 minutes. So,
An hour and a half. We go.
I'm just lost for words. I mean, I know there's a bunch of you who are completely new here, but I've been covering this case since May. That is 5 months ago, 4 months ago. What month is it? It's November. It's 6 months.
I think so.
I have not
You make me math.
seen one hearing without the prosecution trying to get away with something they shouldn't even be allowed to try. Not one. This judge, and I hate to say it because I don't want to, but it's all bark but no bite. During hearings, he has excluded things, and we saw that damn triangle. So we know, even though he excluded it in a previous hearing, he allowed it. I don't know what to say. How are we supposed to get the prosecution to follow the rules if they are never punished for it? Just the thing with discovery, they actively tried to have the court allow them to send the discovery via Dropbox. And prosecutor Willis or Love misspoke or outed herself. They wanted to do that because they wanted to know which files and when and how often the defense accessed them. And that there's only one reason for that. To try to figure out the defense tactics. That wasn't allowed, luckily, but that's the extent of how this prosecution tries to get away with everything.
And if you think this is crazy, I mean, not to bring politics into it, but the former Cheeto-in-chief, regardless of how you fall on the political spectrum, I mean, that is going to be shenanigans to the power of infinity.
Yeah, exactly. This is the same district attorney Fannie Willis is the same district attorney in Georgia who has indicted former President Orange under the RICO Act, Georgia RICO Act. What you're seeing here at this trial and at the other hearings, this is what she does. Now, she knows the Georgia RICO Act inside out. She knows this courtroom. She knows the judges. This is what they are trying to do. Every damn day.
Yeah, and that's what I like about, channels like yours, to a lesser extent, more on the layperson snarky side, channels like mine, is that people are waking up to this, because the only way that we can change things like this is for people to realize how important it is to vote in their local, communities. In reality, the guy who sits in that big White House in DC, he's not going to touch your life as much as the judge who could screw you over, 10 ways to Sunday, sitting on a judgeship, or the gal, or the Zimzer, I'm not going to assume anyone's gender, but it's current year. Good Lord. But it is waking a lot of people up. I mean, people are starting to realize how much it has shifted from, the state has to prove you guilty to you have to prove yourself innocent. And even if they don't have a hill of beans, you could still be, proven or convicted. And then you are, screwed still trying to prove your innocence.
Yeah, and even in the off chance that of a successful appeal, that's years into the future. And once you're convicted, you have to pay for the appeal. Let's say the Zachariah Anderson case. That was 3 weeks of trial. Just getting the transcripts from the trial, which he has to have to be able to appeal. He has to pay for it. That's between $10,000 and $15,000 for that alone. Not counting appellate lawyers. That's the uphill battle. The bulk of prosecutors' cases are against people who cannot afford lawyers and are presented by overworked public defenders. Paid lawyers present a real challenge for them and expose them as inept. I agree. As soon, Mr. Steve Gosney, he is of the Public Defender's Office. He is a Florida appellate lawyer. He handles death penalty cases, appeals of death penalty cases. So there are a good number of really good lawyers in the Public Defender's Office. But there are still public defenders. They don't have the money that, for instance, the O.J. Simpson trial. He spent $3 million on his defense back in 19 whatever year it was. And everybody was shocked. He paid for his release, more or less. The state cost was $5 or $6 million. So even with the resources of O.J. Simpson, he still didn't come up to what the prosecution could spear out. In 1993. Thank you, Ghost Ray. And in this case, even if there are 6 defendants, now I do think that Young Thug is paying for his lawyer, but most of the others don't. They are public defenders. Of 1995, okay. They are public defenders, most of the others. They are, by the state, paid $15,000 for the entirety of this case. From when they were appointed to when a possible sentence. And that, if the trial takes a year, that means that's over 2 years. That's not a lot of money. And if they want to bring in their own experts, they have to pay for it. With what budget? And the Public Defender's Office, they have a budget. But as soon as you're assigned a case, and this I've heard from public defenders, here's your budget for it. Oh, but we have an expert who says they can absolutely refute that. They're the state's expert, but he wants $400 an hour. Well, you have your budget. I mean, so it's not paying for. You have to pay more or less. You have to pay for a proper defense, not proper as in getting the best lawyer, but to bring in the best experts. And the government here, in the Georgia v. Jeffrey Williams et al., in this RICO trial, are calling 737 witnesses. Half of them are expert witnesses. A whole bunch of them are employed by the state. Others are not, because the state has more or less unlimited resources.
Yeah. There's just, I think a lot of us maybe were a little bit naive to the fact that, the state would never bring charges against someone they didn't think was absolutely guilty. Like they would have all their ducks in a row before they would charge someone. We didn't, think, hey, politics would be involved, or at least maybe if you're a little Pollyanna like me, you would definitely not think that. So it's really interesting to see how many people are waking up to the different ideas and getting kind of active in their local communities, at least to change things. So that is nice. I mean, look, these are big problems. They didn't start overnight. We're not going to go, Power Rangers, Captain Planet and the Planeteers fix this right away. But small changes, voting differently, really learning about what your judges, your local prosecutors stand for.
We have an expression over here that politicians are like diapers. They're full of crap and needs to be changed frequently.
True.
And you guys over in the United States, you elect everybody for everything. I think that in this case, the chief medical examiner is elected.
Well, we try. We like to vote for everyone. We don't even know if they have licenses. We see a name, we see a letter, we push yes. They give us a crayon. I do have an endorsement for president, though. I have decided instead of giant asteroid and Vice President Bigfoot, I'm still sticking with Vice President Bigfoot, but I have decided Roseanne. I'm going Roseanne for president. I've decided.
Yay. Yeah.
It's either that or Black Plague. I just, at this point.
Yeah, but I understand. Understand the principle, and the principle is good that an elected official can always be thrown out in the next election. But a chief medical examiner? Seriously? I mean, would you want to have... Okay, hypothetically, one of your family members gets in an accident or it's uncertain. Would you want your chief medical examiner to have that position by merit or by election?
You're asking these hard questions, Nick.
Yeah.
I don't even think you need a medical license in some states. I could be wrong about that. I'm just a redhead who says stuff on the internet, but I think I might be right.
A police chief and his entire department that got fired in Coffee City, Texas. Yeah. I mean, even if you hire somebody on the merits, they can still get fired. If you have somebody who is elected and in the first year can't make difference between foot and tail, a chief medical examiner, where does this bone belong? Do you have to wait for the next election?
Distant. I'm working on my LinkedIn resume. No reason.
Yeah, but
can you imagine me? Dr. Mo, medicine woman.
Yeah, I know. I know this. That some judges are elected don't have any law experience. Now, this particular judge in this case, he has an enormous amount of law experience. But yeah, I have issues, and I have questions, and I have words. Matt says,
Yeah.
when US decided to elect all officials, how much merit do you think was involved in choosing public official, or in 1812 Sweden for that matter? Politicians or medical examiners? I mean, back in 1812, we had the two-chamber. I believe we had a two-chamber. No, was that later? Well, we had at one point in time a two-chamber Congress, and which was abandoned. But back then, you had the salary you had when you worked. For instance, you had teachers, professors. You had a variety of mostly people who could read, who were elected as politicians. They kept the salary they had as when they worked. So, because it was back then, it was you are supposed to be there because you want to do good, not having a career. Today's Swedish elected in our Congress, so to speak, riksdagen, has around the median salary times 2.5. That's their base pay. Then they don't have to pay for travel because they are supposed to be elected for that particular area of Sweden, and then they represent that particular area of Sweden in our Congress. But in order for them to do that, they have to have they have to live there, but they also have to stay in Stockholm, and they get paid for both. That's above their pay. So if they have a house that costs them $2,000 a month back home, they get paid. Then they get housing in Stockholm. They get paid for that. And there has been every year some politician is exposed with, well, you say your permanent residence is where you were elected and you're only staying here for the weeks and go back on the weekends. Yes. So why is your entire family, wife and kids, living with you in Stockholm? Why is your home resident a vacation home?
Well, I mean, you're asking us terribly hard questions, and we don't understand those.
Oh, they're back. Thank you. Let's see here. Let's see how far we have to go. There. Whew. Dun, dun, dun. Add stage. There we are. That one. Bring up jingles. Where are you? There. And here we go.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Love, you may continue, madam.
What? Yeah, it is live. Oh, they restarted? Oh.
Detective Belt now.
What? Around sound.
I'm gonna give this back to you.
Because why would you have him
As soon
testify from
as
memory?
we start back sharing, when we left off, I was about to ask you about clothing and attire, specifically examples of gang wear that you have experienced and seen during your time as a gang investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
One thing I would do as a defense attorney, once he testified, these are the clothes, this is this gang, this is this gang, I would scour the internet from people from around the world with the exact same clothing and exact same hand signs. I would try to find politicians, cops, everything with those kind of attires on them. And
Well, and that's the say. I mean, didn't they say that rap was the most popular genre of music? Or
yeah,
no, Steele brought that up. So rap is
yeah.
the most popular genre. So is this expert going to, claim that, a chav in Britain is
Mhm.
now a franchisee of one of these gangs?
Mhm. I'm just saying here, what is his biggest concert? He has performed in front of, at least in an arena, in front of 50,000 people. And I would assume most of them were something related to Young Thug. They are now involved in supporting and aiding a criminal. Let's just watch. Oh, we are only a minute behind. Ah.
As we get that straight, you talked about tagging before we went to lunch. How is it that you're able to discern specific paintings or markings that you see on the sidewalk or on the side?
So what if what? Blooded?
I'm maybe oh,
That's
it's blooded?
the Red Cartel, Eat Green City Records, Rock Gang. Well, if it says Rock Gang, yeah, but is that commonly sold? Or do you have to print them out yourself? And if you can print them out, what is... yeah. Let's just continue.
Buildings as gang-related graffiti versus something else?
Sure. So I've certainly been trained on this over the years. I now actually teach about gang graffiti and recognizing gang graffiti versus tagging of another kind. And in most cases, the way I explain it is gangs tagging is usually not as subtle as other types of tagging. Gangs generally want the tagging to be clear as to what it is. And this photo that we were using as an example of rock gang tagging, as you can see, ROC is spelled out very clearly. They've got very clearly the red 5-point star. It says blood down at the bottom, and it also says, excuse the language, fuck Crip. None of those things are masked or hidden in that meeting, and most gang graffiti is of this type. There are really two things that I look for to determine whether something is potentially going to be gang graffiti, and one is the content, which, as I've said, is usually fairly clear. But what does the graffiti actually say, or what is it actually an image of? Is it an image or, bless you, is it an image or language directly related to a specific gang? The other is the context. Where is it? Gangs typically tag their own territory to assert their dominance or their control over a particular area, or they may potentially tag in a rival's territory in order to disrespect the rival gang, which can sometimes begin a violent back and forth. While gangs could potentially tag in other areas, usually that's what we're going to see. So I regularly get sent pictures of graffiti to review for possible gang affiliation. That's sort of
I think there was some. No, that's the house. That's a street side. Where's the?
I
Is
have
it
no
on
idea.
the sidewalk? It must
I'm
be on the
with
sidewalk.
I'm with Michael. I can't see a damned thing where they've tagged something. So unless it's an invisible.
Oh, sorry.
first two filters that I put it through, and generally we're able to discern what
He used an AI
He
filter.
altered the photo, and it's allowed in as a demonstrative. What the actual fuck? He says on the stand through filters. Okay, let's go back a bit.
So I regularly get sent pictures of graffiti to review for possible gang affiliation. That's sort of the first two filters that I put it through, and generally we're able to discern what it is using that technique.
Okay, no, two filters. That's a figure of speech. Okay. Whew. So that's a figure of speech, not actual photo filters. Jesus Christ, I was really scared there for a moment. Yeah. So when he says filter, it's his way of thinking, is this gang related or anything, not that they altered the actual picture. But I wouldn't be... Nothing would surprise me less than hearing that pictures were altered in this trial, because why not? Everything else is shenanigans from the state's case.
Depicted on the screen, currently labeled gang tagging, you said that it's generally in an area occupied by the gang. And this particular area,
Yeah.
repeating the direct.
Oh.
Would you please tell the jury what area it is that is depicted in this particular image?
This is
this intersection.
He's there as a gang expert. How to distinguish gangs, blah, 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 blah. This is more like direct examination of testimony that these particular individuals, this is their neighborhood. I mean,
is the intersection of Mount Zion Road and Hable Road, which is in that Cleveland Avenue corridor.
Now, when we're talking about gang clothing, if you can go to the next slide.
I've collected the theme.
Okay. As we're talking about gang clothing, looking at the slide here now, would you tell the jury what it is that you've seen during your time as an investigator and the significance that it holds for you?
So we began seeing Rock Crew gang members wearing these particular shirts that they had made. Obviously, it says very large on the front of it. It says, "So what, we blooded." And this was the first really public statement that I recall for one of our local gangs making this big, bold statement that they were associated with a national or traditional gang. And they were wearing these obviously quite publicly. You'll notice on the back of it, it says Red Cartel and Creek City Records and Rock Gang. Those three crews that I mentioned earlier. And the words, "So What We Blooded," is actually also the title of a song that was published by some members of Red Cartel as well about their blood gang
what
affiliation.
this has to do with
is there
this?
significance to the fact that there's this abundance of red on both shirts.
There is, and actually, this is the front and back of one shirt. I want to make sure that's clear. But the shirt is obviously in red. That color is associated with Bloods street gangs or gangs that are associated with the Bloods.
Now, you mentioned that was a song that was published by a member of Red Cartel. Is Red Cartel a record label?
I don't believe Red Cartel was ever actually a record label, but I don't know that for sure.
Was Red Cartel a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is being a rapper or a performer and being a criminal street gang member, are those two mutually exclusive?
They're not mutually exclusive.
So you could be both?
You certainly could be.
You talked about the types of activity that you've seen or that Raised on Cleveland engaged in. Did this activity remain confined to strictly the Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
I'm not sure. I could send you a link so you can show it, but according to Georgia statutes, we have determined that this channel and the chat is an informal street gang, and we are now under the leadership of Mr. Jingles. We are the Viking Thugs. So I don't know. Are we good, MG Law, with the local, your loosely affiliated street gang? This is so stupid.
Tell the jury a little bit
Well,
about how
I am off to pick up the boys.
So they were.
So, Godspeed, brave warriors.
Oh, that's street lingo, according to
It
this
is.
prosecution and this gang expert. Using the words boys or word boys can indicate you're a member of a street gang.
But I'm only pushing positivity and staying humble under God. So, and I am wearing a long skirt that covers my knees. So, really, yeah. And I'm not in Georgia. So, bite me, Fanny. Really.
Phrasing.
I know. I realized that about half a second after it came out of my mouth hole. But I still stand by it because I'm a woman and a redhead of my verbal diarrhea. I really am. But there you go.
Okay. So you're doing mom taxi duty?
Yes. If you're still going when
Rumble
I get back.
chat is thugging out. Okay, yeah.
Oh, Lord. I will see you guys when I get back. Bye.
Yeah. Okay. Bye. See you later. Oh God.
Certainly other crimes that Rock Crew members were suspected of. One of them, actually two of the more notable ones that we investigated early on in our working with this gang, one was ATM theft.
Objection? What's the basis, Mr. Sharp?
Your Honor, under 704.
Okay, I got it. I got it. I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir.
This is other people not on trial or objecting to that.
Now, these are incidents that have formed, these are personal experiences as well as experiences that Detective Belknap
But that's not him as an expert. Then he has to testify.
Overrule the objection.
Oh.
One of those crimes was ATM thefts. Members were suspected, and in some cases arrested and prosecuted for stealing ATM machines all around the metro Atlanta area. Some members were also engaged in armored car robberies. They were robbing the operators of armored cars in several places around the metro area. The narcotics trafficking and sales were predominantly in the Cleveland Avenue corridor in that turf of that territory. But some of their aggravated assaults, some of their shootings, and even some of their homicides were in other parts of the city.
Was there a particular person who was known to be the head of Rock Crew?
Yeah, the leader, the head of Rock Crew was Quentin Porter, who they called Big Boo.
Now, did Rock Crew remain a single unit or a sort of singular gang, or did it transition into something different?
Exactly, MG Law. An expert talks not from personal experience. An expert for me, at least for me, my personal opinion, my personal experience. An expert talks objectively from an umbrella perspective. This guy is talking about his personal experience. I mean,
So we saw a change in rock crew around 2012 into 2013, away from using the name rock crew, and we started seeing other things pop up in that area.
Do you know, or are you aware?
Yes,
of what
I'm
it was
using my
that
tractor.
happened before
Or-
that precipitated that change, or that may have contributed to it, based on your experiences?
There were, I would say, two.
How is this expert testimony when he's testifying from personal experience,
Without
not from
telling- without speaking
objective
about
results?
Words someone else said specifically, just generally the things that occurred.
Yeah, I'll do my best to abide by that. There were really, I would say, maybe three things that we observed that coincided with this change or this shift that appeared to have some influence on this change. One was law enforcement attention on rock crew. They had been obviously responsible, as I mentioned, for a number of high-profile crimes, and the Atlanta Police Department, along with federal partners, including the FBI and the U.S. Marshals, had conducted multiple investigations that led to many arrests of rock crew members. And at that point, quite a number of them were in jail, at the very least, what we were told in some of our interviews.
Here's an anti-competition clause.
But that
Yeah. Let's take a brief pause because I played the local lottery this week, and let's see if my next stream will be from here or from my yacht, which I will buy if I win. Let's see where we go. Dun dun dun. Nope. Not entirely. Nope. Those are rough numbers. Oh. Hey, I got 4 in a row. 4. That would mean I paid around $15. Let's see how much I won. I won $2.50 so far. So I'm down $12.50. Let's see. Next draw. Oh, crap. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. And nothing on that one. And then we have the Joker draw. Dun, dun, dun. I have to have the 2 first or the 2 last at least to win something. Nope. Result. Dun, dun, da, 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 da. I won $2.50. I spent $15 on lottery tickets or lottery numbers, and I gained $2.50. Well, okay. Back to the more serious matters. I do not endorse buying lottery tickets whatsoever. It's a waste of time. But who knows? Not a total loss.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection as to that. You can rephrase it.
Okay. Law enforcement is paying a lot of attention to rock crew, leading to the arrest and incarceration of many members. Another thing that occurred was
talking for over an hour and a half
without it being
of the rock crew.
Let me ask you the question then.
Okay.
Did you all ever conduct any wiretaps that involved rock crew?
We did.
And during the
what does
listening
this
to
has to
and
do with this
reviewing
trial?
those wiretaps, did you all observe or hear members of rock crew talking to one another.
We did.
Foundation. Would you tell the jury what it was?
I sustain it's a form. It's a form. You can rephrase.
Have her move on. Jesus Christ, this is so stupid.
Overruled. In 2011, there was a 30 Deep gang member who was being prosecuted.
Has nothing to do with this trial. How is this an expert witness?
In a murder trial here in Fulton County. One of the witnesses in that case had an intent.
Mr. Steele? Mr. Steele? Don't do that. You can approach.
Sidebar counter 12. 2.5 days and 12 sidebars. Give us a can we catch up a bit? I mean, I can send you a link. I will send the lawyer a link, and he can decide himself if he can.
Okay, the objection is overruled, and I note a continued objection for the record.
Continued objection. Okay, but they can still hear it.
So Detective Belknap,
Jesus Christ.
on that wiretap, were you all able to observe or overhear interactions between members of Rockford?
We were.
And were one of those members Quentin Porter or Big Boo?
It was.
And who was the other member?
There were other members for sure involved in those conversations, but the target telephone was Timothy Thomas.
Yes, the defendant has the right to hear everything that goes on between the judge and the lawyers. So they are using the earpiece to listen in on the sidebar.
Did you observe it or overhear, or did you all detect or identify or discover a telephone call between Quentin Porter and Trontavia Stevens?
Not during the wiretap, no, ma'am.
Okay. At what point did you all learn of a conversation between Quentin Porter and Trontavia Stevens?
That was during an investigation of a separate incident that coincided with and was picked up on our wiretap.
During that time, did anything happen to Trontavia Stevens?
Objection. Form and date is of time.
I'll overrule the objection.
Something or anything that you all found significant in terms of what happened with Rock Group and its staff?
So Mr. Stevens was suspected of committing an armed robbery on Cleveland Avenue of Javoris Crittenden, who at the time was an NBA basketball player. And after that time, during our investigation, Mr. Crittenden was accused and later convicted of shooting at Mr. Stevens and shooting and killing an innocent third party.
Did the shooting occur in close
What does this has to do with
the call from Quentin Porter?
defining street gangs as an expert witness? The reason he is there is to define what he believes is a street gang. Now, crimes that are not even remotely close to this trial are being mentioned to the jury. How in the flaming fuck is this allowed? I don't get it.
To Mr. Stevens?
It did, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. What other events occurred during that time that coincided with the split or eventual change in the structure of Rock Group?
Around this time on social media, there was also posted a picture.
Your Honor, we're not talking about a statement, out-of-court statement being offered for the truth of the matter, sir. We're talking about an observation
I'll overrule the objection.
on social media.
I'll overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
A picture of a page that came from a discovery package from an Atlanta Police Department homicide investigation was published to social media. In the picture that was posted to social media, the investigative summary stated that Mr. Porter had given a statement.
Actually, investigative summary. And
You gotta speak up.
Bless you.
Foundation.
All right. That's your objection? Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, as to what was in the report that was posted to social media, again, we are not offering it for any truth of the matter asserted, and we can actually get through this testimony without.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. That was your objection. What was your objection, Mr. Harvey? I didn't deal with that, sir.
Testifying about an investigative summary that is indeed hearsay. And if it's not being offered for the truth, then it has no relevance under 401. It's more prejudicial disclosure under 403. And I would ask you to give a cautionary modified instruction to say this testimony is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor,
And I object to arguing these. We come to the bench for the defense objection. I think we should come to the bench for the argument on our objection.
Okay, since you made the objection, Mr. Harvey, come on up.
Well, while we wait, please hit that thumbs up. It really helps the channel, and it might keep me from having an aneurysm. Applying guilt. I mean, yeah, and if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. Okay, thank you, Tolly Pip. Young Thug was allegedly in the rock group prior to YSL. Okay. But still, he's an expert witness. He's supposed to testify to, as I said earlier, from an umbrella perspective, what is a street gang? How do we define street gangs? Now they are bringing in instances of similar crimes that these guys are allegedly have committed. Now we are beyond, in my opinion, what an expert witness should be able to testify about. Now the prosecution are doing parallels between those cases and this case without being forced to prove similarity. This isn't even prior crimes. This is somebody else's completely different, their crimes. No, that person in the white hair there, that's not Ian Ronco.
Detective Belknap, without speaking specifically about the content of the report, were there members of rock group or were there persons who were sort of put on blast?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in the gang culture, can you tell the jury whether it is unusual or if it is often that things of that nature, homicide reports or investigative reports, parts of it are put up on social media?
With increasing frequency, yes, we are seeing that.
And what is the purpose of that generally as it relates to the gang?
Objection goes to other person's speculation.
Overruled.
And go ahead, what is the purpose of that as it relates to gang culture and law enforcement investigations?
Currently, what is probably our greatest challenge in investigating street gangs is witness tampering. And this activity has been a significant part of that, where potential witnesses or victims that are cooperating with police can be outed on social media to a large number of people in a very short amount of time, thereby making it very difficult to get people to testify, to report crimes, and to be witnesses in crimes.
What was it that you observed or that law enforcement observed as it relates to the structure of rock group shortly after these events?
Well, essentially, rock crew, as we had seen it, nearly disappeared from Cleveland Avenue. We didn't see that name in use anymore, and we didn't see the same activity centered around that set of identifiers happening on Cleveland Avenue.
What was it that you saw in its place?
Starting in 2013 and going into mid-2013, we started getting reports, 911 calls for service from a variety of people in the Cleveland Avenue area.
This is a surrogate competition clause.
Overruled, Mr. Steele. Overruled, sir.
We received calls from several of the schools in the area, as well as some parents in the area, and the general reporting.
Your Honor, objection is exactly violating the order.
Come up here, Mr. Short.
Anybody still believes this case will take only 6 months?
All right, stop right here.
I mean, this is the first witness. I'm not betting against it.
Mr. Sharp.
We are a bit behind. Jumping up a bit. Okay.
Detective Belknap, in what context did you start to hear? Did you learn of sort of an evolution from Rockbridge?
One of the earliest places we saw that was from reporting of incidents within the community.
And
Hold on one second. If you have a device that is a camera with a shutter or anything else that is making noise, please put it on manner mode. I told you that yesterday, or I'm going to have it removed. I'm sorry. I apologize to all of you. Go ahead, sir.
How about you can be that decisive in other matters? For fuck's sake, Judge.
words were you hearing coming from these sources?
They were reporting that the activity was related to a group called Slime Gang.
And are these coming from adults, from schools, from middle age, from high school?
Speculation, competition clause, hearsay.
I'm going to sustain it as to one of the basis form, and so you can rephrase that, okay?
Yes, sir. Are these reports coming into the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they coming in through civilians?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Not quite.
And,
Overruled right for now.
and are they related, the reports that call your attention to this slime, are they related to adults, or are they related to children, or what?
Objection,
Basis.
go back to your order.
No.
Question.
Well, the form of the question. I'll stand as the form of the question.
What is the age group of the persons that these reports are related to?
We were receiving reports.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection as to form. That was Mr. Steele. Let me ask a question, Ms. Lowe. Why were you getting these calls, Detective Belknap?
We were getting these calls because citizens
Don't
in the
help
community were
the
reporting criminal
prosecution!
activity related to this Slime Gang.
Sorry.
Where
I
are these
hate,
reports coming
I hate when judges do this, when they start to ask questions instead of the prosecution. You don't, Jesus Christ, don't do the prosecution's job for them. You are there for one reason only, to protect the law and the process. You're not supposed to help the prosecution ask questions. If the prosecution can't ask questions correctly, you tell them to move on.
Where were the reports coming from?
Some of them,
as a form.
yes, sir. So some of the reports were coming from the local schools, from South Atlanta High School, Crawford Long Middle School. Other reports were coming from parents within the community reporting incidents involving their children.
Thank you. Did APD's investigation, or did APD begin investigating any particular groups as it related to those reports?
We did.
What was the group?
What we began to discover was activity by a group calling themselves Young Slime Life.
So what are you able to tell the jury about the group called Young Slime Life?
Through investigation, we discovered that the gang was formed in late 2012. We've identified over 100 members and associates as of the present time. They were based in the same area as the previous rock crew, and in fact, what we discovered was many of the members now claiming to be YSL actually had previously claimed to be members of rock crew.
Now, did this group called Young Slime Life, did it consist of 3 or more members?
It did.
Would you tell the jury whether or not there were any other indicators about this group that would qualify it as a criminal street gang?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
It's beyond the ken, it's not beyond the ken of the jury.
I overruled. I believe we can advance the slide. We have a demonstrative. What we observed was that the group had a common name, which was Young Slime Life. Among the symbols that they used included wearing red bandanas, but also we saw the use of green bandanas. They used expressions like the word slat, which we discovered stood for slime life all the time. And they used that word slime in a variety of different ways. We saw people tattooing certain identifiers on their person, including the letters YSL, the phrase slime life, and also using 5-point stars and red accents in some of those tattoos. Graffiti was similar identifiers, but seeing that tagged in the community. Their attire, again, using those gang flags or gang bandanas in red or green colors, and also custom clothing around the idea of slime. And we also saw them using other distinguishing characteristics, like using snakes, lizards, including emojis of snakes on social media. Some members referred to the group as Rudy Gang. That refers to a gang member who was shot and killed in 2016. His nickname was Rudy. And we also saw them using other blood gang identifiers, specifically often those associated with the sex, money, murder bloods.
Were there any crimes that you observed or that were investigated that were committed by members of Young Slime Life in furtherance of the group itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you talk to the jury a little bit about those types of crimes and the types of crimes that were investigated?
Same objection as to the relevant to Mr. Williams and workers.
All right, I'm overruled the objection to.
You may talk about it.
So as we've discussed already, and what we saw as continued activity was predominantly narcotic sales in the Cleveland Avenue area, the narcotic sales and distribution.
How is this expert testimony? This is him testifying. I don't get it. This is erasing the border between an active expert witness who is only there to, this is how we recognize street gangs, to now he is asserting that these crimes are by slime life. Yeah, he's acting like a detective. Thank you, Bass. Yeah. So now he's testifying. He's asserting to the jury that these are crimes committed by people who calls themselves slime life. You can sue anybody for everything. I don't think this is a copyright thing. The letters themselves, no, but if they use their exact logo, then they can. Perhaps they can at least try to sue, but that's a big hurdle to overcome.
We also saw armed robberies, we saw shootings, we've seen murders, auto thefts, burglaries. We did see some ATM thefts and other things of that nature.
Now, were there any other groups that you found to be associated with Young Slime Life?
As Rock Crew had an association with 30 Deep, we found the YSL also had an association with 30 Deep.
And were there any rival groups of YSL?
Well, they were not initially rivals. During the course of our investigation, we discovered a rivalry between Young Slime Life and the Inglewood Family Gangster.
But there's an expert witness to determine what is a street gang. Now he's testifying to his investigation as a detective. Now that line is completely blurred out.
Bloods. There are three gangs in Atlanta that are associated with the Inglewood Family Gangster Blood specifically. Those are ABG, which is Atlanta Blood Gang or Anybody Get It, the Haiti Gang, and also Bird Gang.
Are you familiar with the record label called Young Stoner Life?
I am.
Is that the same entity that you are referring to when you say Young Slime Life?
No, it's not.
Would you tell the jury the distinction, please?
So Young Stoner Life is a Georgia corporation that was, I believe, incorporated in July of 2014 as a music publishing arm. When I refer to YSL, what I'm referring to is Young Slime.
He's there as an expert on street gang. Now he's testifying as a detective. How the but I knew the Georgia RICO Act was broad and wide, and the rules and everything is in Georgia seems to be astoundingly allowing these, and the judge is allowing this and everything. Thank you, Young Lee, for becoming a member, returning member. Thank you so much, much appreciated. That brings down my blood pressure.
Life, the gang that we investigated for these activities that we discussed.
Now, let me talk a little bit about artists, music artists in the city of Atlanta and Fulton County. Are you familiar with Jeffrey Williams?
I am.
Is he the only artist or musical artist in Fulton County?
No, ma'am.
Now, are there other artists that in their music talk about illegal gun sales or illegal drugs or anything like that that the Atlanta Police Department is aware of?
I'll sustain the objection. You can. Rephrase or lay more foundation.
Has the Atlanta Police Department ever investigated anyone because of something that they wrote, music-wise?
There's still Hugo seats available.
Oh, the objection.
For those who don't know, Hugo is my chili plant, and members have or can with the aid of paying for sending it, I will send over seeds from that chili plant.
I don't honestly feel like I can speak for the police department in its history in that question. Okay.
All right. So, as it relates to a musical artist's words, is there any crime in saying words?
There are certainly potentially crimes in spoken words.
All right. Now, I'm not talking about crimes being described in words. I'm speaking.
Oh, for frick's sake, come on.
Is there a crime to speak the words?
As a generality, no. Outside of.
Your Honor, that's the answer to the question. And
So it's non-responsive, is that what you're saying? Okay, I sustain this as non-responsive.
Have you ever sought to arrest anyone for speaking words in a song?
No, ma'am.
When you talk about Young Slime Life and Young Stoner Life, did you or have there been any correlations between those two entities?
Well, to the extent that I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay. Does the Atlanta Police Department and you as a gang investigator consider Young Stoner Life to be the same as Young Slime Life?
ask and answer.
I'll overrule the objection.
Through the course of our investigation, we did not.
That was asked and answered a few minutes ago. Jesus Christ.
View those two entities as being the same. No.
Would you talk a little bit about gang colors as it relates to your expertise as a gang investigator?
Sure, and as mentioned, gangs often represent their gang through the use of specific colors, just as a visual identifier to represent that gang. Of course, all of these colors can be used in completely non-gang related and lawful ways, but gangs will particularly adopt the use of these colors, and oftentimes will use them in a particular way. So for example, gangs that associate with the Bloods will use the color red, as we mentioned. They'll also often associate those colors with the right side of their body. This is a counter to their rival Crips, who often associate their colors and identifiers with the left side of their body. So we may see those colors used on the right side. Picture here, just an illustration of wearing a bandana.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Red on the right side. Let's see if we can find that photo. There. Oop. That's an entire red. Well,
bandana on the right side of the body. Here's another example of use of a bandana, maybe worn tied around the head, tied around the neck. I think we saw a picture earlier of using the bandana tied around belt loops. We often will see that tied on the right side of a belt loop. This also, as you can see, is an example of a gang tattoo with the letters Y.
Because the judge allows it. That's it. Yeah, stuff like this are fairly common knowledge. But I suspect that the sole reason for the prosecution to call him as a gang expert is not to define what is a gang. It is to sneak in parallel similar crimes that they are alleging these 6 defendants are guilty of. To make the jury do the parallel. And in 6 months, they will forget it's a parallel and it becomes what they actually did.
YSL tattooed on the right side of the face.
And in the event that I did not ask this question already, in your opinion, Young Slime Life is a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you go ahead and talk about gang colors as it relates to the image that is depicted on the screen?
Sure, and this is a picture of Mr. Stevenson, who went by Rudy and who is unfortunately deceased, and the use of the green bandana that we saw used with YSL.
But if they are connected to Bloods, why is he wearing green?
You can't, I'm going to use the clicker now, so I'm going to see if it works.
All right, and this photo again, use of the green bandanas, and also we're beginning to see hand signs in this picture. The YSL hand sign made this way.
Now, the YSL hand sign that you just held up, would you explain to the jury what, because I saw fingers, would you explain to the jury what it is that you're doing with your fingers?
Sure, so this would be the Y here, and then I guess these fingers form your S, and then this is the L.
And is that distinguishable from the classic P sign?
It is.
Now, go to the next slide. What about gang tattoos? Would you talk to us a little bit about that and YSL as you see it?
As I mentioned, we began seeing members of this group tattooing themselves with YSL. So this photograph was taken during the arrest of Trontavia Stevens. He has YSL tattooed on his body. And this was in addition to previous tattoos that we...
Yeah, he's guessing, so it's speculation, and the defense has a standing objection to this, but the judge overruled it. So his entire testimony has been filled up to the eyeballs with speculations. Judge allows it over the defense's standing objection.
He had seen and tattoos observed on this day where he had Rock Crew, Cleveland Avenue tattooed across his fingers. Here's another example of this tattoo. You can see on the right shoulder it says slime, and on the left shoulder it says life. And here another example of YSL being tattooed on the right side of the face.
Let's go a little bit more into hand signs. Would you go to the next slide? Would you talk to us about what we're looking at on the screen?
Sure, so this is an example of the YSL hand sign again, being drawn here.
And so the person wearing red, is the person wearing red during the YSL hand sign, or is the person wearing white during the YSL hand sign?
Yes, I apologize. The person on the right wearing the red is throwing the YSL hand sign in this picture.
What are we looking at here?
This is another example of the YSL hand sign. This is I'm sorry.
What are we looking at?
This is an additional hand sign used by YSL members. It's to indicate wiping your nose, and they will draw the index finger across the lip underneath the nose.
That is more commonly known as "I'm a woman" sign. Sorry.
In the fashion you can see here.
And are there any, go back. Are there any markings or tattoos that are related to YSL depicted in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. Additionally, you can see the word "slat" tattooed across the index finger.
We don't have a Viking Thug's hand sign. We have the Zachariah Anderson hand sign. That's what we have.
Next one. Talk to us a little bit about gang clothing that you see in relation to YSL.
So here's some examples of some of the clothing we began to see YSL gang members produce and wear. This hoodie on the left has a definition of the word slime as seen on here, which says, "I can't be trusted, or repulsive or despicable person, wipe your effing nose, is you slime enough." And on the right, you see a hat that says "Make America Slime Again."
What gang
Yes.
graffiti have you observed?
Viking Thug Life leader is
So
Mr.
this is an
Jim.
example of what we've seen, where we'll see YSL and then slat, or some combination thereof tattooed on various places around the Cleveland Avenue area.
You talked about the activity that you see committed by members of YSL. Did that activity constitute criminal street gang activity that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
And has that activity been confined to the Cleveland Avenue area in Fulton County?
It has not.
Has a large part of that activity occurred in the Cleveland Avenue area in Fulton County?
I would say so, yes.
What is the significance of 30 Deep, the group 30 Deep, as it relates to YSL?
So 30 Deep existed prior to my time coming into the gang unit. They were believed to be founded in 2004. As you recall, I came to the gang unit in 2009, and we immediately were tasked with investigating crimes committed by 30 Deep. They're based in the Mechanicsville neighborhood, which is in Southwest Atlanta, and we've identified over 100 members or associates of 30 Deep.
What about 30 Deep allowed you to categorize it as a criminal street gang?
This person's he's been in the gang unit for a good number of years, and he has a university degree that has nothing to do with law enforcement, because they never actually said what his degree was. And then he became a cop, and then into the gang unit, and then he's worked there for a number of years. And he attends seminars, and he's the top dog apparently in that precinct. And the prosecution has called 5 gang experts, all of them from his precinct. So he taught the other 4 gang experts.
Looking at this from the perspective of our direction from our gang law, we see that 30 Deep has a common name, which is 30 Deep. They also had several, as we mentioned before, of these sets of these sort of subsets or cliques within the gang. Some examples of that are DRC, which stood for the Robin Crew, YRC, which was Young Robin Crew, BRC, which stood for Baby Robin Crew. That group has now taken on the name KT, which stands for Cut the Throat. Okay. We saw them using signs and symbols. They make a 3-0 hand sign, and that was actually pictured in the photo before, and we'll show you another picture of it in a minute, I believe. We see them tattoo certain identifiers on their body. They use the number 30, of course. They also use 272, 372, and 972. Now, this is a good way to benchmark when a game started because those numbers correspond with numbers on the telephone keypad. Now in the era of smartphones, we probably can't even say the last time we saw a telephone keypad, but at the time, this predated wide adoption of smartphones. So the number 272 corresponds with the letters BRC on the telephone keypad, 372 corresponds with DRC, and 972 corresponds with YRC. We'd also see them tattoo their neighborhood name, Mechanicsville, sometimes Zone 3, which is the patrol zone that they were in conjunction with these other identifiers. We would see graffiti and tagging of that number 30 deep, as well as other identifiers. And while 30 Deep started out as a non-traditional neighborhood-based gang, we did see over that time period that I mentioned earlier, 2009, 2010, 2011, that they began also taking on blood gang identifiers, wearing red bandanas and other gang-related clothing, also making custom clothing.
Exactly. I said this earlier. If it turns out he's dead wrong, it means that everybody he is taught this, his way of thinking, his way, because I'm so sick of this.
They were often referred to as the smash gang because their staple crime was committing smash and grab burglaries of commercial stores.
And their identifiers, what types of identifiers did they utilize?
So the ones previously mentioned and also began taking on other common blood gang identifiers.
Were there any associated gangs as it relates to 30?
Yes, so we found they were associated with ROC, as mentioned, then YSL. They also had an association with the Goodfellas street gang.
How is that association reflected in what you observed or what you learned about or investigated during your time?
And what we saw was a cooperation between those two groups and their criminal activities such that the line was blurred between the two groups. They were regularly together, both associating with each other and committing crimes with each other.
As it relates to gang colors and what is depicted in this slide, what is it that you are able to tell the jury about 30D and its identifiers?
So
I still don't understand why he is allowed to have 70 slides as for an expert testimony. But why does he get to have all these aids when the normal practice of expert witness is to testify without aids?
What you can see here is the use of the red bandanas again, and we're beginning to see that use here in these pictures. And what you're also seeing is the 30 deep hand sign that everybody is throwing up in this picture.
And are you able to make that hand sign?
I can. So this is the 3 right here, and then the O in the middle for 30. Here's another example of the hand sign.
Yeah, I know. He's an expert and he's allowed to...
It's an example of that tattoo I mentioned earlier, tattooing 30, some part of their body, in this case on the face. Here's an example of the 372 for DRC. And here's an example of KT for cut throat, tattooed on the throat. And this is an example of their gang tagging. You can see the 30 sort of in the middle on the left, also DRC in there with it. And there are a couple other sort of clicks from that area that are on here as well.
And going to the next slide.
Here's another one, a large 30 tattooed. And this is also going into that period where they're associating with the Bloods. And the person you see depicted here is throwing up a hand sign we'll discuss more, I believe, in a minute, which is the 2 guns hand sign associated with the sex, money, murder Bloods.
And you got into exactly what I was going to ask next. How are you able to tell that just this number of 3 and 0 with face is associated with 30D?
Well, again, there are 2 ways that we do this. One is...
And for you who are completely new here, yesterday they found out that in his actual presentation, he included pictures of Jeffrey Williams. So again, prosecution trying to sneak in stuff. Constantly cheating. Constantly.
Is that we look at the content of it, and it's the number 30. There's also a 5 there, as you see in the middle, that 5 again relating to the blood gang. But this picture was taken in Mechanicsville, and the person depicted in this picture is a member of 30 Deep.
And what are we looking at in the slide depicted here?
This is another picture of a gang tag.
These are just demonstratives, so they will not be handed over to the jury. Yeah, Jeffrey Williams is a Young Thug, for those who don't know. Yeah. Somewhat, but still no repercussions for the prosecution.
And in this case, this picture is actually a tag that was put on the side of the Atlanta Public Safety Headquarters building across the street from our city municipal court. So here we have 30 deep in Mechanicsville tag on the wall.
Now, what's the significance of the slide with the shirt depicted here and the lettering on the shirt?
So the initial message is obvious. It says 30 deep. And then again, excuse the language, it has the word bitch below. What you notice is something we mentioned earlier, which is the crossing out of the letter C, using the letter X in place of it as a disrespect to Crip gangs. The shirt itself is in red and white, the print on it is red. The wearer of the shirt has a red bandana tied around his head and is throwing that Sex Money Murder Gang hand sign. Here's some more gang clothing. So they have the 30 right here with the DRC. So 30 and the Robin crew. The picture on the right, YRC, DRC for life. In the picture on the left, you also see the wearer throwing a B hand sign that's associated with blood gangs.
And are you able to show the jury how that is made with your hands?
Yes, it's made like this.
And what about what we're looking at here?
So more gang clothing, the 972 KT4L, the 4L stands for life. So cutthroat for life. On the right, you see BRC with the 272 in KT and the gang moniker below that.
Next slide. As far as the criminal activity that 30 Deep was known to commit within Fulton County and other areas, did you talk about that?
Sure. 30 Deep is heavily involved in narcotics distribution and sales in the Mechanicsville community. But what they're most known for, I mentioned already, which was smash and grab burglaries. They essentially pioneered the art of stealing a car, driving it through the front of the store, and then sending, 5, 6, 7, 8 people inside to run in and grab as much stuff as they could, run back out and then sell those things on the street. And when I came to the gang unit in 2009, the Atlanta Police Department greatly expanded the gang unit to respond to that exact trend. And we were tasked with attempting to interdict those crimes and stop this rash of smash and grab burglaries. But members didn't just do property crimes. They were also involved in quite a number of shootings, several murders, a lot of aggravated assaults, a lot of stolen cars, high volume theft from autos, sometimes breaking into 20, 30, 40 cars at a time. So everything from property crime to violent crime.
You talked about sex money murder. Tell the jury the significance of sex money murder and what exactly it is.
Sure. So Sex Money Murder is a traditional gang that was formed back in 1992 in the Soundview housing projects in the Bronx in New York. That gang was initially a drug trafficking organization, and it later was part of the original group that formed the UBN, or United Blood Nation, which was formed within the Rikers Island prison facility there. The formation date, October 31st, 1993. There's a second date that some people benchmark that, July 16th of 1993. Both those dates are used in gang literature. Sex Money Murder joined the UBN on June 6th of 1996, while its founder was being held at Rikers Island.
And what were some of the identifiers that you have through your training and experience, to be associated with sex money murder?
So the gang's name is Sex Money Murder. They may call it Murder Gang or some variation of that as well. They use common blood gang hand signs and symbols, including red bandanas, 5-point stars, which represent that number 5. The number 5 actually comes from the number of the 5 original UBN sets that formed the United Blood Nation. They say blat. We mentioned slat before. Blat means blood love all the time. As a sort of counter to that, Crips will say clap, which stands for Crip love all the time. So there's all these different variations across different gangs.
Yes, they are allowed to take notes, but they have to leave it, so they can't bring it. They are also allowed to ask questions.
These guys say blat. They use the letter B heavily. They may use Boston Red Sox logos, Bentley logos, things like that to have a capital letter B in them. They'll tattoo S&M on their person, sometimes substituting the number 5 for the S to get that additional identifier in there. They'll use 5-point stars, and they'll often include red accents within their tattoos. They will tag all of these identifiers, including the gang's name, the number 5, blat, and they'll cross out tagging for rival gangs as well. They'll wear red bandanas and clothing to signify their association. And this is one of those traditional gangs that we talked about way back at the beginning of this morning, where they actually have books of knowledge that actually list out the rules and codes for the members of the gang.
When we're talking about the United Blood Nation, what 5 groups does that consist of?
So the 5 original gangs that formed the UBN are Sex Money Murder, the 9 Trade Gangster Bloods, the 1-8 Trade Gangster Bloods, the G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods, and the Valentine Bloods.
And within sex, money, murder, or within the United Blood Nation, was there a particular hierarchy or ranking?
There is. It starts at the top with the Godfather, the founder, which is Peter Relic. Then in each state, there are two statewide leaders. One is called the High O20, who's a statewide leader with some national authority or influence, and the Low O20, who's a statewide leader with statewide authority. I've kind of summarized the middle management piece of this because they have a bit of a complex middle management rank structure. Essentially, what they do is they divide areas by groups and give leadership chains to certain geographical areas. It was a little much to put on one slide. And then below that, they have the members of the gang, the foot soldiers, they're sometimes called.
And have there been high O20s and low O20s identified in the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the names of some of those people?
The High O20 for Georgia is Kyle Orey, who's currently being housed in the Department of Corrections.
And what is Kyle Orey? Does he have a nickname?
He does.
What is it?
Nasty New.
And as we go to the next slide, talk a little bit about the rules and codes as it relates to sex, money, murder.
Sure. This is a sample of some of the rules and codes that they use. The gang itself has 31 codes that members are expected to follow that are listed out in that book of knowledge. They will sometimes use the phrase Peter roll, and that means to kill someone. So that refers to murdering somebody if you Peter roll somebody. That Peter is a reference to that founder, Peter Relic. They refer to the gang and its members as Blazing Billies. They use the phrase rollacking, sort of a general term for just the gang's activities. As you can see, sometimes when they write it out, they'll cross out that C in rollacking. They use that expression blood love all the time, or blat. One example of many codes they use is buck 50. In the prison system, that's a phrase used to refer to slashing somebody's face with a razor and causing them to have 150 stitches. That's the idea behind that. And then they'll use things like 311, the number 311. These refer to, these numbers reference back to the alphabet. So C is the third letter of the alphabet. K is the 11th letter of the alphabet. So they'll use 311 to mean crypt killer.
Now, you spoke about a book of knowledge. The next slide. What is the next slide? What are we looking at?
So these are examples, pictures from a book of knowledge that was recovered by the Department of Corrections.
And generally, where are these types of documents found? Are they published and sold online or what?
They're not. Typically, they're found with members. And so a prospective new member will be given a copy of this, or they'll be expected to copy it from somebody else's copy of it, and then learn these rules and codes and be able to recite these things on command. So that's part of their initiation process, is learning the history and learning the oath and learning the codes for the gang. So members will also often be found in possession of this. We still find written versions like this. Oftentimes nowadays in the modern age, we'll find these in a digital version on a phone or on social media, things like that.
And looking at the next slide, is this more of an example?
It is, and this is that list of those 31 rules for within the gang. And these are rules that govern the way that members are to conduct themselves and things they're responsible for doing and not doing within the context of the gang. You'll notice a couple things we talked about are actually here in the rules. Number 20 is that they're expected to always capitalize the letter B, slash the letter C. They also will sometimes use a money sign and replace the letter S. And other things like 18 where it says that they're not allowed to snitch. And obviously many other rules they follow.
And we said 18, number 18, they're not allowed to snitch. It says no 999. What's the significance of that?
In their gang lingo, 999 means snitching, so they say no 999 or no snitching.
You talked about the founder of Sex, Money, Murder. Looking at the next slide, who is that looking at?
This is Mr. Rollick.
And is Mr. Rollick still alive and well today?
He's still alive, yes, ma'am.
And is Mr. Rollick known for doing anything? In particular, is he notorious for doing anything?
He,
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
About this.
Yeah, I'm a stand objection.
Yeah.
Your Honor, are we allowed to refer to where Mr. Rollick currently is?
Yeah. This is one of the standing objections that they were repeating. And yeah, standing objection means that, yeah, it's objected, saved for appeal, but the prosecution can just keep unhindered asking the question until there's a sustained objection.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, is there something you said something, Mr. Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Does Mr. Raleigh currently still have any significance within the gang itself?
Mr. Raleigh is still considered to be the founder and leader of the gang, although he's not, I don't believe he's currently in operational control of the gang.
And as we go to the next slide, would you tell the jury what it is that is significant about that?
So this is an example of those gang colors that we talked about before, and the use of a red bandana, oftentimes seen in the back right pocket.
As we look at the next slide, what are we looking at?
So this is a gang hand sign that they use, and this is their two guns hand sign. We mentioned it and saw some examples earlier, but as you can see, they'll make their fingers into the shape of a gun, and will often hold it sort of the traditional way.
And remember, yesterday the prosecution thought they had a list of 6 witnesses, but they were planning on 3 witnesses today. And this guy is still on the stand on direct. We are not even close to cross-examination yet.
In front of the chest like this, they may now hold them separate or even just do one of those. But the two guns is their kind of primary hand sign.
Looking at the next slide, what are we looking at?
A large tattoo, as you can see, it says "Sex, Money, Murder," with some bandana prints or elements to it as well. And there's also at the top, there's a 5-point star with a capital B in the middle with SMM below it.
And moving on to that.
Here's a large SMM tattoo.
And what's that underneath it?
It looks like a person holding a smoking gun.
And going forward to gang tagging that has been observed.
Yeah, so this is a picture actually from Mount Zion Road at I-75 several years ago, Sex, Money, Murder tag. You see some stylization in the tag itself. It clearly says Sex, Money, and the SMM for Sex, Money, Murder.
We talked earlier about 2 different entities, Young Stoner Life and Young Slime Life. In gang culture, is it unusual to find legitimate organizations or legitimate businesses associated with criminal street gangs?
Well, we've certainly seen it's not a new thing for criminal organizations to get into in quasi-legitimate businesses, although typically criminal organizations don't get into purely legitimate businesses. Those are used as sometimes front companies, sometimes avenues to launder money or to otherwise mass criminal behavior.
What types of
That's good for the defense. Because if they can conclude that the record label is legitimate and everything, and this guy just testified to, no, that rarely happens. That's good for the defense. But it's well hidden within hours and hours and hours of testimony.
organizations have you seen that have used that type of structure?
I think
Give some examples of some.
sort of the classic example is the mafia crime families that were in waste management and have been in gambling and things like that as avenues for money laundering and avenues to get income through contract, paying off people to get contracts and things of that nature. So these are kind of just old kind of classic examples of that.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Fulton County.
I agree.
The Cleveland Avenue area. How much interaction have you had with Zone 3 and the Cleveland Avenue area and members of those communities?
Quite a lot over the years.
And in terms of economic opportunities and poverty or wealth, does the absence of an abundance of wealth necessarily correlate with participation in criminal street gang activity?
I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure I understood the question.
All right. Out of the area, Cleveland Avenue, Jonesboro South, are the majority of young people in those areas that may not?
And we have a guest. I'm not alone anymore.
Hey.
Hi, Sal. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Getting a bit tired.
Not bad.
Yeah. My cutoff point is 10 p.m. my time, which is 4 p.m. local time. So we have 45 minutes, roughly.
Okay.
Are you streaming today?
Yeah, later with EU.
Okay. How much later is that?
She had it set for 5:30, but I'm seeing if she wants to move it up. So.
Yeah, because then I can redirect people. Well, I can do that anyway, but let's see. Let's see here. Bum, bum, bum. Is it Dick v. EB?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Murdoch sentencing.
Yeah. Oh, the Murdoch sentencing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. All right. Yeah. You've been listening in for a while, so I don't have to get you
No.
up to speed. I hope. Okay.
No.
Yeah. Then let's just continue.
Sounds good.
Well, are they going and joining criminal street gangs?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain it as to form. You can rephrase if you like it. If you like to.
Is it always the case that when young people in those communities, the vast majority of the ones that you have interacted with in those communities, are they availing themselves of the opportunity to go and get involved with criminal street gangs?
I'll sustain it. You can lay a little more.
Have you had an opportunity to interact with young people from those areas?
I have
How many young people?
hundreds over the years,
What ages?
all ages,
And under what circumstances?
under a variety of circumstances. Certainly in our investigations of criminal activity out there, but also just patrolling the area. I had the opportunity to respond to crimes out there. I've interviewed victims of crimes. I've interviewed moms. I've had certainly many conversations with citizens who live in the area and deal with crime issues in the area.
Of those young people that you dealt with, have the majority of them been involved in a criminal street gang?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Cases.
Also, confirmation.
Can I overrule your objection? Confrontation, I'll overrule that as well.
You can answer that. What did you say?
No, not at all.
So, based on your expertise as a gang investigator, does the lack of wealth necessarily mean one is going to?
I sustain the question as to form.
Hypothetically.
Sooner or later, this judge has to go move on prosecution.
Young person or group of young
If
people
they can't ask the correct question,
in the
move
Cleveland
on.
Avenue community who have to share clothes or something like that. Based on your experiences in the Cleveland Avenue community and your investigations as a gang investigator.
This is outside his expertise.
Overrule the objection. Overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Based on your experiences, your training, and your background, do those factors necessarily mean that a child is going to get involved in criminal street?
So what we would say is that these areas are high-risk areas. The youth that grow up in high crime, high poverty areas are at higher risk for joining street gangs, although they join street gangs in a very small percentage. The vast majority of children who grow up in these neighborhoods do not join street gangs.
Yeah, I agree. They said 6 yesterday. The defense had the list so they could prepare for cross-examination of 6 witnesses, investigate them and everything. And even with all the sidebars today and the late start, this guy has been on the stand for far too long for even remotely close to having 6 witnesses on today.
This is still direct, right?
Yeah, this is still direct.
It's not even going to finish today.
No, there are
he's
6 defense lawyers.
He's an important witness to their case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Just one moment.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have further questions on direct, but.
Praise God.
Wow, we are
based
done
on
with
whether or not
direct.
there is cross-examination, I would like to reserve the right to recall the case.
All right. Before we begin cross, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? We need to take a break. Can we take one? About 10 minutes? All right, okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll resume with Detective Belknap. All right, all rise.
Okay. That, if it is a 10-minute break, we have 2 minutes. Sal,
okay.
Are you at 500 subscribers yet?
Almost. Still got like 50 to go.
All right, everybody. Somebody post the link to Sal in the chat.
Thank you.
So he get a few more from here. Yes,
Much
great.
appreciated.
Great stuff. Yeah, thank you, Gigi. Yeah, subscribe to Salvador Dali Talk.
Yes.
With him and his cats, who are possibly even more intrusive than mine is.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. And now you have one of them behind you.
Yeah. They're always lurking.
This trial, I mean, how is it supposed to last only 6 months when they can't even go through a gang expert's testimony within a day's work?
And they aren't really getting anything that I've seen. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, they're blurring the lines between expert testimony and his own investigation of these gangs.
Yeah. Oh, is that what she did? I thought she just wanted to
reserve for recall. I think she did, but she might reserve questions as well as she wants to call him as an expert witness later as well.
Yeah, they're just.
I don't. Yeah, I agree.
Get it.
But this judge, I mean, he's very much bark when he has to, but there are zero consequences for the prosecution, and they have done so much crap this past year. I mean, for those who are new, who doesn't know, the state said they were ready for trial in November of last year. At that point in time, they had 79 witnesses. They started the jury selection in early January. That jury selection ended 2 weeks ago. During that time, the prosecution's case grew from 79 witnesses to a witness list of 737 witnesses. The defense didn't get the final 100 witness list until Friday, just before and closing of the court.
That's so absurd. You can't. They're just ambushing the defense over and over and over again.
Yeah, and
pretending it's innocent.
And these final, I think, the final 220 witnesses, which was between September and November of this year, the final 200. The defense said, you have to throw them out. There's no way we can interview these before the trial starts. The judge's decision was the prosecution has to alert you way in advance so you can interview them during the trial.
Well, it's not like they have anything else going on during trial.
I mean, it's so stupid.
How any lawyer can do a trial like this for months at a time while also having to continue to prepare new witnesses on the weekends.
Yeah, I know.
Prepare after trial ends. And then yesterday went to 7 p.m. after the jury left, or 8 p.m. even.
MG Law, he is a dual witness. He's there both as an expert and a witness, or as a detective doing an investigation. So he's both an expert and an investigator. And they want to recall him possibly as an expert witness. Or reserve the right to recall him as an expert witness. Both as an expert and an actual witness. It's so unnervingly. And I agree with Liam. 700 is bullshit. Pure bullshit. Here's the thing. The judge told them they need to go over that witness list and remove people that are, because there's just too many. But in the end, that witness list is what they have sent over to the defense.
Yeah.
737 people, and the last 200 they haven't even gotten to interview yet. He was serving as an expert.
I thought he was an expert today.
Yeah.
So he might be a fact witness later.
Yeah, but she wants to recall him as an expert witness later.
Yeah.
I know! And the defense objected, and the judge let him in over the defense objection. And then they have a standing objection for other stuff in his testimony, which the judge referenced to when they one of the later objections. He said, Mr. Sharp, or Short, or Shark, I don't know. You have that as a standing objection. And that was it. I know. But apparently, it's the judge's discretion.
Or I'll allow it.
Yeah. It's all bark, no bite with this judge. The triangle you saw earlier in his testimony that we had a little fun with, that a prior ruling excluded that very image. And we still see it because it's not asserted as the truth of the matter.
Good Lord.
So they can't bring it in as evidence, but he could bring it in as show and tell during his expert testimony.
Of course.
How are any ordinary person supposed to know what the rules are?
Yeah.
When in this trial, apparently, not even when the judge, they have violated several direct orders when it comes to discovery, witness lists, sharing of information before the man goes up to testify. Direct court orders they have violated.
Yeah, and the judge doesn't care.
Judge did give an instruction before he testified. But yeah, I don't think that the jury, they have already forgotten about that instruction. Probably.
Well, they certainly will next year when this case is still going on.
And all of this is preserved for appeal. Appeal are for losers.
Yeah.
And imagine the cost for appeal for this trial.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. The cost for transcripts alone to appeal. You thought Zach's case was bad.
Liam 007. Glanville has always been the fairest judge at Fulton Superior. I haven't seen him in years, but I'm shocked, to be honest. Yeah, really? Because he is the chief judge in Fulton County. This is his courtroom, literally.
They'll do everything to prevent it, but
yeah, and
I don't see how that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Just before, this was caused the delay on day one.
Yeah.
Because the prosecution, there was a court order. Share your slides to the defense before opening statements. So they have time to object and sort out and stuff like that.
Seems
She
reasonable.
shared the 4 slides with the defense. The morning of opening statements, they discovered that she brought in 56 slides. 6 of those were factually wrong. 2 of them had quotes from defendants that were misquotes. She falsified the quotes. So they called for a mistrial. But the judge, after much barking, said, you have to remove that and this and that and this and that. And it was lots of yelling. But eventually, they got all of them in, and the defense had to adapt on the spot.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why this judge keeps allowing the prosecution this much.
Yeah, get Black Brittany. I think the jury pool is Atlanta. They're gonna identify with the defendants. I'm sure there will be at least one holdout. And if there's a hung jury, then we do it all over again.
Yeah.
I wonder how long a normal RICO trial is.
The longest RICO trial in Fulton County, which is Greater Atlanta region, is there was some teachers stuff going on 15 years ago. That was a 3-week trial.
That's it?
Yeah. This is at least...
Why?
It's scheduled for 6 months.
Why would the judge... I don't understand what they could possibly have that would warrant this.
Now, one of the attorneys said that in his opening statement. A normal RICO trial is weeks long, a week, 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks.
The defense? Yeah, that's good to say to the jury. That'll really piss them off.
Yeah, because the prosecution she mentioned in her opening statement that the several coming weeks we will blah, 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 blah. And then the defense, more or less directly afterwards, you will be here for months. Yes, there are 12 jurors and 6 alternates.
Yeah.
7 black females, 2 black males, and the rest of variety.
And I think 2 white men.
Yeah. And this is also interesting. 12 jurors, 6 alternates for a 6-month trial. That if this takes this time, continues to be this long, statistically, one or more will die of old age. I mean,
get sick,
get sick,
have a health emergency,
health emergencies and stuff like that. I
have major problems with this.
Yeah, it's amazingly bad. And
I guess we should have known they weren't going to be 10 minutes.
Yeah, we already passed 10 minutes. Okay. Hella just said that you and her had decided to change the starting time for your stream with the Murdoch sentencing and all of that. So I will redirect and you will just piggyback.
Yep.
That's great.
Awesome.
So Hella can get the hours and you can sneak some more subscribers. I think that's
Hopefully,
great.
Yes.
Statistically, there will be no alternates left by the 6-month mark. Yeah.
More than likely.
More than likely. And And then it's a mistrial, and they can start jury selections again. But also, I think, if I remember correctly, the defense has at least 6 objections and stuff on appeal already.
Yeah.
Before the trial even started.
And we
So
haven't
that
even
would, yeah.
had
So that
one
would mean
witness.
if the appellate court says yes, this is a good appeal, the trial stops. Yeah, it just done.
Okay.
And I think they've added on one as the trial started. This with a slides thing.
Yeah.
And
when did they initially file charges? Like, when did they start deciding to do this RICO?
I think it was May 2022.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this is practice to go after Trump.
Maybe. But my thought after a few weeks of covering this trial, I started back in May of this year.
Yeah.
It seems like when she indicted 28 people, and then everything dragged on and dragged on and dragged on, and
Yeah.
eventually people in jail started to plead out. I think that was the plan all along. Make people plead out, have a few of them testify. Maybe that's the way we get a conviction. Because without people saying, I know these guys did stuff,
yeah,
they have absolutely zero evidence of anything. So, yeah. Come on, George. It's at a 10-minute break. I'm sure at least one of them have a male relative who wears similar clothing and red bandanas without any gang affiliation. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really weak. I mean, so far, I've seen nothing.
Here's what I did. Let's do this. Googling young thug clothes shopping.
So anybody who buys one of those can be charged now.
Yep. Young slime life, everything.
Yeah.
Red. Ooh. I mean,
yeah, it's a
anyone can get gang colors. I heard Mr. Jingles go outside through the cat door, so he's probably stacking up on more rabbits.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, that too. During opening statement, almost all of the defense opening statement said that the guys that are going to testify against our guys are known liars.
Yeah.
And they only did this so they can get out of harsher punishment.
Yeah. Jailhouse testimony is such.
Yeah, it's such crap. It's such crap.
Should not be allowed.
And by the way, you are now a part of the Jingle Viking Thugs, the JVT.
Yes.
This is our gang sign. And but here's the thing, under the absolute vagueness of the Georgia RICO and how they determined on statutes what is a street gang, they can have unspoken agreements and use that as evidence in court. Unspoken.
I don't know how any court could allow that. Like the Georgia Supreme Court should have struck this down.
Yeah, but here's the thing: when politicians wants to do harsh on crimes, What actually happens is your rights are eroded. That's what I mean when they say harsh on crimes, tougher on crimes. That means your rights in the courtroom are eroded.
Yeah.
And we see it here. No matter what the prosecution does that violates rules, I'll allow it. I will handle it later on. This is not the right time.
Yeah.
He had this ruling on last week, the last hearing, that we will have to have this later on when it becomes an issue. Then it became an issue. And the judge says, why didn't you bring this up earlier? It's, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if you have, by the way, if you have a Rumble account, and even if it's dormant, go to the Rumble link that is posted and pinned on the top of the chat. Go over there and give me a follow. Follow is Rumble's way to say subscribe, because their subscribe is when you become a member, because they have to differentiate between YouTube and Rumble. And Ghost3 posted it as well. Thank you so much, Ghost3. Slidey Pie over at Rumble says, I'm disappointed in Judge Earring. Yeah, he has a diamond stud in his ear. Had that been 30 years ago, that would have been a gang sign.
Yeah. Oh no, he's involved.
Oh. Yeah, we're desperately trying to entertain you here while we wait for this. This 10-minute break has now been 15 minutes. And this is this court. They are always late. Always. During the hearing last Tuesday, they said, let's have a 15-minute break. That 15-minute break, the morning break, lasted until after lunch.
You'd think being a military man, he'd have he'd be a little stricter on time.
Yeah. I've seen this prior in the chat yesterday and the day before as well. This Judge Glanville, he's a really, really good judge. I have the opportunity to see him here for the first time.
Yeah. He may have
I don't have that pink shimmer or whatever you call it. I've never seen him before. I don't think he does a good job here.
At least not in this case.
At least not in this case. I haven't seen any other case with him.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, this case should have been kicked out before trial. In my opinion. But I've been reading up on the Georgia RICO Act, and it's ridiculous. But I haven't read up on Georgia local rules, and they seem equally ridiculous.
That could be GG.
Yeah, maybe. Because if his blood pressure is at my level, he needs his support dog. And his support dog is a black Labrador retriever named Jack. They have articles on it, so you can look it up.
I saw some movement, but that was a little while ago.
Yeah. Now I already expressed the. Let's see here. Dun dun dun. Where can I find? Yeah, I can show that. Boop. I already showed the female other hand signs that can be construed as. What's going on? Why are you doing that? Other signs for the male audience. Here's for the female audience. Apparently, they look at this dangerous thug.
Yeah.
Doing gang signs. Oh, thank you, Slidy Pie, for your $2 Rumble rant. According to BLM, being on time is white supremacy or whiteness. Oh, really? But I've seen one TikTok or short or whatever about a girl who was complaining she couldn't get any jobs because she has time management disorder.
Yeah, sweetheart, that doesn't really fly in the real world.
Yeah. I've seen that as a union rep, and my advice to my clients, I don't give legal advice, is, well, that's a you problem, not an employer problem.
Yeah.
They have their rules. You accepted them.
Yeah.
Are they back? Nope.
Set a second alarm. It's not that difficult.
Yeah. If you don't wake up by one alarm, set another and another.
Yeah, that's what I used to do.
Yeah, if you can have, the old type alarm bells with a dingy, dingy, dingy.
Yeah.
You put that in a big aluminum pot or bowl.
Oh, God.
And add 2 teaspoons.
That'll do it.
You wake up. Yes, I don't give legal, medical, or time management advice. I'm just telling what I told a client who had an issue being on time for work at the point that person was risking his job. Or hers, I have to add. And
or non-binary.
Or non-binary. I don't judge that much. But here's the thing: if you sign the contract, I'll be you. Employer gives me monies. I give them my labor. Then it's your job to be on time.
Yeah.
Time management disorder. Honey, I'm late. Yeah.
So, still waiting?
Still waiting. No, I haven't started yet. I have sound on so we hear them when they come on. And it's like if you're running late because you're out with the boys, make very, very sure you are here. That way, when she calls, you can say, I'm at the gym. Truthfully. Honey, where are you? I'm at the gym.
Did you follow the Millie trial?
Not that much, but I do listen in occasionally when Jeff does his thing.
Yeah, that was pretty shitty.
Yeah. I definitely don't give marriage advice. I mean, people who aren't married don't give marriage advice. If you're not even dating, don't give dating advice. I know there's a certain someone on the Twitters who are quite famous that says, of course, a 26-year-old will be more attractive than a 46-year-old. But Miss Sasquatch, I mean, is now 27, doesn't date, isn't married. Maybe you should shut the fuck up. Oh, it's the same. We are waiting for them to come back from the break. that should have ended 10 minutes. It's a 10 minutes break that should have ended 10 minutes ago. No, not Branka. Branka's married. This is a female. But I don't want to say the name because, well, you haven't missed much. It's the same expert who has been testifying about his investigations, even though he's called as an expert. And he's the first of today's 6 witnesses the prosecution said that they were planning to call. Now they are waiting for cross-examination. So I don't think they will have 6 witnesses today. And as was said earlier in the chat, this is just smoke and mirror from the prosecution. Because they don't want the defense to give enough much opportunity. Because if you say you are calling 6 witnesses on a day, then the defense has to prepare for 6 witnesses. If you then only call 1 witness, well, now you have diverted effort from that witness. And that's horrifyingly bad. And I agree with MG Law, who also said earlier that if you are claiming 6 witnesses and you don't, the rest of them, they're gone. They should be. Because you, as a prosecutor, you know the questions you are going to ask. And you know the answers you are going to get. You know exactly how long that will take.
Fair. I got to head over to my next stream. I appreciate you having me. And I will
no worries.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, and if you can start up, and because if this takes, I mean, my cutoff time is in 10 minutes, so it's no use for me to actually come back.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started.
Yeah, go and get started, and I will send the folks over because and the rest of today will commence tomorrow morning because they will be late tomorrow as well.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for showing up, Dali. Thank you. Yeah. So I will wait for them to. So I see that they have come online, and then I will send you all over so you can scream at whoever you want at the sentencing of Mr. Murdoch, which excited utterance will start in a few minutes. Because my morning alarm clock that rings at 4:30 a.m. That is in 6.5 hours. So from this break up until the end of the day, I will stream tomorrow morning for you. Because we all know they are going to be late. They claim they will start 9 to 9:30, but we all know they won't. And we will catch up, as per usual. Okay, any questions I've missed here? No, but let's go through these for a bit. Thank you, Brandon, for your $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you, Brandon, again. It's the same Brandon, just a different account for your $5 super chat. Thank you for today from Making Law Simple Network for your $20 super chat. Says Nick has the most epic trial ever, showing some love and support. Yes, please do. I don't mind. For instance, you can become a member for $3 a month. Or if you're already a member, you can gift memberships to others so our community grows. Here's Brandon again with $2. He was wearing clothing or whatever, crushing it. Yay. Brandon again. About this witness we were screaming about. Yeah, argumentative. Okay, this is Brandon saying he got himself a YouTube subscription with a $5 super chat. Brandon is a great supporter of this channel. I'd like to have more great supporters of this channel. But I know the times are harsh, and I will never ask you to part from money you can't afford. Never. Again, Brandon, do you have redirect set up from Legal Voices? And Brandon tried to get Jeff over at Legal Voices to send them over. But here's the thing with Jeff. Let me go a bit bigger. Jeff is a much larger channel, and I appreciate it every time he redirects people over, so more people discover my channel. And I will never demand of him to do it. He did it yesterday. He might do it tomorrow. And I appreciate it every time he does it, and he knows it. And then young Lee Minx became a YouTube member. That's very, very sweet. And love her to bits. Let's see if they are up and running yet. No, they aren't. Yeah, Brandon Lesko is legendary within the LawTube community. He is a great supporter for so many of us. And I hope he is here on... Yeah, by the way, Friday after trial ends, I will have my Finally Friday stream. Which means that it is end of the work week. Casual stream, just talking crap with friends, just hanging around, having a good time with you in the chat, with guests who come on and everything, because we need to wind down when this trial week is over. Next week, I have a fork ton of work to do. So I will be doing recaps afterwards. That will begin around 7 p.m. Eastern time, and I will do maybe 2 hours, so we can get up to speed with what has been going on. Oh, thank you, Gigi. Thank you so much. She gifted 1 membership, and there is Shelby got it. Yay! You have now also access to my Discord. Let's do this. So we move jingles over there. Oh, that reminds me, I have to post a new link for members only on my my channel page, so you can get in there, the new members. And Dave Umbarger has been a member for 4 months. Hardest working Swede on the tube. Yeah, I would assume so. 3 minutes left. I will pause that and do this. Ta-da! Thank you so much. Yeah, and please let us know if your Discord name is different than your YouTube name. And on the Discord, all the cases I'm covering, I will give updates and everything. I have the most members-only content in all of LawTube, by far. I at least once a week, sometimes more often. Sometimes it's members-only streams, just to talk about my farm, my work, the renovations I do, future plans, thoughts I have that are not necessarily with the channel to do, just so you and I can get to know each other better. And thank you for being a member for 4 months, Dave. You know I appreciate it. I appreciate every single one that gets here. Okay. It seems like they are starting their stream. So I will send you over, and I'll see you all here 8:45 a.m. tomorrow morning, Eastern Standard Time, where we finish off day 3 and start with day 4. All right. You all have a really, really nice time, and I'll see you all back here tomorrow for another day of trial stream. Thank you so much. See you around. Bye bye.